Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Catman T. Ted Thomas was very talking about Catman T. Emmanuel Forever 2010 and 5,000. No, you got it. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody else also. Thank you for being here too. Who else is here? That's it. That's all. This those three. There you go.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Manuel. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Try to make it better.
Thank you.
It's pretty good stuff.
Please have a seat if you have one.
Got here.
Good afternoon. Saturday, January 21st, 2023, Lunar New Year. A time to enjoy. A ballroom dance studio, a place of happiness, friendship, and belonging. People across backgrounds and generations celebrating their cultural roots and bonding through ballroom song and dance. Place of refuge where immigrants have lived for years, supported new immigrants who just arrived, becoming not just friends but family. But as we all saw, a day of festivity and light turned into a day of fear and darkness. A holiday of hope and possibilities marked by horror and pain. Vibrant dances, music replaced by vigils and memorials. 11 souls taken, 9 injured. Private mourning made public. That sense of safety shattered. Survivors will always carry the physical and emotional scars. Families left behind who will never be the same. One of the worst mass shootings in California history. A tragedy that has pierced the soul of this nation here in Monterey Park, the San Gabriel Valley, the heart of the Asian American community. My dear friend Judy Chu, former mayor of Monterey Park, your congresswoman and chair of Congressional Asian Pacific Caucus. Senator Alex Padilla, champion for this community, the entire state. My good friend Supervisor Hilda Solis and all elected officials, law enforcement, first responders, faith leaders, community members, all here today. You've shown up for this community, and I know you always will. To the families of victims who spend time, I get a chance to speak with today, and whom Vice President Harris spent time with a few weeks ago. I'm here on behalf of the American people to mourn with you, to pray with you, to let you know you are loved and not alone. Every case is different, but I know what it's like. I know what it's like to get that call. I know what it's like to be told. I know what it's like to lose a loved one so suddenly. It's like losing a piece of your soul. It's like a black hole in your chest you feel like you're being sucked into. Suffocating, hardly able to breathe. The anger, the pain, the depths of the loss so profound it's hard to explain. The suddenness tends to magnify the grief. As time passes, the shock and numbness slowly make way for the sobering reality of their absence. An empty chair at the dinner table, the birthdays, the anniversaries, the holidays, without them. Everyday things, small things, the detail you miss the most, the scent when you open that closet door, the park you go by that you used to stroll in, the morning tea you shared together, the bend of his smile, the perfect pitch of her laugh. As Judy shared with me, this is a tight-knit community with intergenerational households and deep reverence and respect for its elders. A community that's opened its heart and its homes to friends and neighbors and stood strong throughout the pandemic as anti-Asian hate crimes rose. A community that, in the face of horrific tragedy, has become a symbol of hope and resilience. Pushing forward together, healing together, people from all faiths and backgrounds rallying to show their love and support, raising money for funeral costs and memorials, providing counseling and translation services to the victims' families, providing and proving that even with heavy hearts, we have unbreakable spirits. As a nation, remember them. Immigrants from China, the Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, all of whom found a home in America. Mr. Ma, age 72, a pillar of the community, a beloved manager and dance instructor at Star Ballroom. He walked patrons to their cars at night, helped new immigrants find jobs. His children and grandchildren will carry on his legacy in the spirit of one of his favorite Chinese proverbs: cherish the people in front of you. Cherish the people in front of you. And Igao, 72, Mr. Nice, for his kindness, his positivity, his infectious smile, a free spirit always ready to lend a helping hand. He died shielding his dance partner. Shoju on you, 57, devoted mom, wife, sister, woman of faith, Always there to help others, bringing food and newspapers to family members who had trouble walking. Always, always working tirelessly with her husband to build a future for their 3 children. Nancy Jeanne, 62, known as Sister Sunshine. She loved to play cards, piano, and the weekly volleyball game. Always sharing her homegrown plants and vegetables with neighbors and
Did
friends.
he do this when the soldiers died in
Dedicated mom,
Afghanistan when we
married
pulled
nearly
out
40
too
years.
early? Did
Husband
he
and
talk
wife
about all
were
of them and
always
their
together,
lives?
even in their last dance.
I can't remember.
Valentino Alvaro, 68 years old, a servant of God,
Hey,
life of the party, storyteller, who made the whole room laugh, a man devoted to his children and his grandchildren. May Manon, 65, bedrock of her family and friends. The eternal optimist, avid dancer, who'd visit the studio every weekend, often leaving snacks behind for her classmates. She radiated positive energy through her laughter, her kind words.
Easy peasy, Japanese.
Moy Dayan, 67, refugee, community builder, cherished friend, known for her kindness, her sweetness, her generosity, her beloved family, the center of her world. Diana Tom, 7 years old, devoted daughter, wife, mother, grandmother, who loved to sing karaoke. A giver and an adventurer who loved to explore new foods and travel the world. Charles Zhao, 76, grateful, reflective, believed in living to the life to the fullest. He constantly showed his family and friends and showered them with warm words of encouragement, hope, and love. Tao Yo, 64, a lifelong learner. He retired as a business manager and was pursuing a second career as a pharmacist while caring for his elderly mother. A man beloved by his wife, children, and friends for his compassion, his determination, and his wisdom. Lily Lee, 63, a matriarch with absolute strength, optimism, and grace. Her daughter wrote, "Stolen is a grandmother whose granddaughter fell asleep many nights nestled between her loving arms. Taken away is the opportunity for her grandson to feel her love and warmth." All of them lived lives of love, sacrifice, and service for their families, for their community. They represent a bigger story, who we are as Americans, embodying the simple truth that our diversity is the strength of this nation. We saw that strength in Maria Leong. Into creating a warm, welcome space for seniors. That strength in Brandon Say, who met me at the airport, whom Jill and I have gotten to know. 20 minutes after the rampage at Star Ballroom, Brandon saw the same shooter walk into his family's own dance studio, just 2 miles away, pointing a gun at him. In an instant, he found the courage to act and wrestle a semi-automatic firearm away. Brandon saved lives. He protected the community. At Half Moon Bay, just 2 days later, he got it. Brandon, stand up.
He forgot that part or what?
Half Moon Bay, just 2 days later, we saw heroism from police officers, firefighters, and other first responders who rushed into the danger to save lives. As many of you know, Jill and I invited Brandon as our guest at the State of the Union message because we wanted the country to know all of you, not just Brandon, all of you, the character of this community, the faith you have in this community, the pride we see it in you across all of American life. Just this week, a film about resilience and power of the Asian American immigrant family made history at the Oscars.
How did it make history?
Echoing the heart of so many in this community. We also hear a message we've heard too often, including 2 years ago this week, after the spa shooting in the Atlanta area. Enough. Do something. We remember and mourn today, but I'm here with you today to act. Last year, after the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, and Uvalde, Texas, I signed into law, after being both places, a bipartisan Safer Communities Act, most significant gun safety law in almost 30 years. That was in addition to me signing more executive actions to reduce gun violence than any of my predecessors at this point in their presidencies. Today, I'm announcing another executive order that will accelerate and intensify this work to save more lives more quickly. First, this executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands, as I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearm sales. And in the meantime, my executive order directs my Attorney General to take every lawful action possible to move us as close as we can to universal background checks without new legislation. It's just common sense to check whether someone is a felon, a domestic abuser, before they buy a gun. The executive order also expands public awareness campaigns about the red flag laws, which my son, before he died, Attorney General in Delaware, was a great proponent of and instituted. So more parents, teachers, police officers, health providers, and counselors know how to flag for a court that someone is exhibiting violent tendencies, threatening classmates, or experiencing suicidal thoughts that make them a danger to themselves and others, and temporarily remove that person's access to firearms. And it promotes, this executive order, safe storage for firearms.
Who's going to be in charge of that, though?
Agrees with. Second thing it does, the executive order ramps up our efforts to hold the gun industry accountable. It's the only outfit you can't sue these days. It does that by calling out for an independent government study that analyzes and exposes how gun manufacturers aggressively market firearms to civilians, especially minors, including by using military imagery.
What? I've never seen a gun ad before. What does that mean?
To publicly release alcohol, tobacco, and firearms inspection reports of firearms dealers who are cited for violation of the law.
I don't know how gun manufacturers are targeting the youth.
That way, policymakers can strengthen laws to crack down on those illegal gun dealers, and the public can avoid purchasing from them. Third, the executive order improves federal coordination to support victims, survivors, and their families and communities affected by mass shootings. Same way FEMA responds to your natural disaster in California and all around the nation, and it will help folks recover and build after wildfires and superstorms and droughts.
Like a mass shooting response team.
We need to provide more mental health support and grief and trauma.
We have so many mass shootings that we're going to start having a federal response team for it.
And more financial assistance when a family loses the sole breadwinner or when a small business shuts down due to a lengthy shooting investigation. There's more in this executive order, but I'm not stopping there. Last week, I laid out in my budget that we invest more in safer communities and expand access to mental health services for those affected by gun violence. Congressional Republicans should pass my budget instead of calling for cuts in these services or defunding the police or abolishing the FBI, as we hear from our MAGA Republican friends. But let's be clear. None of this absolves Congress the responsibility from the responsibility of acting to pass universal background checks, eliminate gun manufacturers' immunity from liability. And I'm determined, once again, to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. I led that fight to ban them in 1994. The 10 years that law was in place, mass shootings went down. Our Republican friends let it expire in 94, and 10 years later. And mass shootings tripled since then, tripled. So let's finish the job. Ban assault weapons, ban them again, do it now. Enough, do something big. Folks, let me close with this. Scripture says, the Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. A lot of us have been there. As we gather here today, I know your hearts are broken, but I know your spirits are strong. And as you remember and heal, I know the light of your loved one is once again going to lead you forward. It takes time. I tell everyone, at least it did with me, it takes time. But I promise you, the day will come when the memory of your loved one brings a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. The tear will never fully go away. But when you had that smile first remembrance, that's when you know. That's when you know you're going to make it. You're going to know you're going to make it. My prayer for all of you is that day will come sooner than later, but I promise you, it will come. God bless you all. I admire you so damn much.
Dude, what the fuck? Reddit's down or what? It logged me out and I can't log in on either computer. Pretty sure Reddit's down, dude. Whoa, what's happening? Actually, it might be copyrighted. I don't think it's live. Yo, Bob D in the house. Got Bob D in the house. Got Bob D in the house. Yo, you can't sign in either? Anybody else having problems with Reddit? Let me out, man. It's locking me out, man. Yeah. Reddit for me. You have no Reddit either. DeSantis took the liquor license away from a Hyatt for a drag show. Timcast thinks he should have went to jail. They think that everybody should have went to jail. That's gonna hurt that Hyatt though, dude. They make a lot of money off liquor. Especially in Miami. Psst. They're gonna definitely feel that. You being pissed off, really? Why?
Emotional debate today on this. Gender-affirming care in Georgia. A bill advancing under the Gold Dome would ban surgeries and therapies related to gender for anyone under 18. Atlanta News First reporter Abby Soros is at the state capitol with more.
This bill bringing up very personal and passionate stories. We saw this meeting room of the Capitol packed today. Parents whose children are currently undergoing this care are voicing their concerns, while others say these irreversible changes should only be made later in life.
Trans rights are human rights.
On Tuesday, people protested outside of the Capitol.
We know that kids who don't have access to gender-affirming care have a higher rate of suicide, of depression, of anxiety. So this bill can literally kill people.
Senate Bill 140 would ban gender-affirming care for minors in Georgia. Roughly 3,000 minors in the state receive hormones and surgeries. The bill's sponsor, Senator Cardin Summers, says minors can't make up their minds before 18 because their brains are not fully developed.
Make their own decision after 18 years old, whatever.
3,000 kids in Georgia alone are on hormone replacement therapy to change their sex. That's a much higher number than I was expecting, dude.
They decide to do is their business. But until they reach 18 years old, no surgeries and gender surgeries.
Standing room only as people like Leonardo Hennon got up to speak in opposition for the bill.
This bill would restrict essential care for transgender minors, care that I know is the reason that I am living today.
Hennon went through hormone therapy at 13 years old and surgery at 15, a decision that helped him feel more himself.
I honestly do not think that I could be sitting here speaking about this because I just don't think that I could have survived the pain and anguish that I felt and had before I transitioned.
The Center for Disease Control says LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers.
Bill won't affect me anymore since I'm an adult.
Used to be a chick.
I can't imagine what I would have had to gone through had I been born a few years later.
The committee voted 12-10 to pass this bill on through the legislative process. Now, this bill passed narrowly through the Senate, and representatives say that it could face more opposition in the House. In Atlanta, I'm Abby Soros.
I don't know, dude. If that was supposed to be a dude, I guess it worked. But if it wasn't, then I don't know. I thought that they said that was a dude that transitioned to a female. But
gone through
peers.
Bill won't affect me anymore since I'm an adult. I can't image what I would have had to gone through had I been born a few years later.
The committee voted 12-10 fully developed.
Make their own no surgery.
In opposition for the bill.
This bill would restrict essential care
it's supposed
for
to be a
transgender
dude
minors,
or a fucking
care that I know is the reason that I am living today.
Hennon went through hormone therapy at 13 years old and surgery at 15, a decision that helped him feel more himself.
It's a him now. Okay. Then what the fuck is up with those sleeves then? Dudes don't do that. Dudes don't do this. What is this? Is he trying to be Prince? He's trying to be a female still. Dude, it's so fucking weird. Man, like that person clearly doesn't know that they still want to be both. Actually, they don't want to be a dude. They do that. I bet that person regrets it, man. Because we just watched that stuff this weekend, and watch like 5 years from now, that same person might be like, I wish I could have kids now. I can't have kids now. My tits. I could have had tits. Like, you know what I mean? I was just like thinking, dude, I know for sure there were things I wanted when I was a teenager that I wasn't trying to mess with as I got older. And then 20 to 30, 30 to 40, like happens over and over and over in life. But to think that they have that ability to know, I mean, I don't know, man, I guess. It's one thing to think you're gay, dude. That's cool. I get that. Because that's something that's like, it's undeniable that. Because, like, I know when I'm horny. You know, it's like whoa, I want to fuck that. You know what I'm saying? It's that feeling you get. Like, if you take a gay dude to a female strip club, he's not going to feel any sort of way. You take him to a male strip club, whoa. You know what I'm saying? But That doesn't have anything to do with cutting your dick off or cutting your titties off or sewing some shit up and getting a penis. None of that. Like, I don't see how that could be something that you just know for sure. You know what I mean? Like, I just know I'm not supposed to have a penis, man. I can tell. I got a ghost penis. No, or I got a ghost vagina. It's in there. I can feel it. Like, when I touch right here, it feels like I'm supposed to have a vagina right there, man. Like, I don't know about all that. Like, I don't believe that at all. I just think they wish that they could get the attention of a female or of a male. They see that life and they're like, oh man, they might be gay at the same time. True. But like at that young of an age, it's very confusing. And now they think that they're not just gay, that they need to cut their penis off and go full-fledged like, wow. You know, like, and that's not even gay. That's like that's not even gay unless you're trying to be with the same sex after you transition. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd have to be. Yeah, but they do though. They right? No, they want to get like if a dude transitions from male to female, they know most of those want to get with dudes, so they're gay, right? Okay, yeah. So they're all gay or bisexual, the ones that want to transition, and we're making it too normal to transition to another sex, dude. And we had that person that she was a doctor or master's degree, double whatever she was smart as shit, and she said that the body isn't meant to do this shit. Like a woman's heart has certain has a certain shape to it for a purpose, for a reason. The muscles, the valves, all that stuff. It's made for a woman. And if you didn't start hormone therapy at birth, the heart's gonna be wrong. The heart's gonna be all fucking wrong, dude, for that new body that you're building around it. Like, it's this shit, dude. And that is gonna be a stress on our medical eventually. These people are gonna be they're already a stress on it. They gotta take these fucking hormones for the rest of their life. And they end up being mental illness, and then you got to pay for the handicapped person's mental illness and their physical illness shit now for the rest of their life. And so it's tacking on shit tons of money more to pay for hormone replacement forever until they die, because they have to have it. You can't stop that shit. And the pharmaceutical companies are in on it. Because 3,000 kids just in Georgia are on hormone replacement. They're going to have to be on that forever. And that's just right now there are 3,000 kids. How many non-kids are there in Georgia that are on it forever, that have already graduated high school and are on that regiment already? How does this affect insurance costs for people? Does it increase the insurance costs for everybody overall? That's just one state, too. 3,000 kids just in Georgia are on hormone. That's what the news said today. Imagine how many California has. Probably 50,000. Maybe more. And when are the physical symptoms going to start showing in these people as they get older? Like, how long is it going to take before the combination of getting vaccinated over and over and taking hormone replacement therapy to transition, you know? To say that doesn't cause something in itself. There's no long-term studies on this stuff. It's wild, man. It's wild how the government is like in on it. Another thing that I thought was kind of weird about this speech that the president did about how he brought up the Oscars and about how the Asians are. And I thought it was even odd that it's a big deal to us. Even that seems more racist than anything. It's like patting them on the head. Oh, you did it! You finally did it. Look at us. We did it too. We gave an Asian something and we didn't have to. Go you deserve it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like to me. Like, why are they even bringing up that Asians won Oscars? Oh, look, congratulations, first time that's ever happened. You guys. Well, probably won't happen again, though. But good luck, man. Good luck. Good luck. Let being Asian. Isn't it kind of like that? Or am I just out of it? Because everybody just seems to be on the same fucking bandwagon. Like, yeah, Asians, yay! Hey, man, don't worry about y'all's mass shootings and shit. You know, y'all are doing that to each other, though. The Asians are doing the mass shootings lately. You notice that? It's not that us that are going out and killing Asians. It's Asians that are killing each other. Bro. Got Asian on Asian crime out here, and Biden came out to talk about it. Well, at the same time, let them know that y'all are awesome. It was an Asian that shot up a bunch of Asian people, and he's like, hey, y'all Asians, you're awesome. Why isn't he going when the black people shoot up a bunch of people and talking to them? Why didn't he go to, where was that? Why didn't he go to Memphis when that guy fucking was riding around going to AutoZone and wherever, just blasting random people? Where was Biden for that? Why doesn't he go to the black on black crime? Why the Asian crime? Is it because the Asians have money? You're paying some of that re-election money or what? What is that? Doesn't go to any of the black ones, dude. He lets the black attorney the Crump asshole do that shit with his eagle pen, acting like he's so patriotic. That dude's tearing our country apart quicker than any other man here. That Crump motherfucker, he's a professional instigator. Taking over Sharpton. Somebody's got to take over, I guess. Yo, you getting paid over there with that bot, aren't you, bro? That live bot on Kick is like bot pay. I can't turn it down either. The bot's malfunctioning, and they even posted in their Discord that, sorry, you can't sign in. You can't reset your password. We're working on it. So, like, no one can sign into the bot right now. So anybody that goes over to Kick, y'all getting paid just kicking it over there. I don't know how often it's doing it, but it's doing it a lot. I can't slow it down. Let's see, it's doing it like every minute. Man, y'all gonna be the OGs for real. Tony gonna be the only one with the money over there. Yo, so I went to where'd I go? Oh, I picked up Geno Fast spot. Can you hear Geno? I can open it now. It's a huge, dude. This is the biggest box I've ever gotten delivered. Now it makes me wonder what the heck was in the other box that they sent back, man. They never sent it back to me. Man, that's weird. You know, I've never gotten a gift before and not known what exactly it was. It's because the post office was like, no, you can't have that. Get out of here. They took it out of my box and sent it back. But this box, dude, it's a full-size box. It's like, it's huge. It's so big that they couldn't even put it in the thing that has the key. The other thing that has the key. See, the P.O. box, I got a pretty big one. I mean, it's decently big, but oftentimes I'll have to get the key out of the box and go over to another box and open the bigger box. Well, this box was too big for that one, dude. They had to store it in the back. I didn't even know I could get stuff that big delivered to the P.O. box. That's cool. So Geno Fast, he shows up. It's go time. Two users got it this time. Ted Thomas getting paid too. I see Ted. I see Ted over there on Kick now. I see Ted over there on Kick now. And the link to Kick is in the stream. You just scroll up and you'll see it. If you follow me on Kick, just let me know. You get 100,000 dough on YouTube. That's right. 100,000 dough on YouTube. That goes a long way. That goes a long way. You can do sound commands like this one. This one's kind of racist.
Now for my brown brothers. Sorry, no tortilla.
Blood in, blood out. You remember Blood in, blood out? Bound by honor. He's in line to get chow at the mess hall in prison, and the guy is like talking shit to him, pretty much saying, because he's a white dude. He's talking shit because they didn't have any Mexican food for him. Sorry, no tortilla. Somebody told me that was their favorite movie, and that's the sound command I made for them. It was a Mexican dude too. It's Javier, wasn't it? Javier? Man, it's been too long, dude. It was either Javier. I can look at it actually. Hold on. I'm curious now. No, it wasn't Javier. This was Javier's.
Hijo de la chingada. Join
Oh, it was Diego's, I think. Right?
Now for my brown
Diego.
brothers. Sorry, no tortilla.
So every time you'd come in, we'd hear that. It is a little bit, dude. You just had, if you knew the scene, you definitely know it's racist. Because the Woods talking to the Mexican. God, dang it. I'm back. I just made it back. I was just telling about the box being massive. You have problems? Why? Why do you have problems? They don't hold it for you at yours? Shit, I guess they figure I'm paying so much for that thing. I don't know, man. I'm paying like $100 something every 3 months for it. Yeah, I pay a lot for it, dude. This shit's expensive. Well, I don't have the smallest box though. I liked the number. A weirdo. I liked that I had 3/8 in it. Oh, never. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd have gotten the smallest now because I didn't know how PO boxes worked. I didn't know they had that other one with the key. I didn't know you could get bigger stuff than fit in your box or anything. Like it's my first one. Well, no, I haven't had one in like two decades or something. I didn't remember. Oh, so Gino, did they pay you back? Did you see if you got paid back? Because the item was returned yesterday. The one that they took back. Oh, oh, man. The nut. Oh, it was nuts. Is that what it was? What, you didn't get those for all of it? Snack nuts. Sounds delicious. I might have to try. Were they something? I wouldn't want to try. You got to tell me what they were so I can get them. Yeah, just as long as you make sure that you get reimbursed for all that. That's all. I'm sure they will. I should. Okay. How should I do this? here. Have to stack stuff up, maybe. All right. Look at this thing, dude. It's heavy. It's actually heavy, dude. Docs. Now y'all got my P.O. box number. Oh my god. I'm docs. The items, I'm blown away by how heavy it is already. It feels like it's got cinder blocks inside of it. This is the biggest, heaviest package that's ever been delivered. Oh my god, dude! It's dude. I kind of want to weigh it first. Hold up, I'm gonna weigh it. I'm gonna weigh myself, and I'm gonna get on a scale with it just to see how much it weighs. Write it down. I don't want to. Good. All right. It weighs 20 pounds. It felt heavier than that. It's because I'm so strong. All right. I know you talking shit. That's pretty heavy though, dude. It's a box full of bottled water. Yeah. All right. Whoa. Oh, it's got like it's got a gift thing around it. Holy shit! God, what is 20 pounds? That feels heavier than 20 pounds, dude. That's not a good sign. Yeah, do something about that. All right, we got a note on here. Having an emergency bag can bring you a sense of calm. It's ready and waiting, just in case you need to go real quick. I wish you peace of mind, my friend. From Geno Fast. Well, that's very sweet. New gift bag. Look, this is hand tied, dude. Hand tied. Their DNA is on this, probably. I'm gonna clone them. I always have a problem getting it started with these. The other one I had a problem too. Oh, got it. Dude, this bag is badass. give this a homeless person. They be fucking styling, man. This is not. This is not. This is a set. Do not separate. It's this top. I'm trying not to cheat. I haven't read any of the stuff on the box yet. Fancy. Wow, this looks pretty fancy. Dude, this is pretty cool, man. Oh, the water's so heavy. God dang. What the heck? I swear that feels like it's 120 pounds, dude. Dude. This is dude, this is awesome, Geno. Thank you so much for caring about me enough to get me something like this, because you never know. We could have an earthquake or something, a lot of natural disasters, stuff, the floodings, all this shit, you know? So it is like pretty cool of you to because I like there's definitely a lot of this stuff that I wouldn't be prepared with. And it all being in one thing that I can just like shoot. I've always wanted something like this, but I never really know which one to get. Also, so it's got okay. I don't want to take everything out. I'm for sure not gonna take it all out because I don't know. It's probably in there a certain way, dude. Right? Oh, is it? Probably. I can. Let's see. I'm supposed to take some of it out, maybe. Take it out of the box and stuff? I don't know. The lantern. Arm and radio. Oh, it even. Emergency ration. That's food? Like batteries. This thing. Get up there. 10. This is 2,400 calories total. What in the heck are they? Crackers? Save. Do not drink water during first 24 hours unless sick, injured, or in desert conditions. After first 24 hours, drink no more than 500 milliliters per day. No more than that per day. Why is there water in here? Maybe. When supply is near exhausted, no more than 1/10 of a liter per day. Might be water in there. Why is that's interesting? It talks about the water on here. I've never even seen a bag like this in person. Wheat flour is the main ingredient. A little cane sugar. Got a malted barley flour. Vegetable shortening. Coconut flavoring. What's like coconut? Little coconut treat. Have you had these before? Oh, I'm gonna get, man, I don't want to get everything out of it. I don't want it to be misorganized. This is what we're looking like here. But it does have drinking water, dude. wild. Something. Oh, there's a bunch of these. Boy, we eating tonight. Woo! We eating tonight. We're gonna be like in the end times. Emergency sleeping bag. Sleeping bag in here? What? Trippy. Let's just like keep bugs off, right? I guess maybe the water. Tripping flashlight. Oh, emergency blanket. Poncho. I wonder if I should leave it in the car. Why did I have it in like my trunk or something? But I'm never far from my car. I don't know. This is awesome though. But you should write with a Sharpie on it to replace in 2028 on the water. Why do you say that? Where does it say that it's good for 5 years? Oh, the one particular part's good for 5 years? The water? The food says. Geno. Oh, here we go. Oh well. The food's expiring before 5 years. This food's expiring in 12/25. It says. Hey, what are you doing? Simon likes the bag. He's going inside of it right now. Simon's inside of the bag that was the gift bag. Water. They said a 2025 one also on the water. Year and a half. 11/25. How long is that? That's what it says on the water. Oh, it was good for 5 though, because it was made in 11/20. They were packaged on 11/20. What happens after it expires? The plastic starts leaching in or something? Hey man, it would still be better than not having anything. I know that much. Plastic leached water is better than salt water, probably. Wait, is it supposed to last for 5 years? Like, is that how they're, is that what they say? Do we need to do something about this? I haven't opened anything. Do we need to rectify this situation? Because if that's the case, then whoever sold it pulled a fast one. Did they? Did they pull a fast one? Maybe. I mean, if it's supposed to last for 5 years and this shit's saying it expires in 11 of 2025, possibly, right? Because it seems like they did a dirty kind of. That's fucked up for a survival thing. If they're, dude, if they did that, that's fucked up. If they did that, that's fucked up. How do you like it in there? I bet they did that too, though, because usually with survival type stuff, they try to say that it's good for a certain amount of time, right? You probably would get a free one. Maybe they'll, or even if they made me send this back, it'd still be worth it to get like the correct item. Because they're hoping people just won't say anything, probably. They won't notice or they won't know. But that would make sense though, because stuff says it was packaged in 2020 on here and it expires in 2025, and I bet this says this might not even have a package date on it. No. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, package date 12/20. And it's good for 5 years. Made in the USA though. Heyo. They actually put 50 stars on their flag. It's realistic. Little bitty dots, man. No shipping back. No, well, they'll return it. If you tell them that, oh, maybe they'll just send another one. How that works. But if you email them and be like, hey, I thought this was supposed to last for 5 years. Why is everything expiring? Because they might not even know. The people that are selling it might be drop shipping or something. And whoever they're drop shipping through is sending out old, I don't know. Maybe Amazon's sending out old shit and they don't know it. Because like people store stuff in their warehouse and maybe they grab like from the wrong bin or something, some other seller's bin maybe, or I don't know the ins and outs of this. I just know what it says on them. I do appreciate it though. It's very thoughtful, and I honestly I hope to never need it. But if I do, I'll definitely be thinking of you. Geno Fast, so that's what is that? At least 100,000 dough, right? Isn't it? What do you guys think it should be? How much dough should that be? 150,000 dough? It's 20 pounds. And the biggest package ever. Alright, we're going to do 100. Just around the corner from 5 mil again. Oh, a quarter mil? Oh shit, that means another 100. Oh well, that'll put her at no, she's just barely over 5 million. What? Did you find the axe? Oh, here, I'll read off everything that's in here. So everybody knows what's in here. It's got first aid kit, 212 pieces. That's the deluxe one. It has a travel first aid kit with 60 pieces. 2 squeeze powered lights. 1 emergency lantern with a radio and a flashlight and charger. A deck of playing cards. A survival knife. A survival axe. Multi-function tool. 4 emergency ponchos. 4 emergency blankets. Bivy sacks for trash. 2 leather gloves. 2 pairs. 1 duct tape. 4 tissue pack. 12 pre-moistened towelettes. 4 dust masks. 4 exam gloves. Latex free. I like the latex. I like to put it over my head. I'm just playing. I don't do that. Biohazard bags. 4 light sticks. 2 per pack. Oh shit, that's what we want to have a rave or something, huh? Little Armageddon rave. Pass me a bag of water, man. I got the hookup, bro. 1 survival whistle and compass. Yeah, I didn't see that. It might be at the bottom. 1 backpack. There's a backpack inside of here, y'all. Cool. I'm just kidding. 1 fire starter, flint and steel. Well, those are fun, dude. That's what made me want to join the Boy Scouts, dude. They were giving away a fire starter, the flint steel thing. If you, I don't know if we did something. I forget. My mom was there. I rode my bike to the school to see what was going on with it, and they had that thing. And I was like, I'm in on it. How do I get that? I need that. A wire saw. 2 emergency tents. What? There's tents in here? Look at that. That's a trip. Emergency plan. Contact. Was that a book, I guess? To write stuff in, maybe. 4 emergency food rations. 24 emergency drinking waters. 20 pounds. Dude, why on here does it say made in... Oh, it's made in China here, but some of the stuff inside are actually from the United States. So, see if I can find it. Doesn't zip quite all the way down, so I'm gonna dig around in here. There's something. Flashlight. Let's see what that's like. Do it. Heck yeah. It works just off squeezing it, dude. That's pretty cool. Dude, that's awesome. Actually, never needs batteries. No battery required. See that? Pretty neat. That's cool, man. I was expecting to be like a bicycle or something, you know? It's their own playing cards, and they're kind of smaller too. That's neat. More easily portable with the size difference. What we got here? Emergency whistle. Oh yeah, let's go dev. Whoa. Makes an emergency. Oh. Is this right? I trust you. I don't know, that feels like north, I guess. My phone out and see how accurate it is. Yo, or how do I make Google Maps do north and south? Oh, there it is. Not sure. I'm not sure if the compass is working. I'm doing something wrong here. To take it off or something. There's a mirror in here, dude. I can tell if I can do my makeup. World's smallest shaving mirror. I'm just playing. It's a signal, people. Retracted? What's your problem? I'm not sure if the compass actually works. Glad I checked it. That was a problem with the Rambo knives too. Remember those knives, that Rambo knife? Had all the stuff in it. I almost would act up on them. I remember that from the Boy Scouts. We'd always had to use like top of the line compass, which is not top of the line, but you know it had to be like a compass, pepper spray, and zip ties. Dude, I got so much pepper spray. Definitely putting that in there. I'm the pepper spray champ at Winnestogie. The whistle's a good thing to have, though. I don't have a whistle. Trust that compass, so do that. Bummer. I do need a good compass, though, man. Compass is nice to have, and they're not that expensive, right? They're probably like 30 bucks for a decent one. It like pops up with the lines on it, and we used to have like competitions with those. Something else in here? Okay. Oh, the glow sticks. What is that? Yeah. Are they red? Dude, that's cool if they're red. Doesn't say. It doesn't say the color. Lots of tissue because they know we're going to be crying a lot. There's lots of tissue though. I don't want to die. Oh, just give me some more of those crackers. More glow sticks. Heck yeah. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's the let's see. Can I open it? Krebs. Wrapped up. Oh. I wouldn't trust this to cut my arm with it though. Cut my arm off with it. That's that. Remember, that's the one thing I learned from that movie. Don't trust a cheap Leatherman to have to cut your arm off if a boulder falls on it. Remember that part? Got a nice little screwdriver on there though. That's come in handy. This. Oh, bottle opener and can opener. That definitely comes in handy, like in survival. Just a can opener. Powers went out. Oh, there's a Phillips head. Another bottle opener. Oh, I guess the other one was a can opener. This is a bottle opener. A sewing auger. Okay. Leather poker. This. Supposed to be a saw. It's got a file on one side though. My nails. What's that? Not quite a saw, but I guess it could do that. I always wonder what those were. Like a, I guess it could saw if you really pressed hard. Stamps? Oh, really? The post office is going to be running? Or are they collectible stamps? Lawyer's business card. Is all this real? Are you serious right now? Protect. What else we got? Look at the duct tape. We got, whoa. Flint and steel. Yeah, I don't want to get that out because I'll start sparking it. I want to keep it. We don't need to waste any of that. There's not very much on there actually. It's in there, man. Oh, this is a wire saw. This is in case I have to assassinate anybody. That's how you do it. End of times assassinator with my wire saw. I'm gonna be the one people will call. What is this? I'm just playing. I'm not an assassinator. Got a knife in here. Hey man, I wasn't expecting that in there. Shit. It's got an actual like. Okay, now I'm the assassinator. A nice little rubberized grip to it too. Still haven't gotten to the axe. I guess it's a hatchet. It calls it an axe on there though, doesn't it? Ooh, watch out. They sealed this one. Get out of there. Flip or something? Oh, it snaps. It's supposed to snap. There it goes. Ow! Damn, that actually hurt. Oh, look, it's got tools on the end of it too, to do nuts or bolts. I don't know what this is. Oh, so I can use it to cook with and stuff, maybe. Chop with. Bottle opener. Hiya! Nathan Brown likes it. The ninja go-to bag. Yes, this is the assassin's go-to bag. No, it is nice. I mean, like I said, hopefully I won't ever have to use it. But it's like one of those things, like, if I ever have to use it, it's going to be the most important thing I have, probably. Yo, how did that get on there? Home, you ain't complicated now. Trying to make you safer, dude. On it a minute ago. I may end up cutting myself just trying to get this on there. I don't know how it was on there a minute ago. Can't get it. Dude. It was, man. Oh. There. I did it. It was the wrong side. Slow. I did it. Heck yeah. I got it back. I'm not too slow though. So I don't know, depending on what they say, if you email them and they're like, yeah, that was supposed to be good for 5 years. That's why I'm putting everything back in the stuff, just in case. I think that was everything. Oh, well, there was the first aid kits. I don't want to open those up, do I? Survivor or shelter. Easy setup. Rope included. Mylar thermal material. And rope. Did I miss anything? Everything? That was everything. Oh yeah, this is a smaller emergency first aid kit. It comes in a little thing here. Guess I can pop that. Oops. I do. Oh. Aspirin, first aid burn cream, a little triple antibiotic ointment, some non-aspirin, gauze pad, antiseptic towelettes, alcohol prep pads, band-aids, tweezers, all kinds of different size band-aids also, even the little bitty ones. That's an emergency one. Smaller one of the two. Oh shit, did I make it bigger? Good. Medfix isn't great? Why? Oh, the Band-Aid brands or something? The Band-Aids are no good? Tea lights. All the candles. Tea lights. And the bigger one. This. Wow, there's a bunch of stuff in here, dude. Those little mini scissors, alcohol prep pad. Oh, wraps up here, face wrap. I hear some powder stuff in here. Instant ice pack. What? That's cool. Shake granules to bottom of pouch. Squeeze bag from top using both hands to pop the inner fluid bag. Shake bag briefly to mix contents. Wrap ice pack and soft ball. And well, it's got a, what is it, isothermic or is it endothermic reaction or exothermic? What is it called? Exo. That's where it gets cold. Chemical reaction. Kind of cool though. Never seen that before. What is this? Mouth to mouth. Yeah. Mouth to mouth thingy. I don't want to take too much of this out, dude, because I don't want it to be all over the place. Oh wow, there's a shit ton of band-aids. At the end times, we are gonna be cutting ourselves a lot. Lots of scrapes. Dude, this thing's got stuff in it. I've seen it before, it's not the same size of it. Nitrile exam gloves is be a doctor in the end times. I'm going to be doing examinations. People are going to come to my practice. And I'm going to practice on them. It's like practice makes perfect, and I got the kit, you know? So I'm just going to change my profession to streamer, or streamer to doctor in the end times. I have the gloves. I could be the only one, you know. I could be the only one. Ow. Okay. Seriously, thank you so much, Geno Fast. I don't know where I'm gonna put this at though. You said don't put it in my closet. What she said? We're gonna have to figure out what they say though before I take anything out of the box. Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got balls. Hey, CC. Oh my gosh, I gotta clear a path, y'all. I'm stuck in here right now. What? No way. What's not a pain? Let's take it back to the P.O. box. It's really not. If it gives me, dude, check it out. If it gives me another, because right now, supposedly, both food items are set to expire at the end of 2025. So what does that give it? 4, it gives it, what is that? Less than a 3-year lifespan. But I don't know. If they didn't say that it's good for 5 years, then I get that. But if they put that on their advertisement for it, then they straight up false advertise and send an old one. Get the print out of the return label. Not necessarily. Oh wait, I'd have to print out a return label to. Are you sure? Can I still return to sender it? Yeah, but then it wouldn't be. Yeah, because then that wouldn't be doing the like, you know what I mean? Then it wouldn't be. God dang it! Are you, man? I guess there might not be a way to do. I don't know how that would work. Now that you're saying that, yeah, how would I? Because I'm not an Amazon system at all. So how would I get the? Would they? Because they don't have my email address, right? Like they don't have the recipients. Makes it complicated as a gift, I guess. I didn't think about that. Well, it's still got 3 years, right? It's almost 3 years. For some reason, I was thinking it only had a year and a half. That's 3 years old. Almost. Year and a half, that would have been like, man, what are they doing out here? They fucked up for that. You know, that would have been way too much time knocked off of it. Can't stop till you good. How you been, Devin? Long time no see, dude. I know you used to come through here. I remember you. I remember most of you that have talked. Yeah, 18 hours you've been here total. I'm gonna clear a path now. So there's a lot of stuff in the way. 420, we need a blaze. You remember me? Thanks, man. That's awesome of you. YouTube didn't even have to remind you or anything? Hold on, just one second. Oh my god. Let's see what it feels like on my bag real quick. Back. What? Gonna be hurting after a little while. Works. Not too bad on the back actually. Woo! Ayo! I can't. My navy bag? No, it got stolen by. Anyway, it's a long story, but I got stolen out of a hotel room, man. They used it to steal my shit. My old sea bag. Both of them, actually. You get two. You leave boot camp with two sea bags. One on each shoulder, and they're heavy as fuck. That's what I remember. I remember it being more than one heavy ass bag. That's all I remember. Do we only get one? Man, if it was only one, that fucker was like 100 pounds, dude. Probably only one. I can't remember now, but it was stolen. Get that and the bag that our clothes went in. Also, like I forget what that was called. Was it only one, man? I feel like there was two though. Probably only one though. It was as heavy as two fucking bags though, dude. That thing hurt. I was a pretty strong kid, and that thing hurt so bad, dude. Oh my god. Hey, later, Bob. Anybody have to carry a sea bag leaving boot camp? That's when it is the heaviest it's ever been. At the end of boot camp, you got your boots, your shoes hanging off the side of it and shit. Have everything you own. When you leave boot camp, you have everything you own in your hands, and you're able to walk with everything that you're moving with. It's a lot of shit, actually, though. All the different uniforms and you got any civilian clothes there. If you like, all your toiletries, shoes, your boots. Your boots are either on or you're wearing your shoes, and your athletic shoes also are dangling. You got the raincoat. Wearing that, I can't remember. And my ex burned all my uniforms at a bonfire. I've lost everything from that time period. She burned all the pictures too. I had pictures from Hawaii, San Diego. Really pissed her off. You can see how I could piss somebody off though, right? Clash ring, everything. Dude, she was ruthless. She's married now, probably has kids. She invited me to her fucking marriage, to her wedding, when it happened. And I lived in the state at the time, too. I lived in her state. I was ready. I could have. I was like, yeah, nah. Nah. do that. Wonder what that would have been like though. Never know. You would have went. I mean, yeah, but I mean, we both kind of did each other dirty. I don't know, man. I felt like her mom and dad would be there, and I mean, I wasn't trying to get punched in the mouth by her new husband. I couldn't believe she knew. It was almost like it's a trap. It's a trap. You know, it was something, I don't know, dude. Something they trying to kill me out there. Because I left with such a bad taste in their mouth. Like she burned all my shit, dude, at a bonfire. So like that was our last like. And then I contacted her since then a couple times, like being like, "Hey, you got that?" It's like, "No, I burned all that." I'm like, "Okay." And then like a year or two later, "Hey, did you really burn all my shit? Come on, you don't have that? You don't have anything?" She's like, "Yeah, nothing." I'm like, oh, oops. What are we looking at? What is the Plinko time? All right, sorry. It's not Plinko time. No, man, I was crazy, dude. I was crazier. I was crazier than she was, man. Can't you tell? Ain't nobody married me yet. I must be crazier. It's okay. It's better off. The world's better off without it. Single dough. Now this guy, on the other hand, he needs to hook up with women.
That'll get you a slippery situation around here.
Oh man, I need to switch that.
G is gonna get smacked. Oh, we're not driving. We're here for the night. We always verify.
Do what?
They said don't drink and drive.
I don't ever drink and drive.
He never drinks and drives.
Right.
And that's a true story.
That's a big old no-no.
No, he called.
DUI, ladies and gentlemen. And believe it or not, I've never even had a damn speeding ticket. They always give me a ticket for going too damn slow. Come on.
Oh, man. Brenda, we're saying 4th of July.
That's better. There we go.
4th of July. We're going to have a freedom baby. So it's actually the 1st of July. Oh, thank you, Virtual Productions. That's so sweet. So, wow, we got a lot of people coming in. Oops, sorry, guys. No.
I was a non-smoker before I joined the convoy, but now I'm smoking cigarettes. Said Tony.
Because there's a lot of people that when you stand for something, they tend to hate you for something. So we were discussing that in the earlier part of the conversation. So, you know, we want unity, but there's some people you cannot be unified with no matter what you do. We definitely accept people
I'm not
have
banned, yo. How soon will I be banned? That's what makes us interesting. And yeah, lock him out, right? He has a key. He always has a key. Little turd. And for block. That's right, Lynn. That's right. How funny. I've been thinking of Gypsy. Yes, I know, Gypsy. I had his number a while ago. I'll have to reach out to the person I know said they talked to him not too long. They banned me. No, they didn't. I'm still here.
Oh, Lord. That's terrible. So, yeah, we just try to... The haters are always going to hate no matter what you do, especially when you're doing something right.
They're not banning.
So that's kind of where we're at with the whole thing. We're just tired of the drama. You know, nobody's perfect. We just hold hands and chug forward and stand up for our country.
For you and me.
Yeah, I don't know where I would hide, though. That would be hilarious. I guess I could go back around there. He wouldn't know. Y'all get him going.
I mean, turn her off. Turn her off.
That's true.
He's always horny.
I'm not sure what that goes to, WinPX. I don't know.
Oh, nobody's talking, so I'm gonna turn her off. You gotta talk, man. I'm not gonna just watch her.
Restrict.
What do you think this is? Fucking think this is, man? Are you just watching her time? It's not. How about that? That was a jam. Alright, so anything else happen? Arkansas executes criminal who saves last meal of pecan pie for afterward. What?
One thing I hear a lot is that in so many stories that I've heard, you'll get people either, you know, people who have watched maybe televised court, televised trials, or who were there, and they'll say, "Oh, his attitude was not of someone who was innocent." They know exactly how you're supposed to respond, and
that's what they said about. There were people saying the same thing about me.
You know, exactly that. You know, you didn't react the way an innocent person should have reacted. You know, I don't know. How do you feel? Or
Dude,
what
I
do you
lived
think?
I mean,
it's when all this was happening.
It always reminds me, in like a kind of roundabout way, of that quote by Mike Tyson that everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. It's like, it's easy to say what you would do or what someone should do or any of that when you're not the one in that situation. When you're not an 18-year-old, you know, teenager, barely more than a child yourself, going through the most incredibly traumatic event that you can possibly imagine outside of being murdered yourself. You know, it's easy for people to say what they would have done in that situation, but you really do not know what you would have done in that situation until you're in it. You are in shock. You are in trauma. You're doing everything you can just to keep putting one foot in front of the other. And people deal with that in different ways. You know, one of the guys, like the mentally handicapped guy, the entire trial, he laid there with his head on the table pretty much the entire time. They said that shows he was guilty. Yeah, because he behaved that way.
Where's the pecan pie
I sat
story,
up,
damn
I maintained eye contact with anybody, like I've got nothing to hide. You know, I'm an open book here. They said, oh, well, he's arrogant. That proves he's guilty. There is nothing that any one of us could have done in that situation that someone wouldn't have taken as saying, oh, you know, I'm reading their body language or whatever it is, and I think they're guilty. There's nothing that we could have done that someone wouldn't have said that.
Jason looked like the most wholesome, like,
Dude,
small child
fuck
ever.
Is this pecan pie story?
It is not a world of those cops are the criminal activity themselves. I wonder.
Lawyer argued it. I have no idea.
They said basically that he's been so pampered, hanging. He
killed his in-law.
Motherfucker, fuck that. Sometimes he pisses me off, and that was one of those times. The title of that was something about a pecan pie, and the guy saving it until afterwards. Shit, dude, I was curious about that. Asshole, he clickbaited me. Maybe he messed up and mistitled that one, but 2 minutes in and they're not talking about pecan pie, we got a problem. That's too much like the regular news. You know what I mean? How they'll do that? They'll have a page that it'll say on the link that something, and you'll click on it, and you'll have to read the news story, but the video news story, if you click on it at the very top, oftentimes there'll be some old story, and they're trying to get you to watch some old story while they clickbaited you with the text story of the other story. It's, you know what I mean? Why do they put that other video at the top if it's not for the story? Why is it there? Confusing. For someone who tries to show, like, restream videos over and over, I run into that a lot. They clickbait with titles and then try to get you to watch an old video of theirs. Kind of the same feeling I got from that. Let's check out this Scout canned lobster. How's this looking?
Been doing here? Well, I've decided to treat myself to some lobster.
I heard this stuff was
come out the
gross,
Jabroni's Claw Cottage, but There's so much on the menu, I can't make up my mind. They've got lobster and lobster stuff, lobster bisque, lobster party for two, lobster pancakes, lobster smoothie, and oh, canned lobster. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know what? I'll have one of those, please. Scout Atlantic Canadian lobster. Yeah, product of Canada. Comes in a box. Scout, we've seen their stuff around. This is the first product of theirs that I've tried, though this isn't the first time I've ever had their
Get it out of the can, man. Let's go. Let's go.
lemon wedge here so I could, yeah. So this tasted okay, but now that it's kind of warm.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's a little bit more in the ballpark here. Let's take some of this out on the plate, have a look at it. It's a little bit, the texture of it is kind of like rough. It's a little,
That's horrible. He's being very nice.
it's not like chewy, but it's kind of doing that thing where I don't get that feeling of like sort of, oh, it's so soft and big.
I would definitely try it.
Big blowout at the end.
Seems like it's expensive.
Couple of dipply claw meat, but we're getting a variety of different things. Price really enough for like a lobster roll.
I bet it'd be good on some rice.
This is really a single serving thing. What's up? These lemons I got you. The taste. You know, there's more in here than you think there is. I'm not sure. This is a totally different kind of texture. It's almost like a fish sausage texture, and I think down through here we're gonna get like more of that, yeah, the sort of fibers of lobster muscle, whatever.
Ooh, you dolloped the whole thing.
Great to
that was good though.
Great to get that big bite. So
why am I losing viewers watching someone eat canned lobster? What is wrong with you people, man? The people, where do you come from? Anusville. Born from anuses. Look at this. Don't look at this. Hey, we got 5 o'clock. They're coming on. Coming on in 15 minutes. It's cozy. Are you having tacos? Damn, it's Tuesday. I forgot. Shit, I forgot, man. It's Tuesday. Temple's about to be live. Who's he got on? Russian jet smashes. Oh, really? A Russian jet just smashed into a U.S. drone? Did you know that just happened? Huh? 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 American military drone over the Black Sea on Tuesday. Taco Tuesday it happened, dude. The U.S. said the collision made the drone unflyable and officials crashed it into the sea. The Pentagon said the White House called the Russian plane's intercept of the unmanned aircraft reckless. You know what they're about to do? Fuck around and find out. Why can't we run into their shit now? Can we run into one of their things? They're trying to... Dude, this wasn't unintentional. This just happened. They're trying to make us go to war. All joking aside.
An American
I won't be going to war,
Reaper
though. I'm too old.
surveillance drone was forced to crash into the Black Sea on Tuesday after 2 Russian fighter jets performed what the U.S. called a, quote, reckless intercept. Air Force Brigadier General Pat Ryder is the Pentagon press secretary.
Those things are
approximately
huge, man.
7:03 a.m. Central European time, one of the Russian Su-27 aircraft struck the propeller of the MQ-9,
what?
causing U.S.
A
forces
missile?
to have to bring the
What do you mean
MQ-9
struck
down
it?
in international waters.
How do you strike it?
Several times before the collision, the Su-27s dumped fuel on and flew in front of the MQ-9 in a reckless and unprofessional manner.
What?
This incident demonstrates a lack of competence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional.
It was the first such incident since Russia's invasion of Ukraine over a year ago and drew condemnation from the White House and the Pentagon, which warned of the risk of escalation. U.S. Army General Christopher Cavoli briefed NATO allies about the incident. The U.S. Air Force said the drone was conducting an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or ISR, mission. The Pentagon noted that the MQ-9 can carry weaponry, but declined to comment on whether this particular drone was armed. The spokesperson would only say the incident occurred in international airspace and noted the Russian jets involved did not leave the collision unscathed.
We assess that it likely caused some damage to the Russian aircraft as well. To our knowledge, well, we know that the Russian aircraft did land. I'm not going to go into where they landed. But again, it's just demonstrative of very unprofessional, unsafe airmanship on the part of these pilots.
The U.S. military said the incident followed a pattern of dangerous behavior by Russian pilots operating near aircraft flown by the U.S. and its allies, including over the Black Sea. The White House said the drone's downing was unique, however, and would be raised directly with Moscow.
Dude, they should start putting missiles on that bad boy. Give it a payload. Then they won't bump into it as much. Shit. Fuck Russia? Y'all fucking being stupid right now. They're acting a little stupid, like they got some kind of technology we don't know about. You know what I mean? Like, why are they being like that? Because we're all turning fucking tranny? They see us turning tranny. Our men aren't turning gay as quickly. Either also. Like, they probably have more manly men, dude. They're out there in the frigid, they have to deal with much harsher conditions in Russia. Always, every year, everywhere in Russia has to deal with much harsher conditions than America does. That does something to the people, man. I don't know. We have heat. We have it. It gets cold as shit, though, man. Cold. Man, cold. I don't know, man. I think I would rather be hot than cold, man. Kinda. Because I don't know. That's just me, though. I've worked in hot environments. I can take hot. But, man, cold. Fuck that, dude. Shivering. That sucks. I might rather be hot, bro. I don't know. I just feel like their people are possibly tougher than ours. Like, for instance, can you imagine our soldiers doing what theirs are right now in those trenches? They're fighting war like World War I right now, trench warfare. And they're having drones drop bombs on their heads out of nowhere. Into their tanks and all kinds of shit. It's got to be scary for the Russian troops, but they're still doing it, dude. They could say, you know what, no, we're not going to fight, but they're not doing that. They're fucking fighting. They're killing people. They're killing civilians. They're blowing shit up. It's actually happening. Like, lots of people are dying, and now they're bumping into our equipment in the air, in international airspace, dude, and dumping fuel on it. That's kind of like, they got China testing EMP capability possibly with these balloons that they're putting over us, seeing with the jet stream how quickly shit'll get here and whatnot. Dude, they're testing us a lot lately, and it's kind of alarming, dude. They didn't used to test us like this. Both Russia and China have started having war games together for the first time ever within the past year. Within the past year, they did that for the first time ever. And now all this just started happening, and a few months later. Crazy. Pretty crazy, dude. Hopefully, like, It's like crypto, man. Like when you least expect it, that's when it goes the direction you want it to or don't want it to. You know, it just fucking does its thing. Boom, out of nowhere. It's like when you think it's gonna go down because all the news is so horrible, then all of a sudden it just pops right back up and all of a sudden it's making millionaires in the other direction, or it dumps all of a sudden because you thought it was gonna keep going up. What's like that with governments and like going to war and shit? That's what it seems like, dude. Like everybody here's just like, yeah, give them money, fuck it. Hey, you having fun tonight? What you doing tonight, man? I'm gonna go out. Me too, man. See you later. Drinking it up. Keep us retarded. Meanwhile, Russia is actually being called up and made to go kill people right now, and now they're starting to bump into our military equipment. And they've said that if we keep funding Ukraine, that we're going to have problems with them. But America's just like, yeah, whatever. You're never going to do that. You're never going to do that to us. We got the best military ever. But do we? Do we still? Do we have the numbers? Do we have the technology? They got supersonic nukes. I don't know if we got that. Right. Oh man. Rights of the children. Right, yeah, that's it. That's it. We have to get attacked again for everyone to make the government care about. Like, we had the most spending still by far of like the top 10 countries. You can put, I think the next 9, you can add all their military spending together and it's still less than ours. Our annual military budget. I think they're out. They're short-staffed though. It feels like they have to be short-staffed by going off the numbers. Taylor Berry said that in Navy boot camp there was a 30% dropout rate. 20 to 30% of the people that go leave and don't come back. And those are the people that want to be in the military. So imagine how many people that are just drafted, like, are like, yeah, you got to go now. How many of those wouldn't be able to make it through boot camp? They'd wash out mentally or something. And hell, nowadays the internet's to the point to where they can probably just research ways of getting out of it by piss in the bed or some shit once they get to boot camp. Non-stop, just pee in the bed every night. What are they gonna do? You got a bedwetting problem. You can't do nothing about that. People would just be doing shit to get out. It's different. We live in a different world now. Unless we got attacked, then maybe. I mean, if we got a missile attack or dirty bomb attack, we know for sure that it was Russia or China. I mean, what the fuck was COVID though? Huh? What was that? That was an attack, dude. Definitely, that was an attack. They attacked the whole world, dude. You remember how when COVID was at its worst here, they were like, yeah, it's not bad here. We're doing just fine. And then all of a sudden it started doing bad again out there. That was so crazy. Everybody's like, why the fuck isn't it bad out there? It's like they wanted to make it look like it didn't originate there. Well, we all know it did. One of them is China made off of the pharmaceutical companies for the vaccines, for some kind of backdoor deals and all that. Because they own so much land in America, like probably own a little bit of the pharmaceutical companies somehow. Their dividends, get their stock payments, because we're allowed to have stocks in other countries. They probably have it. They're getting paid in stock, selling their stocks or getting their yearly dividends. Or did anybody ever look into that? Pharmaceutical companies have stock, right? A lot of these government officials have stock in pharmaceutical companies. Have they proved that? I'm curious what he's about to say about this Russian drone thing. Russian American drone thing. I guess Stocks America. Oh, really? Bitcoin's been pumping. Bitcoin's in, dude. Hey, good luck. Anybody's messing with that still. This pumps like 5K in about less than 5 days, 3 days or something. Was it 20? But now it's still over 26. Nope, now it dumped. It's 24.8 now, so it dumped quite a lot. Actually, it was over 26 this morning. I don't trust any investments right now except for alcohol. I know that one would pay if it all hit the fan. Alcohol would still be valuable, right? Introduced in House Who Withdrawal Act. This bill requires the president to immediately withdraw the United States from the World Health Organization and prohibits using any federal funds to provide for U.S. participation in the WHO. It also repeals the messages here. There's somebody's comment on Rumble. Thanks for your comment, dude. At the bottom of the video, though, you can sign into Rumble. There's a chat there, dude. You can chat.
So Ron DeSantis has revoked the liquor license of the Hyatt Regency in Miami for hosting a drag show in which children were present. This is an adult performance, adult entertainment, and kids were there. And they were warned if they let kids in, they would lose their liquor license. Now, I see a lot of people celebrating this, and it is big news, but my attitude is kind of like, that's it? So what, you're saying the next time they do it, they just won't be drunk? Okay, well, at least it's something. But I'm of the mind that people who break the law, because they actually cited statute that was they were in violation of, I think if you break the law, you should be arrested and charged. I'm not saying that a person who jaywalks should be arrested and charged and sent to prison for 1 million years. You might get a citation depending on the scale of the crime. But we're talking about people who willfully violated the law, were warned they were violating the law, and then decided to have an adult performance for children. The exhibits presented by Ron DeSantis are really messed up. Simply put, really messed up. Like showing actual, let's just call it abuse of a child in this document. So we'll talk about that. We were originally going to lead with the Russian jet slamming into a drone and the fear that this will lead to some kind of escalation because the Biden administration is basically saying, oh, this is an act of aggression by the Russians. Our drone was operating in international territory and they hit it, blah, blah. Yeah, it's bad, and there may be an overreaction, but probably just in terms of funding and providing more weapons, which we've already seen. I'm not sure where that's exactly going to go and whether or not it's the biggest deal in the world, but we'll talk about that. Plus, we've got deep concerns about the financial crisis. Moody's is downgrading the U.S. due to dramatic instability. And as we already saw the other day with the collapse of SVB, first it was Silvergate, then SVB, then Signature. There are concerns that it's just completely unstable, the market. Today, a bunch of banks rebounded, so much so that their trading on their stocks was also halted, which is just another sign of absolute volatility. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know for sure. But we'll talk about this. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com, click that Join Us button, become a member to support our work directly. As a member, you'll get access to exclusive, uncensored members-only shows Monday through Thursday. We have those live, recorded live around 10 p.m. every day, and then they go up and there's a big archive. You can watch all of the uncensored members-only shows. Not so family-friendly. If you like the work we do, we need your support as members because that's how this operation is funded. As you all know, BuzzFeed is particularly panicked because not only was there money in SVB, but they've reported their ad revenue is going to drop by like 30-40%. That's true for everybody. So if you really like what we do, become a member to support our work. But don't forget to also smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more is Jim Hansen.
Hey, brother. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. Who are you? What do you do?
I run a company called WorldStrat that does information operations to push the envelope on the narratives that I like.
Right on. Simply put. All right.
Also got a book.
Oh, a book, huh?
Your favorite topic?
Get based. Well, all right.
Looking cool.
We'll do our best.
Try. You already do it, brother.
All right. We got Phil Labonte hanging out.
How you doing? Phil Labonte, lead singer for All That Remains, anti-communist, counter-revolutionary.
I'm Hannah Claire Brimlaw. I'm a writer for timcast.com.
And I am Surge.com. Ready to do it whenever you guys
Let's jump into this first story. I love this one. I chose the New Republic as our principal source for this story because it's funny. I got a picture of Ron DeSantis right here, and then it says, Ron DeSantis is now attacking the Hyatt Regency because it hosted a drag show. The Florida governor has been waging a war on drag and on LGBTQ people in his state. They say Florida Governor Ron DeSantis moved Tuesday to strip the Hyatt Regency of its liquor license for allegedly allowing minors to attend a Christmas time drag show. I love how they do that. Allegedly. There's pictures of children there. There's video of a drag queen with fake breasts shoving them into the face of a child. There's children at this show. Allegedly. And they say he's cracking down on LGBTQ rights. The crazy thing is, these people, by any stretch of the imagination, must be pedophiles. Because there's no reason why they would lie about what DeSantis actually did unless they were pedophiles. So is Ron DeSantis going after LGBTQ people? No. He explicitly said, if you have minors at an adult entertainment show, you will lose your liquor license. He didn't even threaten them with arrest. I'm going to go one step further and say right now, Ron DeSantis, arrest these people. I would like to see state police go to the Hyatt Regency, walk up to the manager, confirm, were you the manager on the night of December, I think it was 27th or something, 2022, during the performance of the drag show in which children were present? Yes, place your hands behind your back. You are under arrest, and we're going to have you register as a sex offender because you facilitated the whole thing. Then find the employees who helped facilitate this, and they get charges as well for aiding and abetting a sex show in which children were present.
You doing parents too?
What about the performers?
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, he's targeting the Hyatt Regency, so I'm speaking in the context of the Hyatt Regency. There's an interesting question about the performers. They're not the ones who let in the children, but we'll see. We'll see.
You see a child in front of you, you go walk up on them and create a sex act in front of them. I think they're culpable too.
Absolutely. So those people, but I'm not sure they're residents of the state. They may have been passing through, in which case, good luck getting federal charges. But if they ever step foot back in, there should be an arrest. Here's what really bothers me about this story is that there's photos of this. I don't want to show all the photos. I think YouTube might get us in trouble if I show you, like right here, down at the bottom of the screen. Why can't I see it on the... That's weird. Oh, I guess the mouse doesn't appear. Normally it does. Well, on the bottom of the screen, there's a picture of a drag queen shoving their chest into a child's face. And we just, try and move away from that one because I don't think we can actually show that. What bothers me is that Ron DeSantis only is taking away their liquor license. So the response is, if you host a sex show where you invite children, we'll take away your ability to sell beer.
Well, don't you think that he's kind of baiting them? I think, okay, you take their liquor license, you dare them to do it again, and the second time, you send the SWAT team, you frog march them out in chains, and you alert the media.
Why the second time?
Because the government never wants to jump in the first time with everything. They never throw everything at it the first time.
I remember a story about a guy who put grow lights in an empty house, and then a bunch of, DEA agents stormed into the building only to find nothing was in it, and he was live streaming a sting operation. And his point was that they were going to come in with no warrant to a house that did nothing wrong. Yet, right now, we're supposed to cheer for Ron DeSantis, and he's like, I took away their liquor license. Now when they have sex shows for children, they'll have to be sober. Am I supposed to be happy about that?
I guess a little bit. I'll take baby steps rather than no steps. We've done nothing up to this point. We haven't even stopped them from doing anything. So at least take away their revenue stream. You're costing them money. right? And if the threat is the next time they will get cuffed and stuffed, I'd like to see
it.
This
is the Overton window being shifted. First, they do literal nothing. Then people complain and they say, "We'll take away their liquor license." They can still operate. They can still sell, shows at their event center. They can still have people come into the restaurant, order food. You can still rent rooms at the Hyatt. No worries.
Okay, I'm shouting out right now to my friends in Miami who know the DeSantis crew. Let's send in a SWAT team.
Why should the Hyatt Regency be concerned about their liquor license when their principal business is selling hotel rooms?
But if they operate a food and beverage business, liquor tends to be one of
That's the high margin.
High margin.
So,
I mean, I think what's happening is they're trying to scare the Hyatt Regency into not accepting a contract from this group anymore. And that'll just send them to another venue, which then I guess will continue to chase them over. It doesn't seem like the most effective strategy to stopping this.
You guys know that we've been to Congress now a couple times. They have a Subway in the, which building were we in? I don't know. There's a Subway. Imagine if a member of Congress did something illegal, so they went and said, "We're not going to let that Subway operate anymore." That'll show these corrupt members of Congress. They're going to be like, "Okay, I'll go across the street to get Subway." So if you're staying at the Hyatt Regency, you just get drunk across the street. You rent your room. Their principal business is completely unaffected. I got to say, look, I get it. Some action is good to try and stop the Overton window shift that's allowing this grooming that's happening. But all they're really doing, it seems to me, is throwing red meat at people who are upset about this and saying, "Cheer for the nothing that I have done. I have done nothing at all to stop this. Quite nothing. I have hurt the bottom line of one Hyatt location by 7%, if that." I'm willing to bet alcohol comprises a fraction of a percentage of their revenue. They don't care.
The right does nothing.
Yeah, there you go.
Period. They never do. They do. It's all for show. They don't. They are just as interested in virtue signaling as anyone else. If this is considered action, then the left has nothing to fear from the right.
Agreed.
I just want to know more about Murray and Peter, who presented the drag queen Christmas. Like, I want to know what the production company is doing, because they're probably operating. I mean, typically hotels bid for contracts, and then whichever one works out a deal with the organization that wants to book the space, moves forward with contracts. So who else
I don't think he
tried to get
understands,
this drag queen story show? If we can't have it at the Hyatt,
They make
where is
a
it going
shit
now?
ton off
I think
of
that's what
alcohol,
bothers me
dude.
the most. Like, yes, it's not enough of an
Banquets. They
action from
usually have
DeSantis, but
banquet
partially because
rooms, weddings.
it keeps the head on the snake. We're not
I
really
used to know
stopping it
somebody that
from
was
just
in charge
migrating
of that
somewhere
at
else
a Hyatt,
across
actually.
town.
Let's get citizens giving
And-
tips for every drag show coming up and dare DeSantis not to react to the next one.
People from out of the country,
I don't care
especially
if
in
adults wanna
Miami,
have a drag
dude.
show. If they want to do
They're getting hurt
burlesque,
with
if
that.
they want to do go-go dancing, if they want scantily clad men and women standing, swinging around on poles, that's fine. Just no kids.
If the right wants to do something about it, they should be putting the performers that are performing for children in jail.
Ron DeSantis, if
That's
he really believed these people, if he really thought this was true,
Really
would
losing
be
so much money,
he'd have the
dude.
DA
He
issue
just
arrest
doesn't know
warrants for these
any better.
individuals, and upon their return to the state for any reason, they would immediately be arrested.
Well, I'm sure a bunch of them are local.
It's not. No, it was a touring thing.
But I'm sure they invite local talent in. Like, that's pretty normal. I'm confident that
shows,
if he wanted to do something,
this was a
he could.
37-state touring show, so I'm not sure it was a local thing. I think it was a touring.
We're trying something new today, boys.
Has anybody else passed a law?
Oh, Texas.
Texas has?
No. Texas had a drag show where they were presenting sex in front of children, and the police said, "I refuse to get involved." So it's look, man, I understand that we're looking for hope where we can find it, and a lot of people, they don't want to be black-pilled. But if I'm supposed to cheer for Ron DeSantis for having done the bare minimum, literally the least he could possibly do about this, I guess it's better than the rest of the states that do literal nothing, like Greg Abbott. But yeah, I'm just unenthused, not optimistic about where this is all going.
Well, shaming helps. So I'll start public shaming on it tomorrow.
There should
That's
be.
a fair point. I would love to see, the video of a drag queen being hauled out of a bar in handcuffs would go a long way towards throwing a little gasoline
I
on the
honestly
fire.
think the manager of the establishment that facilitated a sex show for children should be brought out wearing their nice little button-up shirt and tie with their pens in their pocket, being like, I don't understand why I'm being arrested. I operate an establishment.
I'm the normal
And then as
one.
they're being brought out, the police can say, he operated a sex show for children. And they'll go, whoa.
Jail and make sure that the inmates that he shares a cell with, jail with, make sure they know, because
I don't care about any of that weird stuff, man. Just have him register as a sex offender.
And that's a huge threat right there.
But they're not doing anything.
No, but that's a great one. That's a great tool right there. If you operate a sex show, because it used to be 10 years ago, 15 years ago, a drag show was dudes in ball gowns singing ABBA.
Yes.
Right? You know, now they're wearing G-strings and shoving their groins in kids' faces. Yeah.
Simulating birth and abortion.
And that's just so different. That's a completely different thing. It's not burlesque. It's not a drag show. It's a perverted sex show.
It's a kink show.
They point out in the complaint that one of the videos played actually shows genitals. It actually shows the nudity and things like that.
Which is crime. So I'm with you, dude. I think let the shaming begin. We all have voices, right? Let's make some noise.
There's two things that I want to say. First of all, I agree that stigma is not used enough nowadays. Like social shaming is used for basically for the wrong things, essentially, and there should be more shaming from people on the right, which speaks to Tim's point and Matt Walsh's point about being more aggressive. I think is probably a better way to describe it, but they were saying be more mean. But shaming is good, and it's what you should use in place of legislation. So I'm not a big fan of having, like, I'm not a big fan of SWAT teams and stuff like that generally. So I think that it's better to have society shame people and try to discourage behavior, so I think that's the spot that we should be at.
Let's go. If you're at a drag show, take the license plates, fill them out, drop them. Then you're dropping names, dox them online.
No.
Why not?
You can't say that, Jim.
You can't say that line.
But none of that weird Stasi Soviet stuff. We have laws on the books. They cited the laws on the books, and they're doing nothing about it. I don't want to. I don't care for this right on your neighbor stuff. We shouldn't have to. We should have a society that enforces its own laws when those laws exist. Instead, I get it. We got a super chat here. Rocky says the point of pulling a liquor license is to show the smaller establishments that it's serious.
Yep.
But let me pull up this next story. There you go. From the Post Millennial. Woke New York Attorney General Democrat lawmakers to host drag queen story event for families. The event is set to feature drag performers reading to children. So now you have in New York state-sponsored drag shows for kids.
I can't get past the why do you demand that drag performers read to children?
Well, you listen to James Lindsay, right?
Yeah, well,
then you know the answer.
I do, yeah. But the thing is, the average person should at least be asking the question, as opposed to saying, well, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, so all the Karens just decide to show up so that way they can get the kudos at the PTA meeting.
In their academic paper, they wrote, the goal is to get glitter in the carpet that can never be removed. Quite literally outlining in their paper, Trans Pedagogy, how to groom children. Yeah. That's what they claim to be doing.
Once you do that, you open the door to nothing being better or worse than anything else. So being trans, being non-binary, being a forest elf, whatever you think you are, is equally good to being a cishet person who has a family and makes babies. And that destroys the ability for the culture to say anything is better than anything else. It's all equally fine.
So
and
people
it's
are
not.
People are saying, look, I don't want to act like Ron DeSantis pulling a liquor license from the Hyatt is literal nothing. It's the bare minimum. I'll take it. I'm not mad that he did it. Okay, I'm happy something is happening. But you have in Florida them saying you're a large establishment and we're going to take away your liquor license even though your principal business is selling hotel rooms and doing large-scale events. I suppose losing your liquor license for large-scale events can be painful. Meanwhile, on the other side, New York is like, we're going to state sponsor all this stuff. Meanwhile, California is doing the same thing. So if you think this is winning the culture war, you will lose, we will lose, and in 10 years you'll be wondering why your state of Florida is the capital of child drag shows.
Well, but isn't it also going to drive people to self-separate into tribes again? Okay, if New York is where the state sponsors Drag Queen Story Hour, and Florida, you at least are starting to stigmatize it and starting to create consequences for people who perpetrate it. Then guess what? More people are going to leave, more taxpayers, more productive people are going to leave New York. which is good.
Here's the thing. We are a nation of weak men. We have for too long we've gone from the classical liberal sense of live and let live into the do whatever you want for whatever reason, leave me alone. There's a big difference between live and let live and do whatever you want but leave me alone. We used to have shared moral foundations, and so our country was like, look, go to your house, do your thing. But then if they did things that were considered bad or destructive in the bigger picture, we would still be like either shun or criminal charges, depending on the severity of the things they were doing. So the point is like drug use and things like that. But now we've gone so far to the anyone can do anything they want. The country is ripping in half, where you've got adult men putting on sex shows. I mean, here, pull this up. Pull it up. Let me just show you the picture. There's a drag queen with fake breasts and children were present. There's videos of it. Fake and doing weird sex things at this show. So New York's going to allow it, and what's going to happen is the men in New York are going to say, I don't care. You can do whatever you want.
And I think it's even worse. You said, I want to do whatever I want and leave me alone. It's not leave me alone. It's celebrate my freakishness. You know, now you have to actually have the kids, because you got the kids participating in pride parades and carrying flags and doing all that.
That's part.
So they're telling them it's not just there. If you want to teach kids what is good, what do you celebrate? We celebrate Pride Month. You know, so you've got an entire month where you're telling them these people who are abnormal, I'm not saying they're bad people, but they're outside the norm of society, and they're doing things that may or may not be healthy. And you're telling kids that's something to celebrate.
You know what's funny is that the rainbow is the symbol of God's covenant to man that he will never flood the earth again, and they decide to appropriate
I want it back.
that.
I know that's.
But it's also funny that they have pride celebrations, which of course is one of the 7 deadly sins.
I want the flood back.
And so I wonder if a lot of it is intended to attack religion and Christianity.
Because like you said, James Lindsay is great at pointing out that it's praxis. All right, these are things they're doing purposely because they're attacking the things that are cohesive and hold a society together. And they're purposely targeting the things like a nuclear family and the cis-het normality as something to be destroyed. And it's working.
Satisfied people do not revolt. You don't get a revolution when you have a society full of people that are happy.
Drag Story Hour, the nonprofit that's co-sponsoring the New York AG Story Hour, in their mission statement, they have this line that says, we capture the imagination and play of gender fluidity in childhood and give kids glamorous, positive, and unabashedly queer role models for the nonprofit. Like, they know why they are preaching to children, and they're co-opting childhood we see as innocent, say, oh, well, actually, children are gender fluid. That's in their basic bio. They assume that all children are gender fluid, which is weird. That's not what I know.
It's abnormal. And they get on TV, they get nothing but dad is an idiot, right? Mom should run things, and the gay couple is cooler.
Yeah.
You know, so all of the things are now designed to push you towards one thing, and it's working, you know, and the fact that we're at least having this conversation, the fact that there's at least a liquor license in jeopardy, and hopefully someone will be in handcuffs is a step in the right direction, but it is a baby step, and we need much bigger steps.
How is it that we've gone from, what do you think would have happened 40 years ago if something like this was done? If they had an event like this with children, what do you think the governments would have done?
I don't think the governments would have been involved because we still had culture then. We still had a culture where parents would have been responsible and they would have shown up, and whoever was doing that would have had a very sad day. You know,
so you think people in the community would show up and there would be a riot?
Yeah.
So baby steps. I think you're mistaken. This isn't baby steps. This is total and complete surrender.
Yeah.
That's it. The fact that we've gone from a society that says we won't allow this to a society that says, well, I guess I can pull your liquor license. That means we've retreated and surrendered the fight completely. And this is Ron DeSantis being like, I guess I'll do something. I don't know.
I don't want to believe that it's a surrender, but I agree with you that if it's a counterattack, it is far from.
Let's put it this way. On a scale of 1 to 10, if 40 years ago the reaction would have been a 10, going in, arresting people, shutting it down, news reporting it, angry parents screaming, how could you let this happen?
Emmanuel, am I going to sleep,
Today,
bro?
we're not even at a 1. We're off the scale. The scale's gone.
We're
gone.
at .5, .4 somewhere, and that's pathetic.
And that means we have completely retreated from the fight, period. And all that's left is one city in Florida that's done something about it, because even Texas won't.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean,
that's it.
We're talking about shame. I think it's interesting that parents won't shame each other for taking their kids to this show. In fact, Phil's probably right. They're like looking to score points at the next PTA meeting.
Yep.
They're looking to say, well, look at this fun experience. We're so, I don't know, open-minded, I guess. Our kids being exposed to all kinds of things. It's weird. I think 40 years ago, we would have had more cultural pressure. It wouldn't just be your neighbors being like, you're taking your kid where? It would have been the grandparents. It would have been the church. It would have been everyone in alignment saying this is not something we do. It's not just the government intervention, but it's the social intervention, which we don't have now.
Think about the incentive. Moms are incentivized to not make waves because it makes problems for their kids in school. Yeah. If you're a kid going to school and your mom and everyone around, like, okay, so I know this is going to sound awkward or sound odd to some of the people, sort of our viewers' ears, but like, if you're a mom and you're anti-vax and everybody around you is up to date and your kid isn't vaccinated, your kid is going to take endless amounts of crap at school. Moms will do a lot of stuff and shut their mouths about a lot of things to make sure that their kids have a reasonable time at school. And it's probably the wrong answer, but that's a significant portion of why these things tend to metastasize and spread the way they do.
Well, and you can understand why you wouldn't want to put the pressure of the political fight on your third grader, right? Like,
absolutely.
But you got to move then. All right. That's why tribalism and federalism are our friend. There is no common ground right now. Yes, we have retreated. Yes, we have surrendered. Yes, we now need to organize into communities of like-minded people who will not put up with that crap. And so I don't care. I don't want to hear your job won't let you move. I don't want to hear anything about it. Move someplace or change your own community at the lowest level and at least fight back yourself. And I think there's some people are doing it.
I typically agree with you, but then I think even moving doesn't escape you from the internet, right? So like there's a family vlog channel getting a lot of attention right now because they're talking about their child is transitioning and they're documenting taking it to the clinic and whatever it is. And like, that means that even if you moved, if your child has access to the internet, this is still the alternative. And, you know,
but if you're in a homeschool co-op and all the kids in that co-op are hearing from their parents that that's not how we do things.
How do you protect your kid from June?
No, you can't. You can't stop.
Like, how do you protect your kid from the whole month? It's coming, and it's going to be,
or drive down your street and every restaurant has a pride flag.
Yeah, LGBT shoved right down your throat every June.
Do we have a gay month now?
How do you protect your kid from that?
I'd like to hope that like it empowers parents today to be really open and honest about their values with their kids. I think there are generations where parents didn't want to tell their kids too much and didn't want to seem like they were oppressing them or, you know, whatever else. Like I have a number of friends whose parents grew up really religious. The parents then didn't really bring them to church, and now the kids crave that. They crave more direction. Like I think in some ways we might see a redirection, but it is difficult to completely separate yourself from culture. You have to have an answer for when your kid says, like, well, why does my friend go to this and we don't, no matter what it is?
But we have answers. Our answers are better than theirs, right? Their answer is the more freakish it is, the better it is. Celebrate the weird.
But they don't present it that way. Their package is totally different.
But you can say that, and obviously it's a difficult thing. But again, there's also counterattacks going. Look at the number of states now that are banning surgery on minors for any kind of transition. They're banning hormones. They're banning the rest of that. That's happening more places. So there is, because of the success they've had in pushing that, more people have had to face the fact that that's going to happen to their kids and it's happening in their neighborhood, and that's causing a backlash. Now,
Clinton
is it going to be a big enough backlash? I hope so.
In 99.
Not yet.
That's when it became official.
Let's jump to an even more depressing story. We got this from the Post Millennial. Breaking: Moody's slashes outlook for U.S. banking system to negative due to rapidly deteriorating operating environment. Moody's lowered its outlook on the American banking system from stable to negative. The move comes just days after Silicon Valley Bank, the 16th largest in the nation, collapsed alongside a number of smaller financial institutions. Quote,
dude, somebody tell Tim Pool to fucking stop streaming with ultra low latency. There's no point in it. He doesn't read chat. It's so stupid that he doesn't have closed captionings. I don't have closed captions either, but I make my own, at least for the content we're watching. Okay, that was fun.
So that just screams volatility. I got to wonder, where do we go from here? Some people have predicted that You know, in 2008, it was March. We saw the first hits. Then by September, it was total collapse.
Brat.
We looking at the same thing here, or going to be different?
Well, the question is trust. The only reason that the dollar is the fiat currency of the world, and we have been on top as long as we have, and we can have $30 trillion in debt, is because people believe that the United States is unbreakable.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look unbreakable now, and that's the problem.
It's starting to not.
You know, that's been the issue. You look at why crypto is being adapted, but not fast enough. It's because how many people trust that everybody, because if everybody in that crypto game doesn't trust each other, it falls apart. Well, we've been so trusted that people thought the U.S. is just always going to be there, always going to be growing, always going to be fine. And the second that trust is pierced, everything the crypto bros have been saying about why fiat currency is garbage becomes true. Because it is a Ponzi scheme. We owe more money than we'll ever make. The only chance we have is to screw the Chinese and not pay them back.
Well, there's no such thing as paying down the debt.
No. We can't.
People don't understand that a large portion of the national debt's owed to itself, to its own people. And it's always going to increase because the system itself is a Ponzi scheme where basically we borrow from ourselves in the future over and over and over again forever. It works when you have all the guns. And that's why the U.S. government doesn't like it when, regular people start Ponzi schemes.
Well, and now the Chinese are looking at, they've wanted to flip the currency to their own for a long time.
It's happening. I think Saudi Arabia is doing it.
And look at what they did. China is pushing us aside as the world's only superpower. And it's happening because we look like punks. We've always been vulnerable, but we look strong. Trump, crazy as he was, nobody wanted to mess with him. Nobody wanted to take the consequences of what he would do. Nobody's scared of Biden. The Iranians and the Saudis just signed a deal brokered by the Chinese.
Yeah.
So our major global enemy brokers a deal between the largest state sponsor of terrorism and a former ally of ours 3 years after we were making deals in the Middle East to bring Gulf Arab states and Israel together. We have lost our place.
What's the answer? More international war, more conflict, more intervention?
That seems to be where the Biden administration wants to go. They seem to be doing everything they can to push us into World War III. I don't know if it's because they think it'll help the defense stocks or if they just don't know how to control it.
Because they want a unipolar world where the U.S. controls the reserve currency. And if we lose that unipolar position, it becomes multipolar with China as it is, then the U.S. dollar becomes worthless and the U.S. manufactures nothing, so we become a poor nation overnight.
And the Chinese are globalists, just not the way that we talk about globalism. They're globalists as in they want to control the globe.
I mean, like a real war.
And if we lose to them, and right now they're going to broker a deal between the Russians and the Ukrainians, I predict, in the next 3 to 6 months. They're going to be the ones who make that deal, not us.
Big wars. Those are
because Biden
wars.
and his crew can't stop pushing. All right, they want that war because that's what makes them feel strong. That's what they're doing, like you said, to maintain our position, and they're incompetent at it. That's the problem.
If the U.S. falls from the holder of the reserve currency, then the yuan just becomes the reserve currency, and then it's China.
And then we're screwed.
I mean, so it really does feel in a lot of ways like I think Donald Trump understood this, and his view of the world was the U.S. will not be able to maintain this position. China is growing too fast. We need to shore up our borders. We need to bring back manufacturing, build up our economy, and get ready. Otherwise, it'll be a hard fall. And the establishment uniparty deep state said, no, we just need to blow up more people and just keep dropping bombs until they learn they can't screw with us and the dollar is the reserve currency. I think Trump was right. They can't stop China's growth.
No, well, I don't know. China may stop its own growth. They're a bit of a Potemkin economy. They've got a lot of stuff behind the scenes that is ugly, and I think they're not in a position to capitalize.
Except their authoritarian structure allows them to rapidly shift priorities, steal any resource they want on a moment's notice. It's much more difficult for the U.S., but the U.S. still does do it. It's not like the will of the people really matters to the U.S. government for the most part.
Well, and the other thing that has been happening between the Uniparty and the globalists, the World Economic Forum crew, is weakening the United States. They want to weaken it enough to allow a global counterpart to push up against the Chinese. They think they can do it if the U.S. is weak enough and somehow they spread that power across all of the component parts of like the G20. Then you've got a global organization that can take on the Chinese and is better than them. And the problem is the Chinese could win before that happens. No, who's going to coalesce around that?
Outside of all of that, our banks are falling apart.
Which is not good.
Yeah.
Right? That's
you want a good
crazy.
prediction?
Sure.
So 100
all
years
this
ago,
happened at the
there was a
same
Great
time,
Depression.
dude.
What started it? Well,
Our
stocks crashed. There were runs
housing
on
markets
banks, right?
fucking up.
Right. So everything was really bad. Then there was possibility of a world war coming right after that, wasn't there? Don't we have
No,
kind
it was
of
just
a world
after World War One.
Yeah, so we'd finished the war to end all wars, and then all of a sudden we have a depression, and then, we need another world war, right? So now we've got a world war brewing. So I'm saying all we got to do is ride that.
Pandemic too. How about that?
Pandemic? We didn't have that back then, but you had the Spanish flu.
We had
Spanish flu and other things. So you got all the same things that took everybody down. But you know what? Here's what you got to remember. The greatest period of prosperity was right after Second World War. So all we got to do is ride out the next 20 years and we'll be fine.
25 or so. And then it'll be a few years after that.
There you
One
go.
of the
We'll have
things
good.
that helped bolster the U.S. economy was the complete destruction of the manufacturing bases in the countries that were at war.
Right.
Japan was wiped out, and much of Europe was wiped out. So if you needed something made, it was American.
Well, and here's the thing. Maybe we need to bait China and Russia. The problem is China and Russia are allies now. You get the Dragon Bear Alliance. And so the odds of them getting into a fight and destroying their manufacturing capability is slim. So we're not going to get that bonus.
We need to take Trump's advice. We need to protect our borders. We need to start manufacturing. We need to start becoming more self-sufficient because I think the long fall is coming. Imagine what it would be like if Donald Trump was president for the past 2 years. You would have more manufacturing. You'd have a stronger U.S. economy. You'd have lower inflation. You'd have less war. You'd have no war in Ukraine. I mean, it just sounds really nice, doesn't it?
I think that's probably reasonable to assume that there wouldn't be a war in Ukraine. I'm not so sure about the other stuff because Donald Trump was printing money just as fast as Biden was. We'd have had a lot of the same issues. Maybe we get out of it.
We didn't.
Pardon me?
We didn't. But the pandemic is a weird scenario.
Yeah.
That goes from 2020 into 2021. I'm not going to blame either Biden or Trump for the weirdness, but I can say the moment Biden gets into office and signs all these executive orders, inflation just shoots straight up and wages go straight down. I really don't think Donald Trump secretly planned a policy to execute the moment or within like 3 weeks of Biden becoming president.
No,
I think Biden signed a bunch of executive orders and nuked everything.
There is an amount of truth to that. The executive orders that Biden signed when he first got into office, there's a lot of regulations that he reinstated and stuff. But still, the main factors that led to the inflation and stuff. I mean, Donald Trump was talking about doing more stimulus at the end of his presidency and stuff. So I don't see a significant difference economically. I think that we're probably in the same place, whether it be Biden or Trump. But as for international stuff, like foreign relations and stuff, I think the U.S. was better. Well, the world was better off with Donald Trump than with Biden. I think that's pretty clear. I don't think we see a war in Ukraine with Donald Trump.
Not a chance. And we didn't see any of the tyrants acting up. And all of a sudden Biden's in and everybody knows they can roll over his team. They show us, let's do Afghanistan. That went swimmingly.
Everybody knew that Donald Trump's incentive was, I want America to be a nice place for Americans. Right. I don't care about you. And they said, okay. Yeah. So Russia's like, well, I'm not going to need to invade if the U.S. isn't pushing for NATO expansion anymore. And then with the way they frame it in the corporate press here is Donald Trump was doing Putin's bidding. Why? Because his bidding was he didn't want a NATO country bordering, like every border country to be a NATO country.
That was one of the great missed opportunities was we could have made a frenemy out of Russia because they needed it. They didn't have China yet. Yep. Now, we screwed that up. Okay, we made an enemy out of what was an enemy. Let's be clear. Putin was always going to be an enemy, but you can make deals with enemies. Now, he's making a deal with our actual enemy who's actually capable of taking us on the global stage, and we're on the sidelines. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like the American media treats Russia so strangely. Like they didn't want an expansion of an alliance that would attack them against their back door, and for some reason we presented it as like, that's crazy, can you believe that? And they didn't want us to do that. Like I feel like the pressure to keep Russia as our number one enemy, which of course like there are conflicts, but like personally I feel like we have more to lose to China right now.
100%.
And instead we get to spend how much money on Ukraine because
but Putin's
we
a
hate
stand-in
Russia?
for Trump for a lot of these people. A lot of the people in the U.S. who are pushing so hard are using Putin as their Trump punching bag. In the same way you say, it's Trump is doing Putin's bidding. No, what's actually going on was Trump was trying to neutralize. The one thing Trump was good at is he was a savvy negotiator. You didn't want to be across the table in a boardroom from Donald Trump because he was going to eat your lunch. And he didn't care how he did it. He made Putin nervous. He made Kim Jong-un nervous. He made the Chinese nervous. He hit him with tariffs. He kept everybody off balance. Now everybody knows they can roll Biden, and they're all rolling up on us.
Yep. Well, that's what we get, I
It's
suppose.
pleasant.
We actually have a story about getting rolled up on. Check out this story from timcast.com. U.S. drone a complete loss after being hit by a Russian jet. These aggressive actions by Russian aircrew are dangerous, said U.S. European Command. That's basically the story. Oh, it's written by you. Why don't you tell us, Hannah Claire, what happened?
Makes me so nervous when you do this like popcorn reading in school. So there were 2 Russian Su-27 fighter jets flying above in international airspace above the Black Sea, as was an MQ aircraft, which is a drone. I know a ton about the military. I'm an expert here. And basically, one of the jets clipped the propeller, and it made it so the drone was inoperable. It crashed. They were also saying that the planes were like throwing fuel at the drone, and the U.S. European Command and our Defense Department were like, this is unprofessional. This is dangerous. How could Russia act this way? In response, Russia has complained several times that it does not appreciate that the U.S. and the United Kingdom have expanded their surveillance operations, especially in international, especially around the Crimean Peninsula.
Our military
and so it turns out they aren't going to just roll over and let drones photograph whatever's going on there, and it's hard to say because Russia is saying, well, we're the ones who are open to the peace talks that the Chinese have proposed, but it's Ukraine that won't participate. It's double-edged all around, but I think this is one of those moments that if the U.S. wants to escalate, they will say, they're just getting out of control. These unprofessional Russian military planes trying to attack us.
I actually got a tip on some of the cockpit crosstalk from the Russian pilots. And as they were rolling up on the Reaper, they were playing Highway to the Danger Zone.
Watching Top Gun?
They were watching, and they was going to try and go upside down. And he peed on the drone, right, to communicate, right, like they were doing. Yeah. And then he got caught in the jet wash.
Oh,
that's what it was, right?
That's what it was.
See?
It was all one big misunderstanding.
It was all one big bad Top Gun.
Or is it basically Russia being like, we want these U.S. surveillance drones out of our war?
I mean, look, considering Russia's a nuclear-armed, what used to be a superpower, but they have nuclear weapons.
Hey, later, Cat. Take it easy,
I
man.
personally have no problem with the United States being in international waters monitoring. I have no issue with that. Like, the U.S. is well within their rights to be in international waters monitoring a conflict that could have, global consequences.
Except Russia knows that the U.S. is not just monitoring, they're actively providing the intelligence to the Ukrainians.
They're still in international waters.
Giving them targeting it.
It's still in international waters.
I know.
But it doesn't mean anything.
I don't think they were. I think this was.
If my neighbor is flinging mud at me and I'm flinging mud back, and then you're on the street telling the other guy like how to respond to me and you are helping him
behind that
I'm
bush.
like, you are helping the guy who's fighting me. I don't care where you are.
It does, like I said, it's I don't see any problem with the United States saying, look, we're going to monitor this situation because of the fact that they have nuclear weapons.
Right. Except for the Russians, they're like, they're not just monitoring it, they're providing intelligence to Ukraine. They are actively engaging in war against us.
The United States is actually sending tanks.
Yes.
They're not worried about a drone monitoring. They're worried about actual material support.
Russia literally just took out one of our drones, likely because they're upset that we're spying on them.
I think it was more rubbing his racing and it got out of control. I don't think they were trying to take the drone. I think that was probably an accident.
If they were going to take it out, I imagine they would have shot it as opposed to hitting it.
You don't take that chance.
No. Shooting it is an act of war. Oopsie, we bumped into it is call our bluff.
This is the only time one of these interactions has resulted in a crash. So there have been other instances where fighter jets have gone up to interact with the drones. This is the only one that has knocked out a U.S. drone.
Here's the thing. Vlad has no doubt in his mind whatsoever that we are at war with him. All right, he's got a shooting war with the Ukrainians and Zelensky. He gets 4 Ys. I give him 4 Ys. But Vlad knows that we are not just a proxy in this. We are actively fighting him. So it's a U.S.-Russia war with Ukraine doing the fighting right now.
Not even. There's Americans on the ground. Right. American veterans volunteered and then armed by the Americans. That makes no sense.
You know, the problem with Malcolm Nance going over there was he ate so much that the rest of the Ukrainian troops couldn't defend.
Nance.
He's such a poser tool.
He's an embarrassment.
I don't disagree that the U.S., it's not unreasonable and for moderate. I just don't think it's unreasonable for Russia to try and prevent it, right? Like acting like this is like some act of Russian aggression when actually it's Russian defense. Like that seems sort of, it's like the American media wants the public to think Russia is suddenly getting aggressive in a way that it shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, the United States, the general population in the U.S. is extremely ignorant about the whole Ukraine war. No one even thinks about anything that happened in 2014. They don't think about anything prior to when Russia invaded, last year. And I understand that. And there's a lot of people that are anti-war that are like, the U.S. shouldn't even be looking over there because it could inflame things. I understand there are people like that. I'm just, in my opinion, because of the stakes, because of the possibility of nuclear war, I don't have a problem with the United States monitoring the situation. I don't have a problem with the U.S. If we're not in Ukrainian airspace, if we're in international waters, I don't have an issue with it.
But we're not we're not just doing that. The thing is, there is a goal now to defeat Putin.
Russia invaded,
right? All the way, but that's Zelensky's goal. He wants him out of Crimea, and that is the goal of far too many people in the U.S. national security apparatus.
Let me ask you, Phil. If the U.S. operated, artillery from across the Polish border into Ukraine to take out Russian targets, would Russia be like, well, they're in Poland, so
operating artillery is not.
Intelligence is 100 times more important than one artillery.
It's still not. You can't say, there is no. At all, there is no precedent for a state to say you cannot fly, or if you fly in international waters, we're going to take that as an act of aggression. There is no precedent like that, and that doesn't stand up to anybody's assumption of what is a reasonable act.
If you fly a drone and you provide targeting information to people on the ground who then attack you, you have committed an act of war.
You don't know the drone
What's
is targeting.
What's it doing then?
That's literally what it does.
I'm sure that's what
it's doing. You don't know that it's targeting. If you don't know that
it's a reasonable assumption.
Are you serious?
You don't know that the drone is running targeting information.
Somehow the U.S. provided information on the Russian flagship to the Ukrainians to blow up. I wonder how they got the info.
Ukrainians are not dropping JDAMs, right? There's no drones lasing targets in Ukraine for there's no JTAC. They don't have an advanced war. That's not the war that's fighting.
How did the U.S. get the intel on the location of the Black Sea flagship? How did they get that intel?
The one that was in the sea?
In the Black Sea, there's the Russian flagship.
I imagine from satellites.
So not the drone that's literally flying over the Black Sea.
I don't know where. I don't know what the sorties
what would
they're
the drone
running.
be doing?
I don't know what the sorties they're running. I don't know what the strategy is. I don't have insight into the people that are actually running the plans.
What does the drone do?
That just a drone could be they could be monitoring with video. They could be monitoring ship movements. There's all kinds of things that are totally legitimate and totally not escalation or acting in the war that a drone could be doing, just monitoring.
The U.S., this is a fact, gave the intelligence to the Ukrainians to blow up the Black Sea flagship of the Russian Navy.
I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I don't know. I'm not gonna argue that they didn't.
Now Russia could be sitting there going, well, it could have been satellite, or it could be that thing flying around in circles above the Black Sea. Let's ignore it completely because I don't know what it's doing.
Even if it's a satellite, is it not still the same thing? If you give targeting information to someone who uses it to destroy a piece of military equipment, you are an active participant in that.
There's not material support. There's not a question of whether or not the United States is lending material support. Everybody believes that the United States blew up the...
Then why are you shocked that Russia would clip or take out an American drone?
Who's shocked? I'm just saying that the U.S. has every right to be there. They're in international waters, so it's not an aggressive act to be flying a drone in international waters is not an act of aggression by the United States. That's all that I'm saying.
And I agree with you because I don't want that to become a standard. At some level, we do have freedom of maneuver and navigation anywhere we want to be.
Yeah, international waters is international law. Any military can operate in any military has
not when you're at war.
Any military has legal authority to operate in international waters.
When law is meaningless in war, completely meaningless. Like I find the idea of war crimes laughable. Like somebody who wants to win a war is going to win a war.
No one's
and they don't care
punishing
what you
Russia
think the
for
crime
anything
is.
with their
so
war
if
crime.
let's say we were at
That's
war
a
with
good
Japan and they bomb Pearl Harbor. And then all of a sudden, Japanese fighters are buzzing buzzing Hawaii again. We're gonna be like, well, hold on, guys. They have every right to fly around international waters. We're not going to strike them. We blow them up. 2 seconds. We don't care what they're doing.
We're not in a declared
Maybe not anymore.
war.
This is the
with
new
Russia.
military.
We've been in a
new
declared
Navy.
war since when? When was
World War II.
Korea?
You have a penis?
Okay, so we're not in a right now. The United States is not in a fighting war with Russia.
Yes,
we
we
got to
are.
fill the non-penis
Yeah,
billets.
that's a pretty. That's
You
pretty.
have to cut it off,
You're
though.
calling an Ian on this one.
What's cut
Ian's
off
like,
later?
we didn't declare war, therefore we're not at war. It's like, okay, well, there's
Then he
U.S.
wants
Special
you,
Forces,
boy.
U.S. personnel, U.S. tanks, U.S. training, U.S. intelligence, and the Russians have outright declared we're at war with them.
The point that I'm making is the United
Taylor
States
still has his
being in
penis. I know
international
for sure.
waters
No, I
is
don't.
not
Actually,
an
I don't
act
know
of
for sure,
aggression.
actually.
That's just
Sorry.
not.
Except unless it's in concert with everything that Tim just said, then it could be interpreted differently. It's not like this is a peacetime mission and we're
Anything the
flying
U.S.
someplace
does,
else.
the Russians are going to say is an act of aggression. Anything the U.S. does because of the U.S. support.
We blew up their flagship.
We also blew up the Nord Stream. The Nord Stream pipeline. I'm not arguing that.
That was not us. I will tell you right now, and here's why. A buddy of mine said it. If it was U.S. Navy SEALs, there'd be a movie, a book tour, and hair gel endorsements. They'd be bragging about it. It wasn't us.
Only the California SEALs. The one from Virginia don't do that.
"Quote unquote" Ukrainian
Was he a
is
SEAL?
proxy for
Hold
CIA.
up. Why would he say it like that?
Maybe.
I'm not here to play games. Like the Yanukovych gets ousted from Ukraine, flees to Russia. The country is split between the pro-West and the pro-Russia, mostly pro-West. If Ukraine's doing anything, it is because the U.S. wants it to happen. So sure, we can say, well, that was Ukrainians who blew it up. We just equipped them and gave them the bombs.
Yeah, well, we gave him $100 billion, and Zelensky hired whoever he wants. All right, I want to make a crazy idea here. Why don't we push for peace? Why can't we declare that Putin's already lost? Putin lost the war when his expeditionary military got wiped out during the initial invasion when he could not take over Ukraine. He got all his new toys broken and destroyed. He's no longer a threat to anyone in Europe. He couldn't invade Liechtenstein at this point.
That's actually a pretty hard place to invade.
I've been there. It's a hard place to get fed. There's only like 3 restaurants.
It's a very small place surrounded by many countries.
That's supposed to be the reason that we have to keep pushing against Putin is because what if he decides to go west and take over Europe?
That's a lie.
He can't. Right.
The issue is that, Putin may be having a hard time.
Why are we giving Ukraine so much fucking money?
Unable to stop him.
No, we're not unable to stop him. We're not able to stop Zelensky because we keep telling him not to go ahead and make peace. Right now, the U.S. needs to say, cut off the money, no more toys. The end state of this, and I said this a year ago, is Putin keeps the Donbass and Crimea, and Zelensky gets a promise from us if he crosses a border again, it's a NATO issue.
Why do you think we're not pushing
we should have declared a no-fly zone before this even started.
I think we're not because it's a proxy war where we're pushing back against Putin, not against Russia. Mm-hmm. And it's a situation where they don't want to look soft. They know they're soft in every other place, and they're pushing extra hard in Ukraine, and it became an emotional issue because it's the left we're dealing with.
I'm drunk
They're
right
not dealing with strategic geopolitical issues. They're dealing with emotional issues. That's why it's Slava Ukraini, and everybody's got a flag. It's not about strategic issues.
So unless something happens to Putin, there's no reason for modern America to push for peace. They'll continue funneling money to Ukraine.
Which is insanity, because at some point, here's the thing, Vlad is not going to take an L on this. All right, is he going to be the one Russian tyrant who goes down losing to his neighbor? Nope. Ain't happening. I think he's going to go down as Vlad the Vicious, the guy who clacked off a battlefield nuke before he takes a loss from the frickin' Ukrainians.
Yep. Completely agree. And people seem to think that nuclear war means Russia launches an ICBM that flies over the world and lands in Washington, D.C. They're going to be very confused when a small yield nuclear device is detonated on the battlefield and not in a city. And then they go, how come nobody's firing nukes at each other now?
How come that nuclear power plant got a little hot? Oh,
that's right.
Gee, that's accidental. There's a ton of things he can do.
And
all he's got to do is escalate one notch up. And then we're not going to retaliate. We are not going to up that ante. So, and he's not going down like a punk. Time to make peace.
What's up, guys?
Yep. Yeah, well, the West doesn't want it.
Still here,
I disconcur with them.
Yep. That's the thing. The Trumpian view is stop the BS, build up our borders, mind our own effing business, build up our economy, live a good American life.
Who ever thought they'd be looking back at a day when Trump was not chaos? I lived through it. I supported him. We helped them a lot. We did a lot for the Trump administration. And it felt like chaos and like everything was going to explode every day. And now I look back on that with nostalgia. Those were the peaceful, calm, prosperous times. Wow. That's a lot of destruction in, 3 years?
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Well, so what do you think? Do you think this this jet clipping thing is going to result in escalation? I think the U.S. needs the incentive. They need some kind of casus belli, so they will use this to some degree.
I think that we're going to give Zelensky stuff he's got no business having.
That's too strong,
So all
man.
the things we haven't been giving him fighters. He may get F-16s. They're already giving him guided JDAMs now. He's got the glider JDAMs, and what they want to do at some level, the game is you got to break the Russian. We got World War I. On the border in Donbass now. We've got trench lines.
Trenches.
Have y'all
We've
ever
got
tried
actually
this
people
one?
opining about, the thing to
Jack
do in an
Daniel's
offensive operation like this. I'm like,
single
shut
barrel
up, dude. You watched a movie. You watched 1917 and All Quiet on the Western Front, and you think you know what you're talking about. Shut up. They need to break that, and they want to push
straight out of the barrel into the
Putin
bottle.
back across the border, and we're going to give Zelensky what he needs to break that Russian trench line, and that's when Vlad is the most dangerous person on the planet.
Yeah, I don't see a circumstance in which Vladimir Putin walks away for any reason.
There's no real reason for him to.
Y'all ever had this?
Yeah, I think it ends with the nuke.
Ivan the Terrible, Vlad the Vicious.
Vlad the Vicious.
My wife, Samantha, Russian studies major, gave that to me.
Yep. So what do you think? Nuclear artillery on the battlefield?
I would think probably chemical weapons.
What about bioweapons?
Bioweapons can get out of control. Nobody wants to mess with that, not even him. Chemical weapons, they have a
No one's
shelf
answering
life,
me, so I had to do that.
Killing time, you can contain it at some level. Same with a low level nuke.
Yeah.
The difference is if you use chem weapons, okay, well, Saddam did that. Other people have done that. So it's not as big a thing as a nuke. But wouldn't Vlad like to be the guy who put Russia on a par with the United States as the only people to use nuclear weapons, the only country to use nuclear weapons in a war? That'll get you in the history book.
But he needs a casus belli.
Hey, which might be US F-16s flying out of a NATO country.
Yeah, they already sank the Russian flagship, so perhaps he doesn't in the way we would see it. Vladimir Putin is the kind of guy who can just say he's going to do it, whereas in the United States, you need some justification for the public. He doesn't. No. He's already got it with the sinking of the flagship. He's going to say the United States is in active war against us. We cannot lose this.
You want to go to the International Criminal Court and say we're not? You want to say that what we're doing does not constitute war on Russia? It's horrifying how far we've been willing to go.
Isn't that the craziest thing, though? International Criminal Court, war crimes.
Right.
So the only way war crimes can be enforced is if the enforcer wins the war.
Yep.
Yeah.
If Russia is like, we don't think it's a war crime, and they're like, well, it is, they say, okay, and then Russia wins, take no war crime there.
There you go. That's the sad
We have
thing.
to
War
go to
crimes,
war with
I would
them
disagree
to
that there
enforce
are
a
or
war
are not war
crime.
crimes. There are crimes during war.
That's how I see it.
Okay? And there should be some recourse to them. One of my first deployments, we were training Philippine police constabulary. It's like a paramilitary unit. And we asked them, how do you conduct a raid to scarf up terrorists? And they said, well, we sight in the machine guns and we rake the buildings with fire and we go in and count the bodies and issue a press release. And I'm like, and here I am, special forces guy, supposed to be I'm like, well, that's one way to do it. That's a technique.
Wait, is he a SEAL?
And I had to go, what if you don't kill everybody and you maybe keep one guy alive to torture? Literally, I had to
Who's the
convince them. I had
fucking-
to walk them back step by step. Maybe not torture, maybe just but literally that was the
Sometimes you gotta
mindset.
do that.
Right?
And then ultimately you end with question,
The adults
so
are
we can get
leaving.
more
Time for the
intelligence,
kids to
and then
go.
eventually it's arrest them and put them in a box.
And we never got there. But we at least backed them off, kill everybody.
Keep one guy. That's right.
Army Special Forces.
Oh man, war is
That's who
brutal,
he
huh?
is.
Here we are laughing about it. It's kind of messed up.
Special Forces.
Let's,
You know why you're laughing about it? Because you're not a
pick
veteran,
I'm
asshole.
gonna pick
Fuck
another,
you.
nightmarish topic for us to harp on.
Are you
The other
okay?
guy
I'm
is.
worried
He's
about
just
you.
Here's well, we're laughing, right?
drunk
Here's
with
a story from the Daily
publicity
Mail.
right now.
ChatGPT 2.0. Creator of AI bot that took world by storm launches even more powerful version called GPT-4 and admits it's so advanced it could, quote, harm society.
That's good marketing.
Who is
That's
this
really
person?
good marketing. Is this what, like, you know, when I was little, I was always wondering where the mad scientists were, because I'd watch these cartoons and there'd be a guy being like, "I'm going to build a laser to melt the ice caps and flood."
Fuck Tim. What's he gonna do about it? Strike me? I'm a rooster illusion. I don't exist, dude. Fuck out of here.
Look at this guy, guys. Look at that guy.
Just making sure the balls were tucked in.
Fucking, that's the second day in a row Tim has laughed about war. Ian actually brought it up yesterday. And Tim was like, "Oh no, you got me wrong. You got me wrong. It ain't like that. We just laughed about war again." And then commented about it because he's like, "Oh shit, I did it again." That's what I thought about that one. They want the shit to happen. Because they got all the guns, they got all the land, they got the chickens, they're ready. They want to put it all to use now. They want to be like, "Told you so, we got the chickens." Fucking asshole. It might be why Ian's not there today. He needed to take a little break off of the... He can see it. I can see it. I've done mushrooms, I've done DMT, I've done more psychedelics than he probably has. But it makes it so that I'm more in line with his thought pattern than I am Tim's, dude. I catch it all the time. He's just a spastic, so he pisses me off a lot. Probably because we're a lot alike. The people that are like you piss you off, by the way. Just saying, you know. If they do the things that you don't like that you do, specifically.
Trying to block people from entering out here.
I know something, but not much. I don't like this whiskey. It could be the barrel though. It could actually, because it's single barrel, this came from one barrel, so I'm gonna need to actually get this one more time at least out of another like barrel. So I'm gonna hold on to this one. I'm not gonna be drinking. I'm gonna put it up and wait till I can find a different barrel of it and then do a side by side of them. Dude, I've heard good things about these though, man. So anyway, I might have just got a bad barrel. I also would like to see if another barrel makes any kind of difference. But I'll have to put this one away. If you probably want to know how much this was, because it probably sounds like it's really expensive. It was like $70. Okay. I'm sorry. I really got to get off those subreddits. I've actually made it so I'm not going to be seeing as much alcohol subreddit stuff. I've turned it off because I'm like, it makes me think about it more than I would like. But I've been seeing this one a lot on there lately. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go down to the Bevmo and see what they got. And they ended up having one of these on the shelf. So I'm like, I said, fuck it, dude. Because they're kind of hard to get, I guess. Depending on where you live. Like, if this were in Kentucky, it probably wouldn't have been on the shelf. Tennessee or the South where they can't smoke weed, it probably wouldn't have been on the shelf. Or it would have been more expensive. It's an experience, but I tell you what, it's getting me drunk, dude. It's really strong. 66.45% is slapping a motherfucker right now. Protest? I don't know, man. He didn't put it in the title. Wait, let me check something. Let me see if he put it. Let me see if he put it into one of the other titles from earlier today. Fascists trying to shut down free speech. That's how he titled it. Whatever that is. Fascists trying to shut down free speech at UC Davis for. There must be someone speaking at UC Davis that these people are pissed off about. I can't ask. Go to Oreo and ask, dude. Here's the link. Ask him what the protest is about, man. Somebody will answer probably. I'm banned, dude. I can't ask, probably. I'm public enemy number one to him for fucking some reason because I didn't agree with people's convoy. Fuck, man. People's convoy was a scam, though. We all saw that. It really bothers me that the gays took the umbrella, like took the rainbow like that. You see it on that umbrella? So I see that, I instantly think, is that person gay? They're a gay, they're fighting for the gays, or I can't just think how beautiful a rainbow is anymore. They took that from us. They took that from us. Our youth grow up seeing rainbows and thinking homosexual. When I was a kid, that wasn't what we thought when we saw rainbows. It was just like color spectrum, you know? It wasn't gayness when we saw that. They are teaching them that is gay now. That is men loving men and women loving women sexually, specifically. This shit's crazy. It's so fucking crazy. I want the rainbow back and the swastika back. Hitler took the fucking swastika from everybody.
How do you feel about that?
Groups just take shit and they use it. They took the rainbow and they used it for their profit.
Throwing things.
A symbol of love. It's a symbol of purity, and it's like oneness, and they took that. They're the rainbow, really? No. Well, they have a ticket. Would somebody go over in there and ask them what this is about, what the tickets are for at UC Davis? UC Davis's events tonight. They don't have any. It's on the 15th. No events, UC Davis. I don't know. Davis calendar. What we got? Nothing. Well-being Meow Meow. Cabaret Diva Meow Meow. 7:30 p.m. After now. Is that it?
I don't know if it's
'They're up there vandalizing.
Jackson Hall is where this one Mau thing is at. Looks like a...
They're up there vandalizing the building right now.
I don't know. Somebody go ask what's going on, please.
Yeah, that is nuts.
Brody, why isn't anybody listening to me?
Right in front of the...
Am I nobody? Am I nobody to everybody? Am I the only one? Hey, fuck out of here.
So you got, this is the, MIB is the private security team here. You got...
It's too strong, man. 60 something is too strong. I think the people at that subreddit just like really strong alcohol at this point. Holy shit. Oh, they put a tranny flag up. That's cute. How's your day? All right, Bubba. Oh, I got on some of this, man. So it's gotten kind of weird. You had this one?
So they're going to engage the subject at spray painting, except according to what's on the radio.
That's crazy, huh? Did they go up there?
They're going to.
Steps off the
There you go. They got all kind of officers over there that's chasing that guy that was spray painting. Well, at least
you're not answering,
much
man.
better than downtown
You haven't had this one or what? I'm not really a Jack fan, dude. I don't even know if I like this one. But it's a barrel-proof,
because the police are actually
single barrel. So they just dumped it straight out of the barrel into the bottles, pretty much. And so I know each barrel will taste different, or a little bit different. I don't know if I got a good one or a bad one, honestly. Drunk already though, off for less than 2 shots. I'm pretty heavily buzzed. I can concentrate.
The cops, they're gonna engage. We'll get them engaging.
I gotta slow down. Well, man, if you wanna not have to drink much of your supply, this is one of the ones that you can do that with for sure. I even watered it down. Lots of flavor. You like bourbon. Oh, it means it's not bourbon though, it's Tennessee whiskey. I'm from Tennessee, so I had to.
Please come over here. How you doing, officer?
I had to have something in the collection from Tennessee. Peacock. Dude, we had some peacocks in my yard. That's what they sound like. Early morning, they be sounding like that. They fall out of the trees too, man. They try to roost up in the trees, and they're super, like, big, dude. So they fall out of them while they're sleeping sometimes. You hear the branches breaking and shit. Peacock. It's a trip, man. Like, you can have a whole gang of peacocks in your yard, and they just be living there and shit. If you live in the right area,
how far?
Come back every year. I don't know if they even left.
Oh yeah, no, we're recording. He's with me. He's with me. Yeah, he's good. He's a white supremacist if he takes it all down.
I can't remember if the thing is migrated or not. Can they walk there? You guys migrate by foot. I'm looking it up, dude.
So they've done more here than they've already done in Sacramento, which isn't a lot. But as you can see, all the taggings up there.
No, they're not migratory birds.
Right there, they did that right in front
they
of the
survived
police.
the winter, though.
They did that right in front of the police, and they engaged that person. I don't know if they were arrested or detained or what.
They don't migrate. Well, they can survive in Tennessee. I don't know what they're there for, y'all. If you want to know, you got to go to Oreo and ask him, because I would like to know. Should I go ask him?
This guy's really upset because one of the Patriot groups is attending this rally, and he's seen them walking up, and so he's a little upset.
Are you drinking, Bubba?
I guarantee you there's maybe 3 students in that whole crowd, guys. That's not their university. It's taxpayers, actually. Especially after what Biden does and all this bailout for student loan when the rest of us paid our college education off.
Oreo is college educated.
Another day at the office.
Juicy cheeser, not tonight.
This is why I couldn't be an officer, guys. The patience and the resistance.
Is it only one or the other?
Communist lawyers get it. Communist lawyers get it. They're throwing eggs. Boom. Here it comes. They're throwing stuff. Here comes some more.
The umbrellas when they toss the eggs.
Yeah, you know, with the cost of eggs, you'd think they would have went to something else, guys.
I just know I want to respect your space.
Oh, you went back to school. Oh.
Yeah, stop wasting eggs, guys. They cost like $10 a dozen.
I didn't plan on drinking today, man, but they had this whiskey there.
Rhonda, praying a hedge of protection, Oreo. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you for all the super chats. At the end of this, I will go live if anybody donated on givesendgo.com/Oreo. I will give you guys a shout out. Thank you so much for you guys' donations. Being one of the few that come to the front line and document this anymore.
Rare, but
mainstream media won't show you.
You can't find this everywhere. They only got 3 of them. I only got 1. These were bottled in November of last year, so it's like...
They're frozen. Is that a frozen egg?
Check it
Is that
out.
a frozen egg? It didn't break. Easter's coming.
You know you want to do this quick.
Lorraine, how are you? Thank you for putting yourself on the front line to show the truth. God bless you, Lorraine. Thank you.
So I didn't put the thing up.
They're gonna let them crowd this way. Watch.
Yeah.
Watch.
That's not the right thing.
There it goes.
You understand what you're saying? Now the umbrella boys come in. You understand?
There goes the cops.
I'm telling you guys how to now crowd. They don't understand. You need to have an order come and teach us to tell you what's going down. Come right there.
So if I get hit, I know what it takes to defend myself. Yes? Yes? You're not going to arrest me if I get hit and I'm fucking whooping.
Maybe they have another. They just gave up their post.
Man, I was going to protest before Oreo was even thinking about doing anything like this.
Yep.
And And I got proof of it on YouTube, so with that shit. I'm not living vicariously through him, dude. I don't want to be there at all. I could be at these things if I wanted to. I don't want to. You're living vicariously through me right now.
Oh, they know something we don't. They're walking off that way. So the police are walking that way.
Protest because they hadn't pissed me off yet, dude, until they started lying.
Oh, absolutely, a protected
protest? Are you kidding me? Did you see what that was that day? No one was protesting. It was like a fucking carnival. I'm gonna be the only dude. Come on, man. What do I rah-rah-ree? Like, what am I gonna do, dude? Dude, when I wasn't pissed off at them until they lied about the gunshot, then I knew for sure they were all fucked up. They lied about what happened before Portland, before going through Oregon. Right as they were going through Oregon. I didn't have a problem with them until then, really. The whole Carl video is bullshit, dude. I mean, I even said, like, I was thinking about following them, dude. I had all my gear. I had a live view ready to go. I had a bag that I had bought for Simon. I had a bunch of stuff ready to follow these people. I didn't want to make too many waves because I wanted to be able to be in the back watching them because I still didn't trust them, but I wanted to see what was going on. I forget whatever the fuck happened, and it ended up I didn't want to fucking follow them anymore. Let them do their thing because it didn't feel right, dude, and it probably wouldn't have been right. That's what happened, dude. I had both of these were turned on with 5G, ready to go. The live view with him. I was ready, but it didn't feel right.
I wonder if they know.
I even went out to that casino they were at, and I kicked it there for a second. That didn't feel right, dude. The vibe didn't. I vibe checked it just from being there, and I was like, yeah, nope. I've streamed outside before, and them motherfuckers, I didn't want to be around them like that. I didn't want to get doxxed. I didn't want them to see my license plate. None of that, because they would have taken that shit and ran with it. I had to get out of there ASAP.
Nah, I had to purchase some new stuff. No, I only have. Oh, that was you. Okay, cool. Right on. Appreciate you.
They'll dox some motherfucker. That's why I didn't risk that shit.
Oh, no, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I couldn't do it, you know?
They saw my plates.
Looks like the cops are starting
to do something with that info.
Move up right here. They have a line.
Ain't worth it. Because they're just as bad as the other side.
Did you get some video of them spraying the wall?
Just because it didn't scare you away doesn't matter to me. That's like when Attila on IB2 is like, dox yourself unless you're a pussy, because he had doxed himself the week before. Fuck you, man. You know what I'm saying? Some bullshit with that shit. Dox yourself because I doxed myself. You shouldn't care about it. Get on out there, boy. Slap me on the ass and shit. Fuck off, asshole.
Look at that.
Look at this is the kind of shit that they bring. I've already taken 5 wooden rods and now this fucking serrated umbrella handle.
And that was fucking 3.5 years ago with the Attila shit. None of y'all were even there for that.
He was down in Sacramento on Friday. He
was
also
all
got assaulted on Friday.
So they've been calling me out by name.
Yeah, I know. I heard him.
Golden Coin might have been there for that.
Thank you for being one of the few that'll be out here, though.
He about one of the only ones, though. Maybe Rizzle.
Look at all these officers they have over here. Sorry about the sun in the background. Yeah, you can find
Yo, Tim, T, that's
he works for Frontline with Drew
Dang it,
Hernandez.
Tracy,
Guys.
how you
Frontline with Drew
doing?
Hernandez.
You fuck with me with your name changes, y'all doing that. I remember you though. Wait, you're Tracy, right? Okay.
So they're having them march down that way. Maybe that's where the police were going. I don't know.
Might not be Tracy.
I hope they have some police in other places where they're marching to, because you know these people love
Yo, we're done, sir.
Assaulting people, and especially the people that can't protect themselves. CBS 13, you gonna be real today or fake?
It's boring, bro.
Just ask that reporter right there if he's gonna be on.
I've been protesting them. Protesting who, dude? Neutered.
No, they're coming back up this way. It looks like some of them.
Are you trying to write poetry right now with your words? Because they suck. Your poetry sucks.
You didn't get hit, did you? I try to catch them. They're pretty pricey. It's like throwing gold these days. Yeah, 414 likes on YouTube. Smash that like button. So they're getting their umbrellas over here on the left side. They're regrouping right now.
I don't give a shit. Like it, don't like it. Press your buttons, dude. If you want to press them, dude.
That's what all the umbrellas are for. They're regrouping
you
right
lazy
now.
shit. Dude, just sit there and be lazy. Don't press shit. That's cool.
They want to get this shut down as their ultimate goal. There's a lot of officers that way.
I protested him, bro. It's hilarious to me. Because you already know. I hope he's not here anymore. But you already know. Like, I protested the KKK when I was a kid. I was on the news for it. And it's on YouTube. And
here they come.
Him protesting some hillbillies is hilarious to me. I protested KKK in Memphis on the black side, and I was surrounded by black people, and any one of them could have been like, "Look at this honky!" Bop! And he's talking about how brave he is for protesting some hillbillies in West Virginia or whatever, West, where the fuck ever he was, dude. Hillbillyville. I don't give a shit, dude. It's not impressive to me. You're a bitch. I think you're a punk bitch, and I'd box you any day. Are you still here, asshole? Are you still here? Come to Long Beach and box a motherfucker. You think I'm a bitch? You think I'm a bitch? Come box me.
You're gonna line here
Come on vacation. I'll set it up at the club down the street. Pine Street. There's a boxing club. Give me a reason to work out. You want one of this. Call me fucking punk. You're acting like I'm a punk. I will fuck you up, boy. I really think you are a boy, too. I wish you would come out here. I've been waiting on someone who thinks they're a streamer to come out here and box me. I'll sanction it. I'll get it sanctioned up. Some in and out? No, I want to box you, dude. I've been looking for a streamer to box. I want to have somebody. I got reach, though. And I will bust my ass working out before you get here, just so you know. I'm ready. I'm ready. Give me a reason to... And I've been trying to make this happen for years. With multiple people, and you could be the one, man. I'm like, I'm a punk.
I got his face too. That motherfucker.
We got a gym on Pine Street that's got a boxing ring in it, and I'm sure I could talk to the owner there. Like, yo, shut this thing down for a night and do something here. I'm gonna confront them. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you, asshole. What the fuck are you talking about right now, punk? You are such a punk bitch that you keep bringing up other people. I'm talking to you right now, pussy. Talking to you. I had no fight with them at the time. I still don't have a fight with them, but right now you're coming up in here disrespecting me. They've never done that. There's that. See, I don't ban them. I don't ban Oreo and Joe. They don't come in here disrespecting me either, though. You wilding out right now, but you ain't willing to back it up. Internet punk. That's what you are. If any of these Joe or Oreo, if any names called me to step up to the plate, best believe I'd be like, okay, give me some time. Let's do this. I ain't trying to do that. I ain't one to fuck with, dude. I'm a scary dude. People don't fuck with me in public. They just don't. Not unless they got a weapon.
This guy has a shirt on that says, I identify as non-binary.
Feelings are not hurt, dude. My feelings are hurt. No, your feelings are hurt. I think that's you projecting. Feelings ain't hurt at all. I'm chilling, dude. It's my house.
So this was originally the entrance. I
somewhat the day People's Convoy, somewhat that day in LA, my feelings were hurt. I will give it that, because no one seemed to want to give a shit. I was kind of like, well, damn, I guess I'm nobody in the stream world. These People Convoy fucks, and that got me a little jaded. But I didn't hate them until they started lying to people about what really happened that day. Then I actually didn't want anything to do with them, and I was like, fuck you guys.
If they're
that was after the Carl video. That's some bullshit. It's funny though. That's why I let him keep it. It amuses me.
I'm gonna go show them this over here really quick.
Hey, I do too for the most part, Tony.
Really quick, I'll show you.
Why aren't you? Are your words showing up on the
screen? They did arrest this person. According to Kaylin, I'm not gonna go up too far. Maybe I will. It's pretty muddy. It's been raining a lot here in California.
It's California, man. They're UC. Oh shit! I thought I had it on the screen.
Vandalism, the graffiti they did.
Okay.
Hey, you gotta get that.
Who you guys with?
I'm with ABC 10.
ABC 10? I don't watch normal news anymore. I only watch live streams. They're not letting anybody in at this point. Okay, they just started letting people in. Not gonna get behind the officers. Let them do their jobs.
I don't know where I put it.
You guys are pretty quick.
I gotta write it. Telescopes. That's good. Hey, yeah, we should do that. We should help him with that.
Telescope Sobriety Fund.
Catman T coming through with a 20 bomb. Put 20 bomb. Horns necessary.
Is out here.
Very comfortable.
They're protesting.
So being here, I thought you were going to sleep, man, or taking off. You good? Your
Charlie
chores are all
Kirk is
done,
here right
man?
now, and this is their protest against that.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you to the mods keeping the chat clean. Appreciate you.
Dude, I did a lot. What are you talking? Dude, bro, I could have done something. I did something from home. There was no one else doing what I was doing on YouTube. No one else was brave enough to do it, and they were taking me down left and right. But I had so many channels that they didn't know what to fucking do. Then we went to Twitch with it. No one else was doing it. Not like that. And they hated me for it. That, you don't think that was something? And then all them fucking other people all of a sudden started popping up and shit. But there was, fuck you, man. I was following them everywhere they went, dude, from the beginning. Nobody else was doing that on YouTube. Not like I was. Fry was doing it, but he wasn't talking shit. He was patting them on the back the whole fucking time. I was talking shit ever since like the third day or something, and I got proof of it. I made the thumbnail that had a bunch of hillbilly shit on it because I saw they were full of shit. I didn't have to be there to be doing something. That's the misconception you have, my man. I was doing something.
638. 638.
I was doing more than fucking any of you BTM fucks were because I had a face here. My face was here, dude. Y'all weren't willing to do that, most of you. So there's that too. Nobody else had their face on it talking shit about them except for the gamer dude, but he wasn't doing lives 12 hours a day. I was waking up with them and going to sleep with the last one. I was waking up with the first one of them and going to sleep with the last one to go to sleep. I watched everything I could with them. And I clipped it, and I made thumbnails, and I made sound clips, and they hated all that. I made the emojis that were popping up everywhere. They hated it, dude. They like you fucking idiots, though, because you give them publicity. What I was doing, they were trying to extinguish. You see the difference? They like you. They like you, Telescope. You see the difference? You weren't doing shit. You were helping them, because if you weren't helping them, they wouldn't have liked you. You fucking idiot.
Not too far from where we were at on Friday.
Get a clue, dude. Stay off the
sharing, and
sauce.
subscribing. I appreciate you guys.
They let you into their domain and sat down with you and everything because they liked you. You weren't doing shit. You were helping them, dude. Nah. You got them more money. I didn't. I took the money from them. You saw it? The difference? People were donating the money to me, and that really pissed them off. I'm sorry. Thank you for the people that did that right there. You guys are angels. You're amazing. Actually, that was awesome. You helped out a lot, but I'm still in debt. But still, we're working on it. You helped out a lot. Love you guys. Cheers. Nobody was donating to the BTM idiots. That's what didn't matter to them at all. You didn't take away from their money at all. You helped their money because their viewers saw you and they felt sorry for the People's Convoy. They felt sorry for them for having to deal with your people, which were just immature kids. It's really not a big deal. They weren't dealing with shit, but they wanted to make it seem like they were dealing with more than they were, because guess what? That got them more donos and more meat. They like meat. I do too, though. You helped them. You're a tool, asshole. Idiot. Telescope the idiot. Tool. Telescope the tool.
You know they're not done yet. They haven't made noise, so they're probably going to start burning shit down. And the police will let them do it because the way the police look at these things now...
You didn't end shit. They ended because they ran out of money, not because you got them to run out of money. You didn't do shit, Telescope. You sat in your basement in Hot Pockets most of the time. Ant was out there, and you're trying to take the laurels for his work. You ain't getting shit, dude. You're an idiot. You'll always be known as an idiot to me, and the rest of the dojo probably. Because that's what you are, Telescope. You're teledope to all of us.
I'm very proud of them.
The idiot.
Usually the police don't.
You don't really have anything but your BTM crew, and they're a bunch of idiots too. You didn't get them out of anywhere. Dude, you didn't do anything. You actually didn't do anything. They weren't doing anything in DC anyway. Nobody cared. Nobody gave a shit about them being in DC. I didn't. Why? Why do I give a shit? They're just sitting there looking like idiots. They weren't bothering anybody. They weren't doing. It was hilarious actually seeing them do nothing every day. Who gives a shit? They were even paying the meters.
That's amazing. There was no police presence though for people that were walking from their cars.
Yo, act like you did something for America or something. Good for you. You didn't even get the word out about them because I was getting the word out about them because I was rebroadcasting to more subs than any of y'all had. Y'all were just there. You were getting more out of it than you were putting in actually with the publicity. You never did more than me, dude. You're a child in this world. You're an infant in this world, actually. Dude, I've been doing this before WYSIWYG. I've been restreaming and going to protest before WYSIWYG had ever started doing this, dude. So I got the shot card thing. That was just one thing, but... Of course, everybody's... You haven't done shit, though, dude. Just knock it off.
Shot my fucking car, dude. God damn it.
You're a fucking infant streamer, acting like you're somebody special. You're not.
So that guy just walked up and told that lady, "Are you hanging back?" And he goes, "Why?"
Annoying.
Because we're gonna
annoying though. I give you that. Most of you BTMers are. It's a common thing with you. I think it's what they strive for. The more annoying, the better.
Is it yours? Just hold it. Just hold it. We might need to use it.
I never said I was better than Wizzy. I said I was streaming longer than Wizzy. I remember when he first met. God, what was her name, dude? Now I forget her name. I just brain farted on her. He was driving her around town. It was. God dang it, what was her name? I haven't seen her in forever, dude. Oh man, he was her chauffeur, dude. He wasn't even streaming yet.
So they're marching.
2020.
They're breaking glass, guys. It's coming over the radio. It's coming over the radio.
Let's go.
Katie, yes, you did dude spec. Yo, how you been, man? You lurking ass motherfucker.
So they're...
Katie, I was driving. Dude, that you already know. I was
They're all getting excited.
Right
Here
now.
goes the police.
Katie.
Let's go fast, guys.
Man, hope she's alright, dude. Where we had speculated that her and CJ were having a kid or something. Yo, dude, you're making me hungry.
What's the line right here? This is behind the scenes action, folks.
You've had 370 viewers. You've had 370. What is that? That doesn't matter to me, dude. What are you talking about right now? Dude. Anyway. I don't give a shit about how many people have been in one of your streams, man. That doesn't mean anything to me. That's laughable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they bust the windows here,
guys. That doesn't mean you're right for this.
To get... Look at the windows. They busted the windows.
I was on
This is what
IP2, dude.
fascists do, guys.
Anybody
This is
can
what
get viewers.
fascists do.
There's filth everywhere, and people like to look at it. I got off of that motherfucker though, because I wasn't right for that shit. I got pissed. I'll be right
I
back.
thought this was their school. They say it's their school, but they're terrorizing it. Here they go. They're going after more.
Let's just run at him.
This way.
Let's just run at him. Let's run at him.
Is it time for an unlawful assembly? You got pepper spray right now? So they just pepper sprayed those folks there.
I want you guys to not be behind me.
I'll go back. These guys.
Yeah. We're gonna assault him.
Yeah. So they got these folks here that were just walking out.
Hey, I need you folks to keep moving.
You know what? Maybe we can get up here. We can get up here. We get a better view over here, guys. That's what they pay us for. Let's go get a better view. Oh, somebody lost their little umbrella. They're chanting, all cops are bastards. So they're just pepper spraying people. This is what I mean. It's been a while since I've had a fun one like this, guys. The Communist Lawyers Guild is sitting right there in their green hats, but didn't take any. They're trying to block the walkway here so they can ensure folks can't get into the event. There's some people right there. I'll see if I can keep the camera on them. They think the entrance is right there. So if you guys weren't around just a minute ago, they busted out the windows over here on the back side of where the event's going on. If these are the folks that are against Charlie Kirk, you know Charlie Kirk is in the right here. They're moving officers. They're moving the officers right here, guys.
Oh wait, the officers are moving in. I gotta see this.
90% of the time they won't do nothing but just scoot up.
Just walk,
yeah, they allow these.
Dude, this one's way too strong, dude. I got a whiskey that's too strong.
Yeah. He is smart about it. He walked right back in the middle of the crowd.
We do this every night. We do this every night.
Where's that one at? I love abortion.
66.45, yeah. Because last night, Cat, too much last night. Hungry, he wants food now, but I have to wait till it to rehydrate. I guess that'd be news though, it's probably not good for me.
Police are making a line right here. They'll probably start throwing things again, folks.
This is the real shot right now.
Oh. They just threw something because they're all clapping. Hey, what's your pronoun?
Like, imagine when there's a Republican presidential candidate, how this is going to be crazy as shit all of a sudden.
They give these folks way too many chances. Okay, there they go. They're moving. They're not done, folks. They are far from done.
Boom.
So much intolerance. They really would do that. Because the way that it's that, like, they just stop and have another
focus this a little more. They're just not in rhythm. Thank you for anybody that's donated on Facebook with stars or super chats, or you went to givesendgo.com/Oreo. That is how we are funded. That is, your donation is how we continue to do this. So thank you. Angry.
No, I think we can go show you the window here. You can see the windows right there. They busted the windows in those doors.
We'll give you a close-up here in a minute. I want to catch this over and that's why they're bashing the windows and destroying the property.
Yeah, for real.
Wow. Your mother taught you no respect. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51 officers is what I count between that group there all the way across to over there. Trump's University. Trump's University. I know, I need to do that as well.
I got so much decent. I feel waiting for it, to be honest. But if it's actually 1 minute, you probably got it. I didn't say call you,
Hey, would you hold this right here for a minute?
I've been going to my building. I'm going to get some
About to get ripped, bitch. I'm sorry. Are you dancing too? I was in the kitchen dancing to it. A two-step. That's when I start twerking with it. I better be careful. Maxing out. You know what's funny? Telescope or whatever. He came in here thinking that I'm like anti-Oreo right now or something. I think. Like I'm supposed to be. Like I'm not. I'm actually not. And I wasn't before People's Convoy. So yeah. He doesn't know though. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's just we misaligned on the People's Convoy thing, and I saw he was getting over on people with that shit. It was some bullshit, that's all. And he started lying to people. Before that, I was cool with Oreo. I wasn't aligning perfectly with him, but I wasn't against him, so to speak. Oh, sorry about that. I will love you. And contrarily, I had actually been a member to his, I think a sub to his Twitch channel, a paying sub to his Twitch channel before that, before People's Convoy, years ago. Actually, right before People's Convoy, I think I unsubbed right as he was in all that.
All right, guys, I had to go get some pictures of the windows they broke. Did you see that guy get all crazy?
Yeah. He got all mad. He's just angry.
I said, do your job and get these cockroaches out of here.
Interesting.
You look like fools. You don't know what restaurant.
I don't know much about the guy. Oreo was the ambulance chaser? Oh, wait.
Sorry,
come on, Joe.
I didn't do anything on
First responder.
text. Let's see if this. Okay. So they're starting to move, guys. Starting to move, guys.
I don't know why Joe jumped on that
one.
one.
Destroy some stuff over there, and we will be there to cover that.
Convoy thing. I think he saw the popularity of the Canadian convoy.
These people don't know what the Klan is. They don't know what Nazis are.
He wanted to pop off with it.
They're going to go inside the building. They're going inside the building.
Which is why he went back out there when they got into D.C.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what are they going to do now? Look at, he don't know what to do. That's the guy right here. That's, I guess, commander right now.
I like how it faded away.
Yeah.
That was very good effect.
They want to get this shut down. They are fascist, folks. That's what fascist does. They don't allow people to have freedom of speech.
Like, one guy had his face shield spray painted. There's obvious breaking and entering down there. You know, I think the police have acted wonderfully, very thoroughly. Yeah, they're doing exactly their job. And I mean, fun fact about me, I hate to disagree with Charlie Kirk on a very personal level. We are a public institution under the First Amendment. He has every right to speak. And there's nothing like, if there were far right control of universities, I'd like my political beliefs to have the right to speak here.
So let's see if we can hear the radio right here and see what they're going to do next.
Everybody has a right to speak. Everyone has a right to speak. I mean, I strongly disagree with Charlie Kirk on a lot of almost everything that's come out of his mouth, actually. And I'm a competitive debater, so I can back up anything and everything I say, even if I'm debating about it. Yes, I was, about a week ago, I was the secretary of the president. Are you big? I was like, you should come back. Have you done spending
Thank you, MAGA Princess. You guys, MAGA Princess threw up, and I think the bot is putting up the ways you can donate on Give, Send, Go, guys. We are 100% viewer funded, trying to be everywhere. Yep, there's an insurrection at UC Davis right now. There's an insurrection.
Absolutely. I've just committed a coup in debate, so I impeached a president and a vice president, and I got myself elected unopposed. I offered every other board member a chance to run. That was it. They should. What is everybody calling my brain? Legally allowed to come over there. That is where their protest permit says they can be. No chance of it.
Yeah, they haven't done enough damage yet.
Because they said it will be back. They are going to walk that way around the building. Probably back to their spot, but also blocking their path. I guess they're going to wait for it. No, they're probably going to bring back from the start.
So the police aren't even allowing anybody. They still have the line. You can't even go in that direction right now. So they do have cops behind there on the ground floor. Okay, so let's see what they do now.
Wait, so no one can go in the Hey, if you'd like, you and I can go to Charlie Kirk's protest now. They're making all that rally. Here's the thing, right? I don't really care.
Hopefully we get out of here soon. How you doing, folks?
Yeah, I don't think they're done yet. Let's go check out the front, see if they're just going around. That's what they might be doing, going around.
I gotta let you go. I'm out here with you. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Mainstream media won't show you any of that, guys. They won't show you the windows. They'll downplay everything as always. But this domestic terrorist group going on public facilities and destroying taxpayer-funded buildings is exactly what they've done. These are Biden's people. Yeah, they didn't get their Hot Pockets and juice boxes.
Hot Pockets sounds good.
There's still people arriving to the rally over here, to the event. Probably don't have a clue what's going on. What? Oh, no, we were down there. Oh, yeah, you did. You did. They broke some windows. Yeah, Oreo Express. Yeah. They broke some windows when the cops came in and chased them all out, so there's some damage to the building. But other than that, they stood there and chanted at the police. They're probably walking back around right now. They went off that. They'll probably come back around. Yes.
They got that one, now that one.
The guy's seen some of the videos before. Oh, watch out. You're not.
I thought I was leaving for a minute.
So that's where the officers are going. The other side of the building now because they have free reign. There's no officers over there. Let's see, people just want to be home eating dinner with their families. That's all they want to do. Go home safely, guys. Go home safely. God bless them. So they're going downstairs. I don't know what's downstairs. I know. So they might just be going to call it quits or regroup. Yeah, they're going inside the southwest corner of the arena. Where'd they end up going?
Police?
No,
They're coming. No, they're coming. The protesters?
They're coming? All right, they're coming, guys. I wanted to go home. I wanted to go get some dinner right now. I thought it was over. They're coming. Look at, yeah, they got their National Communist Guild. Look at, oh, we gotta run. We gotta protect the commies.
What's this breaking thing?
Something 16. I couldn't read it. That was the vandalism they did right in front of everybody, but they did do more than Sacramento and the Highway Patrol at the Capitol. They actually arrested that person. Kaylin got a picture of him, so that'll be good. I'm sure Kaylin will post that. See if we can get over it.
Oh my God.
You guys made it by this month. And we're done.
I Oreo Express.
Oreo Express.
Yeah, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble.
Yeah, exactly.
UC Davis, just outside of Sacramento, California. Charlie Kirk with Turning Point USA is hosting an event. Antifa is here. They've came in some significant numbers, I would say. They're marching back around from what we understand. They've went and busted windows out of the doors on the other side of this. And so they're continuing their another day of rage. Yeah, we're gonna go. I'm gonna show these folks the windows if the police aren't guarding the windows.
Are y'all going to the Charlie Kirk thing?
No, we're just documenting. Yeah, they have their little people all around watching what's going on. Yeah, and thank you for so-and-so for issuing those copyrights on the restream. You know which one. Most of the good restreamers we don't mind, but the other ones they can lose.
Is he trying to take me down, dude? I'm with him on this shit. That'd be ridiculous right now, actually, dude.
You can hear him. You can hear him through this. See if I can zoom in right here. You can see those windows. I don't know how well you can see. Those are all busted out. I don't know if they did anything down there. Maybe this is a better angle. All those windows are busted out. And you can hear them marching on the other side.
Simon, get the fuck out of my way, dude, because you don't like your food. You're just gonna try to trip me up and shit. Fuck you. Fuck, man. It's annoying as shit sometimes. Who else would he be talking about trying to take down their stream? Is Anarchy Princess restreaming him in 144p?
So we've been live for 2 hours right now, guys. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing. If you want to contribute, you can donate. We cover this stuff all the time. We try to make it to as many events as possible. You can go to givesendgo.com/Oreo. You can do
Please, somebody get this guy some more equipment. His equipment's not good enough. It sucks, actually. Look at it. Either that or he doesn't know how to use it. Which is it? Fuck, man.
Super chats. I mean, they've done a decent job so far. I give them that. Better than Antifa's goal was to shut this down. They've shut down other events here.
Yo, look at this guy. American flag shirt. He's late, bro. That's what's happening inside.
We're going to talk about how important it is to speak and to be able to speak freely in this country. Free speech is a moral good for all people, and we're going to exercise that tonight in more ways than one. But I think a lot of the energy around tonight is because of a material falsehood that the Sacramento Bee first published, and which literally started from an internet rumor that is not just untrue, it is the opposite of the truth. And then unfortunately, the chancellor of this school repeated it in a video today, which is completely slanderous and defamatory. We're going to go into that. But first, I want to thank specifically the police here tonight that are helping make sure that this event, they really deserve a lot of thanks. They do. And that is a tough, tough job. I don't know if you saw, but they broke some windows, the terrorists did, outside to try to come in. People had things thrown at them. The whole place was spray painted, not just throughout the week, but also tonight. And the fact that this event is allowed to go on is a testament to the terrorists that we are not going to put up with force of trying to shut down people you don't like, and instead we are going to have a free society based on speech, based on dialogue, based on discourse, and tonight is a statement to them that they're the losers and that speech wins in America. That is what tonight is all about. Now, I have to do two things. First of which, I have to talk about this Sacramento Bee story. You guys fans of the Sacramento Bee around here? You know, it's just hard to believe who actually funds these papers, right? So this writer, who I don't know if she's a nice person or not, but she's a total liar, Hannah Holzer, it's hilarious. She says here, first she says, another fascist speaker is coming to UC Davis. How should the community respond? Opinion in the Sacramento Bee. So, fascist speaker, I don't know who she's talking about, because tonight you're going to see that anyone who disagrees with me tonight is not just allowed, but is encouraged to go ask a question. I would be the worst fascist in the history of government if you allow people that disagree with you to go to the front of the line and challenge you with an open mic. So I don't know who she's talking about. You know who the fascists are? The people outside using violence to try to shut us up. Those are the violent. Those are the fascists outside. So Hannah Holzer writes this for the Sacramento Bee. And this is, look, I get lied about all the time, and the result is death threats and violence and all that. I could deal with it. What bothers me, though, is every so often one of you have to be the recipient of this propaganda campaign. And you don't have a platform like I do. You don't have a podcast like I do to be able to punch back and actually set the record straight. They come after people that aren't as big or as strong as the newspapers are, and they try to crush you. And in fact, they do this to try to chill all your speech at your workplace, in your family, to try to make a public example of it. And they just flat out lie. So Hannah Holzer writes in the Sacramento Bee, she writes a lot of stuff, but one paragraph in particular. She says this: Kirk has called for the lynching of trans people. A comment, this is in the Sacramento Bee, a comment that is beneath contempt. That is a lie. I have never done that. I have never thought that. There is zero evidence of that. In fact, it originated by some Twitter account, by some trans activist that saw a segment of mine where I said, quote, in the 50s or 60s, we would not have put up with men going into female locker rooms. That was the quote. And by the way, it's totally true, because the district attorney would have arrested men going into female locker rooms for being a pervert. And I said that. She says Charlie Kirk is calling for the lynching of trans people. I've never said it. I've never alluded to it. In fact, I've always been clear about peaceful activism. But instead, the Sacramento Bee writes this. The Sacramento Bee publishes this. And if they could do it to me, they're going to do it to all of you. They're going to do this to every single good, God-loving patriot in this country to try to smear you and slander you. Frankly, as a UCD alum, I have little confidence in the ability of UCD to keep the peace. Is that a threat? Apparently it is. So they lie about me, and then they're surprised, like, oh, I don't know why there's all this violence happening everywhere. It's just people can't control themselves. How about you stop lying about the speaker that's coming on your college campus, Sacramento Bee? How about you stop smearing people just because you disagree with them? She continues by reflecting on, she says, my overwhelming inclination is to demand UC Davis to get ahead of the situation and uninvite Kirk. But there's no legal basis for doing so. Praise God for our founding fathers that we have a First Amendment in this country, that people like Hannah Holzer aren't in charge. She continues to say that, unfortunately, Charlie Kirk has a right to speak, and the Davis community has a right to show him he's not welcome. So again, I've never, ever, ever said anything to even allude to the violence against trans people or any people. In fact, I do over 1,000 hours of radio every single year. I give public speeches where everything I say is filmed. Find one sentence where I've ever advocated for anything violent. You won't find it. If it was there, they would have led with it, and that's the tell. She doesn't even cite her source. She just makes it up. But these lies are not innocent. Here's what ends up happening. So then the chancellor of your school ends up doing a video saying the exact same lie. Watch this video of the chancellor of this university parroting this material falsehood about something I did not say. I didn't get close to saying, watch this video of Gary May.
Many of you have reached out to me and others regarding tonight's event organized by the registered student organization Turning Point USA, or TPUSA, at UC Davis. Thank you for sharing your distress at a student group hosting a speaker who is a well-documented proponent of misinformation and hate, and who has advocated for violence against transgender individuals.
That is a lie.
Under UC policy, campuses may not prohibit student organizations such as TPUSA from inviting these speakers, even if the speaker's intended speech is loathsome and hurtful to me and to others in our campus community. With respect to concerns related to violence, UC policy permits denial of requests if the speaker will present a clear and present danger to the campus.
That's
Our
a threat
council
towards
also
me, by
notes
the
that
way.
there's a similarly heavy burden for criminal prosecution for incitement of violence. Please be assured that we are monitoring the event closely to determine if a threat or incitement develops that meets that threshold. We can't control how these groups operate, but we can work together to neutralize and negate their influence. So having to speak to an empty room would make a powerful statement.
Looks like the room is not so empty, Gary May. Sorry, you failed miserably. Having to speak to an empty room. No, actually, the room is rather well attended, thank you. And I want to focus, so not only did he lie about me, but then he also said, well, you know, it would be something if the room isn't filled, saying that he actually has a bias towards what he wants to have happen tonight. But here's what I want to just emphasize the most. This is not some sort of deranged professor. This is someone in a leadership position earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year that has a duty to you, the students. And here's my question for Gary May. Will he condemn the fact that windows were broken tonight and that people have been arrested for their violence? Because he's so worried about violence, and then he repeats and parrots the lie. Our country is broken right now, and it's broken largely in part because you have people in leadership positions that are more worried about stoking the sensitivities and feelings of Antifa outside than actually a commitment to the truth. Do you know what he should have said? I don't care that it really doesn't bother me that he doesn't like my views. I don't exactly go out of my way to try to win the opinions of chancellors of California universities. Not exactly why I do what I do, right? Instead, he could have said, you know what? Charlie Kirk has views I don't share. But also it's important that those of you know that there's a lie being spread about Charlie Kirk, that he is saying that there should be violence against trans people. Instead, he's inciting it. He wants to talk about incitement of violence. That right there is an incitement of violence. And they're just, oh, well, you know, we're going to be watching this speech very closely. I hope you watch this speech closely. You know what you'll find? You'll find that the disagreements, again, go to the front of the line. You'll find a call for peace and harmony to try to be able to remedy our differences and divisions in America through dialogue and discourse. Because America can go one of two ways. We can go a totalitarian way, where we go back to street mob justice, or we could stay on the path that our founding fathers set before us, where if we have differences, we have debate, we have dialogue, we're able to actually figure out if we have anything in common at all. Speech is a massive moral advancement. We are the speaking beings, and that's why the founding fathers put the First Amendment right front and center. The ability to challenge your government, the ability to speak, the ability to petition your government for rights and redresses and grievances. And leaders have a moral obligation to tell the truth, and they also have an obligation, if you're in charge of a school, why don't you lead your students towards virtuous action, not try to put them away in a direction that is altogether against the values that made America the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. So I didn't actually, a week ago you said, oh, Charlie, what are you going to speak about here? I don't know. But isn't this an example of how derailed our country is? Where I'm coming to a college campus where we need 100 police officers and SWAT teams to prevent from the breaking in of windows. Some of you sent me messages, Charlie, I'm fearful for my safety to come here tonight. And that's exactly what they want. They want to try to intimidate you. They want to try to make you cower in fear. This is exactly why they've been doing this in every single fashion. They do it in the streets. They're trying to do it in the banking system. They're trying to do this on social media. And guess what? If they didn't fear our ideas, they would not have to act like gangsters. They know that our ideas are popular. And here, what are we doing tonight? 90 minutes? The professors at this school get 4 years of uninterrupted indoctrination. I ask for 90 minutes. That's how you know what we're about to share tonight probably has a lot of truth in it. That 90 minutes of truth can derail and in fact reverse 4 years of indoctrination at the University of California, Davis. So I want to get to some questions, but I do want to just reiterate and thank, and I meant to do this, our Turning Point USA students. These are the heroes, everybody. What they go through on a daily basis is unbelievable. They deserve so much credit. Their personal information gets doxxed. Their private information gets made public. They are the recipient of threats, physical intimidation, and they're doing it as a way to try to chill speech and try to chill conservative activism. I am inspired by how many young people know the cost. They know how hard it is to put on an event like this. They know what they're going to have to encounter, and they do it anyway. And they say, you know what? My country is worth it. You know, my grandfather stormed Normandy Beach. I'm going to host Charlie Kirk on campus. Not exactly the same thing. It's a lot different. This is a lot easier, right? But it goes to show that the very same totalitarianism that so many of you have always been afraid that come to our shores, it's here now. The very same totalitarianism of street justice, of intimidation, of having to deploy, look at this, a barricade. I don't want to be this far away from you guys. I'd rather be right up there. As if, this is some sort of, massive UFC fight or something, and someone's it's some sort of wrestling ring. But here's the other thing. Somebody said, well, Charlie, why do you want to go to UC Davis so bad? Well, first of all, our beautiful chapter invited us, and I wanted to honor that. Number two, I hope to be able to have disagreement about the consensus ideas that are prevailing these college campuses. I want to talk about, why critical theory is an awful and bad idea. I want to talk about how wokeism is a mind virus destroying our country. I want to talk about how there are two genders, period. I want to talk about how the Constitution is the greatest political document ever written. I want to talk about how this country is not just the greatest country ever to exist, but we're so close to losing it, what we could do to try to reverse it. I want to talk about all those different things. But the third reason why I'm here, and it's very important, is I want to remind the people that think they dominate us conservatives that they don't. I want to remind them, through us being here tonight, I want to remind them that there's actually a lot more of us. That there's people that look at the world through a rational, reasonable, center-right worldview. That there are people that you might never have known that actually believe in eternal wisdom and eternal truths, and allowing this country to continue to go hopefully on a path of prosperity and to flourish. And they win when we silence ourselves. I am a big, let me just put it this way. I just got an update from the team, by the way. The Sacramento Bee, so interesting coincidence. They took down the original article and corrected the lynching lie. Too little, too late, if you ask me in some ways. But they still call me a fascist, of which there is no evidence whatsoever. But the damage was already done. By the way, you know why that happened? Because they got a very strongly worded letter from our legal department. As soon as that
how
went
they
up,
could just
we have
change
to be
the
willing
news.
to sue these people
It's like
when
it never
they lie
happened.
about us.
That never happened.
Like Nicholas Sandman.
You won't know what people
so many
read.
others.
It won't say edited. This is what
Kyle
changed.
Rittenhouse and many others.
It doesn't say
but
that.
I want all of you to know that, yes, it's hard in California. It might feel as if you're outnumbered. But the totalitarians and the tyrants are the most bothered when all of a sudden they realize they can't break your will, they can't break your resolve, they can't break your commitment to the truth, and that they might, quote unquote, outnumber you for the time being, but you're going to show that we only get stronger the more they resort to these type of tactics. That we're going to keep on showing up to these events, that we're going to keep on leaning in, that we're going to keep on running for local office, that we're going to keep up our prayer meetings, that we're going to keep on homeschooling our kids, that we're going to keep on pressuring our school boards, that it is an attitude of a commitment that no matter what they do to us, that we are going to get stronger, not weaker. You want a sign of hope? I'll give you a sign of hope. A sign of hope is that conservatives at every single turn have to justify their positions. Why do you believe that? You're a racist, you're a bigot, you're this, you're that. You get tougher when you have to do that. You get tougher when you have to debate and you have to defend your positions. At every turn, the left is weak. They're weak and they are fragile. Weak, fragile people try to prevent other people from speaking. Conservative students roll their eyes and they're like, well, that's kind of a weird idea. And they would take the opportunity to go to the open mic and challenge the speaker. The future of America rests solely on if the conservative movement will continue to expand and refuse to surrender to these sort of quasi-terroristic tactics that are being used. And so tonight is a statement in that, more ways than one. And I'm very pleased to be able that this event was not canceled. And it shows that not only are they personal losers, but they lost tonight, and that is something I'm very, very thrilled to be able to celebrate with you. Let's do some questions, and it's the best part of the evening. I want to reiterate a couple things. This is a largely favorable audience, a lot of conservatives here, a lot of people that agree with me. If somebody, this is, again, Sacramento Bee, I hope you're taking notes. If somebody comes up and you find something objectionable, or you find something disagreeable, do not interrupt them or boo them. Instead, welcome the disagreement to come so that we can have dialogue. Even if you find the ideas to kind of be, oh, that's so silly, allow people that disagree a chance to tell us what they believe and why they believe it. We need to show the world the left is what happens in the streets. The left lies like the chancellor. We have real free speech here in this room, and we're going to show that tonight for the remainder of the evening. So please feel free to line up. If you disagree, you're allowed to go to the front of the line, and I look forward to speaking with you, and we'll go to the first couple questions.
Hi, Charlie. This is my name is Veronica. My question is this: for folks who are wanting to try to rebuild a relationship with their families and peers, those of whom which they may not be able to disagree with politically speaking, And how can they establish a dialogue and conversation, like being able to talk about anything like politics, COVID, or events without feeling like they feel like they're going to have to force it upon them?
Yeah,
if that
look,
makes sense.
Yeah, for family members especially, or yeah.
Especially, yes.
Yeah. So look, this is a tough thing, right? Let's first talk with your parents about your parents. I'm a big believer in the biblical commandment of honoring your mother and father. 99.9% of the people in this room have no excuse not to honor your parents. I don't care if they don't share your politics. I don't care if they were nasty to you. If they were legitimately abusive in a very serious way, then yes. Okay? But 99% of the time people say, well, I just don't get along with them. I don't like them. If you cannot honor your parents here on earth, then you will not be able to honor the eternal and divine Father, of which is much more important, by the way. It is a step and an intermediary to that. Secondly, with honoring your parents, it is the only one of the 10 commandments that involves your nation and a promise. Honor your mother and father so that you may live long in the land of which you are in. One of the reasons why America is falling apart is because we have decided to break this commandment, and we are teaching children to no longer honor their parents. A nation that no longer honors their parents, you have a bunch of 17-year-olds that think their parents are dumb and stupid, and they do what they think is right in their own eyes, and that creates a morally chaotic, miserable country very quickly. So I just talked about that on the parents. Do everything you possibly can to not allow divisive politics or different ideas to get in the way of your family relationships or your close relationships. You need to do that. Now, how many people here have family or close friends on the left that won't talk to you because of your politics? Raise your hand. A lot of hands go up. That's unfortunate. That's tragic. Never do that with a leftist. You as a conservative have a moral obligation to even keep a relationship neutral or warm in one way, despite the difference in worldview. A worldview is not an excuse to sever a relationship. They might do that to you. You should never do that to them. That is cruel, it is wrong, and it only further divides America. Okay? If they do that to you, ask them to reconsider and try to find common values. I know it happens very often. I do not like when people say, well, I'm a conservative father and I refuse to talk to my daughter because she's a liberal. You have a moral obligation to stay in touch with your child, to be truthful to your child. Don't change your views. Be very honest about how you think they have erred in their step. But the left or the people that wish to divide the country would love nothing more than to create silence between family members that have shared experience and bonds just because they have different worldviews. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Charlie, as the vice president of the Turning Point chapter at Sacramento State University, the rival to UC Davis, I'd like to just thank you real quick for creating an organization that has enriched my college experience greatly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now to the questions. So, make it very brief, but I am a 7-year veteran of academic speech and debate in high school and college. I have competed at a high level. In fact, last year I was top 32 in the country at my chosen event. But it is so entrenched by the left. In fact, I have an acquaintance named Michael Moreno who at a tournament at Arizona State University was tossed from a round for quoting a piece of evidence from Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
So, my question to you is, how do we start to take academia back? What is the best route to achieve that?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for the enthusiasm, and the fact that Turning Point USA has positively impacted your life makes the last decade of work worth it. So thank you. That touches me. And for those of you that support Turning Point USA, you're changing lives every single day. Secondly, to take academia back, look, I'm not convinced it's possible in certain areas. I think we have to build new colleges and new institutions. Jordan is doing that with the University of Austin and many other places. But you have to do what we're doing here tonight. You have to try to show up, start Turning Point USA groups. In California, it's hard because the Board of Regents is just, completely and totally lost and out of control. And that's just too bad, and it's a shame. But look, the problem with academia is conservatives don't want to go into it for good reason, and liberals just or left-wingers continue to protect their own. My big fear is that this woke ideology is now infiltrating the social sciences. It's also infiltrating engineering and mathematics, the things that you thought would be immune to the kind of racial preference, worldview, is now totally and completely infiltrated. And so I wrote a whole book called The College Scam. So I'm not exactly big on saving higher education, but I do think there is a place for higher education. And it pains me because I go and I visit to Hillsdale College quite often. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, by the way. They do a fabulous job. And it pains me because I see how good education could be. I sit down in these classes at Hillsdale College, and they're studying Aristotle's Ethics. They're studying, Augustine. They're studying the Summa Theologica by Aquinas. Now, I would just venture a guess that many of you have probably not spent more than maybe a week or a month or a semester thinking about Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle and what they had to offer. If you guys are, then I'll stand corrected on that. Or talking about why Western civilization is the greatest and most excellent experiment in self-government in human history. Why is that the case, right? And so education can be great. And there is a place for students to learn classically and read the great books and to have dialogue and discussion. That's not what's happening on university campuses. Instead, you get a steady diet of Robin DiAngelo and Ibram X. Kendi and of Gene Stefanik and of Intro to Critical Race Theory and Herbert Marcuse and Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida and postmodernism and post-structuralism, that really these ideas could be entertained for a short while. It's a really bad idea to build a worldview around them. In fact, it's a great way to burn everything around you if you actually do that. So how do we reclaim it? I think it's time to support the good institutions and build new ones, and then get out of the ones that are captured by the ideologues. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, what happened? Oh, he left us.
Hi, Mr. Kirk. I'm Aaron, and I'm a student here. I want to start off by saying I appreciate you giving me this opportunity to discuss these issues with you, and want to say that though our beliefs differ greatly, I still think it's awesome to be able to converse with you respectfully. For anyone recording me, please put me in an SJW cringe compilation. That's part of my childhood.
Oh, okay, good. I think we can arrange that.
But here's what I want to ask you about. Trans youth experience extremely high suicide rates, and trans youth who transition, receive hormone therapy or surgery have significantly decreased rates of suicide, according to studies by Turbin et al. And Almazan Karoglian et al. In fact, this effect becomes stronger the earlier they receive the surgery or hormone therapy, according to the same studies. Additionally, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders suggests treating gender dysphoria with transition hormone therapy or surgery. So I guess just from a purely practical standpoint, regardless of political belief or what you think about trans people, wouldn't it be a good thing to allow access to these surgeries, just sort of empirically?
Sure, let me first ask you a question. Why was there not a trans suicide issue in the 90s?
Are you sure that there wasn't? It's very possible that the publicization and destigmatization of transgenderism now is making it so that people who might have committed suicide before,
So the one thing we can agree on is people need help, right? I think the best way to help somebody that's suffering under a delusion is cognitive-based therapy and non-chemical, non-pharmacological interventions. You'd probably agree to be able to have counseling therapy. For example, if a girl's 11 years old and she's experiencing puberty or her father's not around and she might think she's a boy, wouldn't it be more loving to say, hey, let's go through some therapy to actually get you back into alignment with your biological reality, not put you on Lupron or chemical castration or irreversible surgical methods? That would probably be rational, right?
I think that if it were possible to reduce these feelings by, I guess, cognitive behavioral therapy and things like that, I would definitely think that would be great. But I guess research also shows that rejecting gender identity in youth typically also increases suicide rate.
So let me ask you another question. Do you think that people that are suffering under the mental delusion of transgenderism might have other underlying mental health issues?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, so it's not fair necessarily to connect transgenderism with suicide. It might be somebody that's suffering under gender dysphoria and also a heavy dose of depression, schizophrenia, anxiety, bipolar disorder, right?
Yeah, I guess, but just empirically, allowing access to trans or gender-affirming surgery does reduce that suicide
Not necessarily.
rate.
So after 6 years, there's a big thing called transition regret. We know 35,000 young people that are now vocally saying they regret medically mutilating themselves. And there is no reverse switch on that. So again, wouldn't it be rational to do what is reversible, which is just cognitive behavioral therapy, not what is irreversible to a 12-year-old that might be going through a temporary puberty-driven crisis? Wouldn't that be a more loving, rational way of going about it? Because what we have now is a boom industry of quote-unquote gender-affirming care clinics and pediatric gender clinics for 12, 13, and 14-year-olds, some of which, by the way, do not require parental consent, of a 13-year-old that might make a mistake. And I think you would agree, you made mistakes when you were 13 years old, right?
Of course, of course.
Yeah, so shouldn't we have a healthcare system and laws that reflect trying to protect the innocence of a 13-year-old, not trying to incentivize their mistakes where they can't reverse that decision later in life?
Yeah, I definitely agree that there are certainly people who do regret these surgeries, and I don't think that's something we should minimize. But at the same time, there are also like hundreds of thousands of people who don't regret these surgeries, and I guess overall.
So then maybe they should wait till they're 18. I think that's the whole crux of this, right? So you got 12, 13, 14, 15, and then I would have a separate moral question on that, right? Even when they're 18. But we're focusing on the pediatric element, right? Which I think is important. And let me just kind of reemphasize this, which I think is the question. Let me actually ask you this. Is there an age that's too young in your opinion? If a 6-year-old says, I think I'm a boy, do you think it might be too young to do surgery on them?
You know, I think it's important for me to admit that I don't really know, but I do think
I appreciate the honesty. But you would probably say 6-year-old, ooh, too much, right?
I honestly wouldn't know. I wouldn't say one or the other, but I would say that, I guess, over 18. How do we say? What do you think?
So let's close every pediatric gender clinic in America and stop the chemical castration of our youth, which is exactly where we were 10 years ago. I think we found a lot of agreement, my friend.
Oh, sorry?
I think we found agreement.
I don't really know either way on that one, but I guess over 18.
The crux of the debate in America today is focused on children. Teenagers make mistakes. Teenagers go through identity crises. Teenagers are susceptible to social contagions. Teenagers are susceptible to peer pressure or for other influences. And the laws and the culture should reflect, let's say, an atmosphere that respects the innocence of the child and says once you are of adulthood, you have certain agency and ability. I might disagree with that, but I don't want to live in a country where an 11-year-old might be misled by a gender psychiatrist, has their breast chopped off, and wants to have that reversed in 8 years. I don't think that is loving. I think that's cruel.
I guess I still raise the issue of, in total, the number of people who are committing suicide would probably be reduced if we allowed these surgeries.
Not necessarily. So in the short term, yes. When you administer testosterone replacement therapy, you get a boost in self-esteem, you get a temporary boost in mental clarity, but that actually tapers after about 5 or 6 years, which is why you see the transitioner community increasing. I could see you're coming after this from a good place, but I want you to think about this in the days and the weeks, and all of you to think, how young is too young? I think that if you are in the teenage age, 12, 13, 14, and we're trying to say that we are so advanced, we're gonna prescribe Lupron, which was called too inhumane for rapists in prison, to young boys that effectively chemically castrate themselves. I think it is a rational moral argument to say, let's make sure we don't do something irreversible to somebody that might be preyed upon. I think that's rather fair and reasonable. Unfortunately, that's considered radical enough where you have Antifa show up. Thank you for coming tonight, and God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, Charlie Kirk. I've watched, I've been a long-time viewer. I don't always agree with you, but certainly on this particular issue. So I'm a proponent of universal health care, basically Medicare for all. I imagine, I know you're not. You believe in the value of the for-profit healthcare system. So I guess my question is, like, your argument is that the for-profit healthcare system, I guess, serves as a, for innovation. But I want to know, like, what innovation does the private for-profit health insurance provide to medical?
So I just want to make sure I understand your position. Are you arguing for a single payer or for the government ownership and running of the healthcare industry?
Single payer, I guess Medicare for all.
Got
Expanding it to everyone else.
Yeah, that's a gateway to eventually getting to the government-run healthcare system. But your critique is probably not wrong. I have plenty of problems with our current healthcare system, right? Some are driven solely by profit. Some are driven by just bad regulation and honestly not enough profit drive. So I'll give you a great example of a fruit of the free market of the last 10 or 15 years, okay? LASIK. LASIK eye surgery used to be considered a fringe idea that many people considered to be unfounded and not proven. Insurance largely does not cover LASIK. Entrepreneurs got into the industry, and LASIK is now the most performed eye surgery in America with great results and great benefits. The price has gone down and the quality has gone up. Now that's one example of many, right? And you'd be able to counter, you'd say, well, Charlie, why is it that you go to a hospital and they charge you way too much? And for like a Tylenol, $35 for a Tylenol. Now here's where I can agree with the spirit of the single payer people, which is we need to crush the hospital lobby in this country. It is wrong the way these hospitals operate. We need to mandate transparency in pricing. If I have to go to Chipotle to see how many calories are in a burrito, I want to see how much everything costs at a hospital the minute I walk into that hospital. Every consumer has a right to know what things cost, right? And so at times I'm willing to yield on price transparency. I'm even willing to say that in certain regards that there has been some major issues with I am no fan, for example, of Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. And so I'm actually more of a moderate on it, where I will hesitate to say, though, the Medicare for All system, what it will do is it will turn the American healthcare system into a major college campus, where nobody is actually paying for the good that they're getting. One of the reasons why college is so wildly overpriced and why the quality has decreased is because we have single-payer higher education. Many of you take out loans that the federal government is subsidizing and that you're not even directly invested in for a little while, scholarships, grants, and all that. But I think the spirit of what you're saying is smart, and I will also be happy partners with you to crush Big Pharma. I think they have way too much power in this country, and I think they actually make people super sick and not always healthy. Your final thoughts?
So I guess a follow-up question is, would you be in favor to have the government negotiate drug prices?
I think there might be a role for that. I do, and I wouldn't have said that 5 years ago. The government would probably screw it up, but how could it be any worse than it is now? I mean, again, I believe that Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson have done such deceitful and treacherous things, especially in the last couple of years. I am open and willing to use power of the state to start to make sure we're no longer owned by these pharmaceutical companies. Thank you. I've got to get to the next question. Thank you, though.
Hi, Charlie. I want to say, by starting off, I was told by your wonderful assistant over here that I should tell you that I disagree with almost everything. Obviously, we have not had a 2-hour conversation. So, like, who knows? Maybe we had a few beers. We agree on something, but
I'll have water. You can have whatever you want.
All I've heard is stuff that I'm just like, what? First, I want to say that I guess as the first 2 hours of your speech was you complaining about kind of these leftists and kind of this, but I've never heard any policy positions. When I go to something like a Senator Sanders convention or someone on the left, they're talking about healthcare, inequality, inflation, growth, but you guys all seem to want to talk about is how the left does this or the left does that, but no policies on how to fix anything. So I guess that kind of goes with my first question is, what is the GOP's actual position when it comes to fixing inflation?
Well, a couple things. First of all, I'm not a senator, nor am I aspiring to be one. Number two, yes, I was mildly distracted by the windows being broken and the terrorists outside. I fully acknowledge that, okay? So I was a little policy shallow tonight and a little bit terrorist deep, okay? I will admit that. Third, I'll say this. I don't speak for the GOP, right? I have my own ideas, and I actually think the GOP does a terrible job. But let me give you some ideas that I think you might agree with, okay? I think that vital products should be made in America, not in China. And we should use tariffs and sanctions to get it done. Vitamin C, penicillin, critical infrastructure should be manufactured here. I think American college graduates should be given preference to go work for American companies above foreign workers. And that means reforming the H-1B system and actually giving you, the American college-educated kids, a preference because we have a moral obligation to our own citizens over the citizens of another country. They do in their countries. I think we should fully close the United States southern border. I think we should not allow illegal...
I just want to interrupt you. Sorry. You were saying you're for a government program that puts American college students. So like
reforming the immigration system, right? So that big companies like Facebook don't do quasi-indentured servitude to bring foreign workers in and be able to compete.
But that would be a government program that would do that.
Well, yeah, the government program actually already exists.
Okay, so you're actually a conservative who's for increasing the government size, not for decreasing.
Well, no, I want a small but strong government. So I want things that are smart. For example, I'd love to have more Border Patrol agents and less IRS agents. So where it makes sense to increase the volume of government agents, as long as it is pursuing a couple things that are core to my philosophy. A strong country that has borders, sovereignty, culture, and maintains a moral commitment to its citizens, that you should be able to work hard, play by the rules, be able to have a family, own a home, and see rising income and wages. Those are very basic things in a social contract.
Why is the increasing IRS agents, which are taxes that belong to us, they help pay for things like roads, GPS, infrastructure, basic things that you and yourself needed to get here.
Yeah.
Why would that be so bad, having everyone pay their fair share of taxes so we can have a government that functions correctly? Well, obviously, government does work for everything, but we all benefit from government services every day.
I'm sorry, no one in this room is going to benefit from 87,000 new IRS agents. Instead, those 87,000 new IRS agents are going to be deployed against small business owners. But I could keep on going with policy examples. I can keep on building it out. But let me just say this. I love markets, but I'm willing to critique markets when I think they're not serving people and they're not serving the nation. I think our overindulgence in free trade fanaticism has been a major mistake over the last 20 or 30 years. I don't worship corporations, but I do think that entrepreneurs and private property rights and people taking risks are a general good for society. And not only does history show this, but common sense logic and material reality shows all this. I can give you more and more examples if you want of policy stuff. That's less actually interesting. The reason I don't go through policy stuff is, again, is that I'm not running for office, right? I don't represent the Republican Party. But if I can build out a worldview that you can agree with, then the policy answers will come naturally, right? So if you understand morals and values, then you could answer the next 1,000
policy questions. I guess for me as a student, I care a lot more about policy than what people say. Like what government does is a lot more important to me, and that's why I was confused why your speech was not about policy.
Because again, I'm not running for office.
I want to ask one more question before I go. I guess for us, there used to be a thing called the middle class, or the idea of a growing and strong middle class.
Yep.
And I feel like for the past 10 years, especially on the right, maybe on the left too, for the more neoliberal left, but the right, that idea is kind of shrunken. I don't think there's a lot of talk of middle class. Do you view income inequality as a problem?
I totally disagree.
Income inequality, I want to say income inequality being the difference between
let me ask you though,
and the median.
I have a question. Why is it that the wealthiest counties in America all vote on the left?
Because that's where how money works and how capitalism works is how all the wealth is where all the people want to be. So Silicon Valley is all the jobs and all that
Why
stuff.
do they vote liberal then if the left...
Well, in what ways they vote liberal? Not on taxes, not on things that I am for.
They vote for Joe Biden, they vote for Nancy Pelosi.
They're socially left, but they're not economically left. Believe me, if you go to the Bay Area, they're very economically right. Dianne Feinstein is not left, in my opinion. So it may be left socially, but I don't think they're left in my point of view.
Yeah, but so then let me ask you then, why is it that the muscular class in America has shifted right over the last 7 years?
Not according to the midterms. I mean, you guys tanked on the midterms most recently.
You keep on saying you guys. I don't represent the Republican Party.
My apologies.
But I just want to critique one of your misguided premises, which is that somehow the right is not representing middle class voters. It's the opposite. Actually, states that are traditionally blue-collar, muscular class, middle-class states are now solid red states. Look at Ohio. Ohio is a state that used to be far left, and now it's more in the right direction. So what is the right actually doing about it? To answer your question, a couple things. We're rejecting neoliberalism. Like, how about this? We shouldn't send $200 billion to Ukraine, and we should instead represent our own people and close our own border. That's number one. Number two is that we should be unafraid to use tariffs and sanctions to say that critical infrastructure and things that matter should be made here in America. Whether the delusion on the left, and I just want to challenge you on this, is that the left has a bunch of people that talk a good game, AOC and Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, but when it really matters, they're nothing more than neoliberal shills that are willing to invade other countries, invite them into our country, and then lie to their voters under the veneer of social liberalism. The populist movement in America that represents real people, muscular class teachers, police officers, and firefighters, it lives on the American right because we listen to our constituents and we're willing to fight for ideas like tariffs, sanctions, closed border, and no more money to Ukraine. The left is shilling for all those things. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Got to the next one. Thank you.
Can I just ask, is the difference between the mean and median income inequality, is that a problem
50 people in line.
Income
Thank you.
Is that
income inequality is a big issue, which is exactly why I support the things that I said. Next question.
Hi, I'm liberal. I'm Democrat voting. I'm very strong in my beliefs about a certain set. I have a very strong belief in a certain set of principles. I probably disagree with a lot of your principles. I disagree with conservatism and usually right-wing conservative beliefs.
Okay.
The reason I'm here tonight is my son is very right-wing conservative.
You have a very smart son.
And and he doesn't drink. He's only 20, watch it.
All right.
And the reason that I'm here is because I raised him to believe and think for himself, to look at both sides and come up with his own opinion. And he kind of didn't come up with Bernie, okay, I can live with that, but I absolutely stand behind his right to think what he is free to think. And I don't need to break windows. That's not a model for what I believe in liberalism. There's a lot of liberals who are very upset about that.
Good.
So my question to you is, in my sense of accepting and loving my son, it's different. He's my family. I also believe, for example, one example is LGBTQ adults, not trans kids. I'm going to get that argument. But LGBTQ adults who are happily in relationships and married, who are behind what they believe in, and it doesn't necessarily coincide with the Bible. It doesn't coincide with two genders. I believe that people have the freedom to express themselves, and they don't want to be in two genders. They have a different point of view because they looked at both sides. They came up and they have the freedom to believe what they want. So how do you, my question to you is, how in your belief of two genders do you accept people who don't believe that?
Well, yeah, I just asked the question. I would ask it of you. What is a woman?
For me personally, I am a woman, and I believe
but what is that? Don't answer the question with the question, like, what is the vocab term woman? Define it.
That I align myself as a mother, and what the women in my life and the feminine values of being more relationship-oriented, less competitive, mothering, caring about someone ahead of myself.
Is being
so those are values that feminist values that I believe in, and I believe I can be a woman. I don't have, I wasn't born with a male body, but I believe that I am a woman based on feminine principles. Those, like those, and those and other feminine principles.
Under your view, somebody can choose to be what they want to be.
Yes.
Okay. Can I be a bobcat?
Well, and more than that argument, I want to get more into
no, this is important.
Your belief.
Let me ask you another question. Can I be whatever age I want to be?
The response to that really is not exactly what my question's about.
Well, you're asking about my view on the LGBT, and I'm getting there. I'm just trying to understand.
And as an example, people who don't believe that there are two genders, just in general, who are disagreeing with you.
And you are one of those people, so I'm trying to get to some form of understanding and clarity.
Okay.
So do you think that having agreed upon objective reality on age is important?
Yeah, but that's not within the concept of gender.
Well, but why is that different? Why does reality stop when gender gets discussed?
Because I'm not thinking about people of different ages.
Why not? So, if a 30-year-old thinks he's 14, he should be able to have sex with a 12-year-old, right?
No, this is more about gender.
Well, no, hold on.
Well, but I have a limit.
But gender is where does that limit come from, and why do you believe in the limit for age but not for biology?
Because I feel that gender is an aspect of somebody they can believe in being able to be in more than one gender. I don't believe that age falls into that. I believe this is more about a gender that people are able to choose.
You're saying, though, that gender is a personal feeling or belief that somebody has about their existence. Regardless,
yes, within gender, there's some things that they don't, like being an animal or being 90.
Right, but the moral premise of that is that your biology, your chromosomes, do not dictate your reality, correct?
I don't know. Do I have to know the answer to that in order to honor the fact that somebody else believes that they are choosing to be a woman?
Let me tell you why and what I believe.
Do I have to agree with that?
Well, not a matter of agreeing.
In order to be able to identify gender.
You can have whatever opinion you want, but the truth is what I'm trying to articulate. It doesn't matter what you believe. Somebody is born a man. They don't stop being a man if they appropriate womanhood. If I wore blackface right now, I don't become black. If a man decides to all of a sudden dress in a dress, he doesn't become a woman, nor should you force other people to reaccommodate society. If they want to think that in their private time or in their own mind, it's kind of weird and strange, I guess, go ahead and do it. But that's not the debate we're having in America right now. The debate we're having, and I'd love your final thoughts on this, is a biological man is able to compete against biological women in NCAA sports and win the national championship in swimming. Do you think that's fair?
I don't think that's not part of my personal beliefs. Okay, so let's maybe just go for gay and lesbian couples who are successful. I mean, just because I really want to know the answer, and I kind of know where that's headed, and I don't agree about men playing in women's sports or...
Hey, we agree on that. So
yeah, so I agree with that.
You understand that
she
the
just called
liberals
them
that
men.
you identify with
She
call
said
you a
they're
bigot for
men
that belief,
playing in women's
right?
sport. Would they be
Not
women?
the liberals that
They
are my
said they're
friends, and not
women.
all liberals
Lady?
believe that.
Yeah, that's shocking. I'd love to meet them. So,
she just called them men.
Secondly, though, on the other part, they're
all in their 60s.
But let me, but
my friends.
on the LGBT thing, and I want to get to as many questions as possible.
Yeah.
What is somebody's own personal sexual orientation have to do with lumping in a bunch of letters with somebody that is suffering from gender dysphoria? Those are two separate issues. Don't you think we should divide them?
No, I think that there are people who have healthy homosexual relationships who identify that way, who aren't in favor of some of the gender
You misunderstood
problems.
the question. What I'm trying to say is that for a while it was gay activism, and now it's LGBTQIA+. It just keeps on growing, and this kind of social contagion of left-wing activism. Let me just tell you my position very clearly. Okay, everybody's made in the image of God. That's my first premise. We all have a soul. You could disagree with that. The American founders believed every single human being had a soul, and that is a fact. I believe that marriage is an institution and a tradition that should be between one man and one woman. Marriage, in an ideal world, the state would have a limited role in that, but I don't believe that diluting or destroying the institution of marriage or the vocabulary or the truth behind it does it any justice for anybody. And you must understand what a word means and what is the purpose of that word. And having been married, I can understand that marriage is about opposites getting along to do something bigger than themselves. The big issue in the gay marriage debate, and some conservatives disagree, is that you don't have two opposites. You have two alikes that are coming, two people that are alike coming together. That's not what marriage is. You could call it something else. That's not marriage. In fact, I think it actually destroys and diminishes the beautiful institution of marriage in our country. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, for coming out tonight.
And I'm going to go a little longer. Is that okay, guys? Is that okay with you guys? All right.
Okay, my question is short. Should America be a more isolationist nation to aid in the interests of the American people?
Depends on the situation. Give me an example.
Wars in the Middle East, wars with Iran, wars in Ukraine, wars in Yemen.
I would limit funding all across the board on those, yeah.
What was that?
I think that our role should be limited in all those, especially with Ukraine. We shouldn't give a dime to what's happening in Ukraine. Especially as our own border remains wide open.
What was that? What was that, Charlie? I didn't hear.
Especially as our own border remains completely and totally wide open and 5,000 people are entering illegally every day. I find it silly that D.C. gets really mad that Ukraine's border gets invaded and our border gets invaded every day. But sorry, do you have a follow-up thought?
Nope. That was it.
Thank you. And by the way, if you disagree, you're welcome to come to the front of the line. The staff will help you. Let it be known the evil fascist Charlie Kirk wants people who hate him to come to the front of the line. Next.
Hi, Charlie. My name is Cole. I think I agree with you. I just wanted to ask, with how much our school systems have changed since even when I was a kid, I'm only 20, what is the best way to shield our younger children from falling into the mindset that they're trying to teach the very...
I get the question a lot.
Okay, thank you.
If you're able to homeschool, I'm a big fan of homeschooling. I am, and I know that's very difficult. And then I think you have to find good private schools, if not that. And if you have to send them to government schools, you have to fight for better schools and better school boards and stay involved in those school districts at every possible way you can. And so there's no easy answer. But you know what the most important time is? It's not the time in the classroom. It's the time that your kids have with you at home. Turn off all the devices on the weekend and talk about the Constitution. Talk about the founding. Talk about the Civil War. Become your child's teacher regardless of where you send them to school. Homeschooling is not just doing it Monday through Friday. Homeschooling is a 24/7, 365 operation where you're constantly educating your children about American values, hopefully, Judeo-Christian values as well. So that'd be my advice to you. Thank you. God bless you.
Hi, Charlie. I am a former classical liberal turned libertarian turned conservative.
Hey, that's a great arc.
Largely thanks to guys like you and Ben Shapiro, so thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering about a couple of things that I've heard you say pretty strongly over the last several months. The first one is your pretty much unequivocal support of Donald Trump for 2024. I assume you still feel that way, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. The second thing is your talk about the RNC leadership and more specifically Ronna McDaniel.
Yep.
I heard you say on your show that she's always been very nice to you, very sweet person. I don't care. I want to win. I assume you still feel that way?
I do.
Okay. So if in the next year and a half or so you find yourself objectively thinking that a different candidate, whether it's DeSantis or somebody else, would give us a better chance to defeat the Democrats, how would you reconcile your sense of loyalty with your desire to win?
Thoughtful question. I'm going to answer this personally, not on behalf of Turning Point USA. Tax status stuff, everyone understand that. Thank you, recorded, catalog. This is Charlie speaking personally. Got it? Thank you. So yes, I'm supporting Donald Trump in 2024. I'm doing so enthusiastically. I wouldn't say that it's loyalty, but I do have a friendship with him, so there is a fair amount of kind of familiarity there. And so I'm very biased, and he's been very, very good to me. But he also did a fabulous job for this country. And every day, especially in the last 30 days, I am just reminded of how awful this country is being run in more ways than one. But look, here's what I'll say about the other candidates. They're all welcome on my show, every single one of them. They'll get uninterrupted time. I'm a really big believer and supporter of Ron DeSantis. I don't know where he's going to fall, but I think America is lucky to have Governor DeSantis, and I think he has been America's greatest governor. And so I personally do not support going negative on Ron DeSantis. I don't like it. I don't think it's good for him, and it actually kind of bothers me, I'll be honest. And I say that as an open Trump supporter. But yeah, look, you've asked me a hypothetical, and I've learned not to answer hypotheticals because there's too many questions, in the future. But here's what I can say. You question here directly. I think Trump has had a great last 30 days. It seems he's really hitting his stride. He's talking a great game on foreign policy. He recently, I thought his visit in East Palestine, Ohio was fabulous. My personal opinion, it's time for MAGA Season 2. MAGA Season 1 was big rallies and big things. I think he's got to go super small and just show up at like random homes and living rooms and just like go through and just talk with people in front of fireplaces. He is the best unscripted in personal one-on-one environments. It's fine. Okay, we know the big rallies. We know all this. He's funny. He's charming. He's compassionate. He's tough, and he's direct. And I think the more people see that side of Trump, they actually are like, wow, okay, we get the rally thing. This guy's a leader who cares. that can win over people one by one, but also millions by millions. But I understand there's a lot of disagreements in the primary. I think it's a good thing if DeSantis runs. I think it's a good thing that Vivek runs. I think primaries are healthy. I think it will actually make Trump stronger in the end. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I know you're generally in favor of smaller governments. My question.
Can you make sure you go right into the microphone? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know you're in favor in small government for a lot of issues. I know that drugs are a big issue in America. I was wondering what was your perspective on recreational drugs in general, the legalization of drugs, and just what your perspective on that was?
Sure. The mass legalization of drugs has been a major mistake in our country. I used to be for it, and I've had a 180-degree reversal, and I'll tell you why. I believe in a small but strong government with prudent and effective and, let's just say, common sense laws. I used to be one of those guys that was a conservative that said, if we really want to reduce government and make the cartels weaker, let's legalize weed, and that will really make the cartels weaker, and then we'll have less people in prison. Everything I believed was completely incorrect. Let me tell you why. As we've legalized weed, especially in the American Southwest, we've seen more violent crime, not less. The cartels are wealthier and stronger than ever before. One of the arguments was, well, kids now are going to be able to not do harder drugs. That's not true. Kids are now getting into fentanyl and harder drugs earlier because whether or not we want to admit it, marijuana is a gateway drug. That is a true fact. Kids don't just start with fentanyl. They start with marijuana and it goes to other drugs, and we see that happen time and time again. So actually, I believe that the decriminalization of weed has been something that actually makes government bigger. We now need more social workers. We now need more services. We're now giving more people things on welfare, money on welfare. And so while I understand the spirit and potentially the principle of legalizing or decriminalizing drugs, we have to look at the evidence. And the evidence is that we live in a sadder society, a more depressed society, a more anxious society, a more violent society, the more that drug use has gone up over the last decade.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I was wondering if, in what ways, you said that the cartel has become stronger with the legalization of marijuana. I was just wondering, like, what are the reasons for that?
Yeah, so they're no longer in the business of growing weed in the Sinaloa region, so now they traffic fentanyl in people.
Okay,
much more profitable and much more dangerous and murderous.
Because weed's
so we
legal?
basically told the cartel, stop trafficking the thing that actually wasn't as bad. It's bad, okay? And now they've gotten into really rich business where they get $5,000 a head when they traffic them across the Rio Grande Valley, and they're doing $5,000 a day.
Fentanyl's available to
or they
them
get
and they're
fentanyl
able to
trafficked
do
in
that.
from China.
Not
that
at
this
all.
much of fentanyl, like a salt grain
He
of
says
fentanyl,
dumb
will kill your
shit
grandkid.
sometimes. This guy's
almost
not
instantaneously.
a know-it-all
and so now
for
the fentanyl
everything. You know what I mean?
The cartels are
These
bigger and
days,
stronger than ever
nobody
before.
is.
They're more brazen and bold than ever
Einstein.
before. They're
He
kidnapping and killing Americans. They're controlling the entire Mexican government. The border is now completely controlled by the cartel. And we were told that drug legalization would make the cartels irrelevant the same way that the legalization of alcohol made the mob less powerful in the 30s. That was a lie, by the way. The mob just went into a different business, okay?
You're fucking...
It's not like they stopped committing violent
Charlie
crime.
Kirk
And it's
dick
just not true.
sucker.
The
Get the fuck
cartels
outta here.
are running the entire southwestern part of the border and many parts of the southwest of the United States.
Last follow-up question with that. I see your point that the legalization of marijuana has increased drug use and has increased the demand for things like fentanyl and heroin and stuff.
No, he's a moron.
I was wondering, I guess, like, why is making things like alcohol illegal, but making things like marijuana illegal? Why is alcohol more acceptable than marijuana, for example?
I mean, look, I'm not exactly a big fan of alcohol. I actually think alcohol is a really bad drug, and we overly glamorize alcohol in our society. I think we do some good to actually limit alcohol intake. I think it would actually make people's lives better.
Ask him if he drinks it.
I think we've way over-socialized drinking in our country.
Do you drink
now, that's a separate argument, though, because that's making something that's currently legal illegal. We're talking about making something that is illegal legal, right? So those are two separate things. But if you were to say wave a magic wand and people would drink less in America, I'd say sign me up for that. Because I mean, if you look at the amount of DUIs, violent crime, if you look at domestic assault, alcohol is almost always involved, almost always.
I believe so.
I would say this.
All
right now, the
right-wingers
question is on
drink.
marijuana.
Prove me wrong.
And it has been proven right now to have massive externalities that are negative. Over 70,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses last year, right? And over 140,000 people die from the effects of alcohol every single year. Now, I'll be the most unpopular public commentator on
Somebody
the
else
planet
just left.
to argue for
Somebody
a ban
go
or an
kick that
abolition
guy
of
in the
alcohol.
ass so
But
hard
let me
he
just
gets
say this.
fucking hemorrhoids.
Someone needs to have the courage to say the amount we
I'm just
drink in
kidding,
our
you
country
two.
is bad for us, and it's making us deeply unhappy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. So, as someone who claims to be such a bastion of freedom of speech, why do you call the protesters outside terrorists, outside of, say, one broken window?
Well, it's more than one broken window. Assaulting cops, spray painting, the death threats that they throw at me, the violent intimidation, the graffiti.
But that's not, don't you think it's bigoted to call all protesters who are outside as terrorists when a handful of minority might be representing some
Wait, why would it be
violent
bigoted? They're mostly white liberals without jobs.
Why aren't you fucking idiots talking?
Why is it bigoted? They're
Go
mostly
somewhere
white
and talk
liberals
on their
without
stream,
jobs.
you fucking fuckheads.
But you're calling all protesters terrorists?
I'm calling
need
Antifa
you
out
here.
there that
You're
are
just gonna
anonymizing
stare,
their
fuckhead.
identity, sending
Go
death
away.
threats to my family,
Talk
smashing
to each
windows,
other, get the
and
fuck
spray
outta
painting the
here.
campus the entire week
Pussy.
leading up to this terrorist. Yes, I absolutely stand by that.
But so that wouldn't. A
I don't
lot
need
of them
you
are
here.
just
Bye.
college students who
Bye.
don't agree with
Bitch,
the point
bye.
of view that
Get
you're
the fuck outta here if
Maybe
you're not
they
gonna
should
talk.
have come to the front of the
Bye,
line and asked a
bitch.
question like you, and not acted like somebody in a third
talking to
world
you,
country
asshole. You're in
where we
chat
settle
right now,
where
just
they
sitting
settle their
there.
differences with gang violence.
But just to be sure, those people who are there to register their protest aren't terrorists.
Okay, the terrorist definition is a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. Did they do that?
I don't think so.
Wait, hold on. A person who unlawfully violent, window smashing, graffiti, assault
Not
against
all of
police
them.
officers.
Not
Okay.
all of them.
Hold on a second. The leaders, they cover for themselves. And by the way, only a small of them are isolated, and they're all in one big black block. And don't try to don't try to gaslight the people here or the people watching online. There's hundreds of them. They're working in a coordinated network with coordinated tactics, and these are not just quote unquote college kids. There's obviously somebody behind this with funding and sophistication, with quasi paramilitary tactics. And let me ask you a question. Why is it that when people go into the United States Capitol and take a selfie, they're called terrorists by our government, but when you start to terrorize and smash windows and put violent threats and death threats to me, it's somehow bigoted to call them terrorists?
So first of all, it wasn't a coordinated effort. As someone who was there, I just knew that there was this event happening and that there would be a protest in order to register our point of view. I was not part of any coordinated effort, and neither were a lot of the other people who were there. We don't appreciate the label of being terrorist, especially a lot of us are from countries where
you shouldn't
terrorism is very
appreciate
common spread,
the
so-
label or the activity. Why don't you come here and say, you know, I'm pretty damn embarrassed that people that agree with me resort to violence, instead of going up here and trying to lecture me about calling them terrorists?
Absolutely. But this isn't about...
You're making a fool of yourself. Why don't you go out and talk to your buddies and tell them to stop trying to shut down our event?
So I don't know why your response is always a whataboutism. I mean, I'm just asking
It's not.
if you
I'm
take
asking
back
questions.
that they're not
You can't
terrorists.
answer ism.
What? I've answered each of your questions. I'm just saying
No,
that
let me ask you a
not
question.
everyone is part
Let
of
me
a
ask you a
coordinated
question.
effort.
Will you publicly condemn the violence done in the political spirit outside by the people that you were protesting alongside? Will you do that right now?
It depends what you're referring to.
Smashing of windows and
I don't
assaulting
think
police officers.
breaking windows is a good idea.
Assaulting police officers. Do you
No
condemn
one
that?
assaulted police officers.
You
I
what?
was there. No one assaulted police
That's
officers.
lie.
I
That's
was
not
there.
true. Throwing eggs and objects at police officers is a legal definition of assault, no matter how much you try to gaslight it or spin it.
If I can just, without resorting to whataboutism, using your definition
What is that?
of
whataboutism?
terrorism, if the police uses unjust violence against civilians, should that also count as terrorism?
Absolutely not. But first of all, your definition of unjust.
I'm just taking your definition of
No.
terrorism.
Let me read this again. Unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Antifa doesn't just do this here. They did this in Sacramento and assaulted one of our Turning Point USA employees
I'm not Antifa.
and sent one of them to the hospital. Antifa, oh, by the way, the same buddies, the same tactics, the same coordination, the same wardrobe, the same language, the same signs. You know what they did 2 weeks ago? They arson and firebombed an entire police training headquarters in Georgia in massive coordinated fashion. And so right now what we are seeing is the rise of left-wing domestic violent extremism, and the failure to acknowledge or admit it means that you are blinded by ideology. Thank you for being here tonight. We'll get to the next one. But
hello, Charlie. Wait. I just want to say I don't exactly agree with you on everything, but it was a great speech, and I did like hearing your points. And there are some things that we did agree on. For example, Big Pharma. I totally agree with you on that. But my question isn't related to that. So, well, first I want to ask you, what is your stance on guns in terms of like gun control? I think I know, but
I mean, I'm very pro Second Amendment.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, against gun control. Right. Making guns legal. Yeah. No. So you believe, I'm assuming that like by making guns illegal, criminals are still going to get their hands on guns, correct?
Yes, but let me tell you my position. Okay, the Second Amendment is there to protect all the other amendments against a potentially tyrannical government. If we act as if that has not happened in history, we're not even reading our 20th century history. I fully acknowledge and admit when you allow gun ownership, you're going to have gun deaths. There is a cost to liberty. Anybody who, if you argue for Second Amendment rights and say that you're going to get gun deaths to zero, that is a falsehood. That is also why I support driving. I think driving is a moral good, but you're going to have 50,000 people a year that die in auto fatalities. Liberty comes at a price, and so I believe that yes, there will be costs and consequences of having firearm ownership, but the positives far outweigh the negatives. Please ask your question, though.
Yeah. So it's actually kind of to do with so using that same logic, right? If like criminals will get their hands on the guns anyway, there's no point in banning them. Then by that same logic, should we not legalize marijuana? Because won't the kids get their hands on it anyway from either like people who are older or criminals? Like, just using that same logic, would it make sense to then also ban marijuana?
Yeah, so two things. So I didn't actually use the criminals will get their hands on it anyway. It happens to be true. But the other part is that the evidence shows the opposite, that kids are doing more weed than ever before. It's now laced with things it was not laced with a couple decades ago. It's stronger than ever before. And we were told that, well, if it's accessible and it's commercialized, kids will be less likely to do weed.
Years before. They can't lace it with fucking fentanyl.
50% in a national survey of kids 10 to 13 have tested with some form of cannabis or marijuana. That's a bad thing for the country. It's not good. And that's the more we've legalized it, the more we glamorize it, the more we normalize it, the more we have kids doing marijuana.
He's pissing me off with his views on weed.
And here's the other thing. I don't see a moral good for marijuana. I do see a moral good for private citizen firearm ownership. So the equivalent is not one-to-one.
There is a moral good for weed. It makes you more peaceful.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. We'll do a couple more.
Less fighting.
And if you disagree,
angry.
Tell our staff and come on up.
Hi, Charlie. So I just first wanted to comment quickly on the guy who was defending the protesters outside. So I'm the vice president of the UC Davis Turning Point chapter, and
he's gay with the Turning Point. Oh shit.
And the same people who organized those protests outside have put my name on flyers and my face on flyers for my social media, put it all over campus, wheat pasted it so it's glued to the wall, and they've called me a homophobic fascist, a bigot. They've said I'm not welcome on this campus, and they've published my phone number and email so that people could be able to harass me. So if unlawful intimidation in the pursuit of political aims is the definition of terrorism, I'd say even that probably falls into the definition.
That's exactly right. That alone is terrorism,
right? Homophobe? That's hilarious.
Thank you for your courage. What's your question?
Yeah, so then the other point I had a question for you, probably an easier one than a few of the other ones. But
crazy
so
out here.
The left, as we can see, has really serious positions for the future. They have really serious opinions and hopes and visions for the future of the U.S. Serious enough that they're willing to organize into groups of hundreds and break things and burn things down. And we on the right, that gives us lots of time to talk about it and make fun of it and, you know, make compilations and whatnot. And that's all good and funny and entertaining, and that sort of roped me in at some point. But what is our vision for the future? What are we willing to get that passionate about?
It's a great question. So 3 really basic things that I think should be a commitment to the next generation. It should be easy and celebrated to get married, have children, and be able to own property in this country. It should be a moral guarantee to the next generation to be able to do those three things. It's good for everybody. It anchors you in responsibility, right? Right now, it is harder than ever to buy a home in America, thanks to inflation and thanks to all this nonsense that's happening. We are telling young people not to get married, and we're saying that if you have children, it could be an existential threat to the climate. And we wonder why this is the most depressed, suicidal, anxious, alcohol-addicted, and medicated generation in history. Those three things should be a core social compact. I could go through list by list, though, right? I want a country that cares more about our borders than the borders of a foreign country. I want a country that makes stuff that is critical to our national sovereignty and our future, such as vitamin C, penicillin, actually made here in America. And finally, well, not finally, but in addition, I'll say this. I want to see church attendance go up. I want to see less kids addicted to pornography. I want to see more people outside. I want to see people spending less time on their phones. I think we should entertain at least the spirit of a national weekday of rest. I call it the Sabbath. You can call it whatever you want. I think we should have a day where we slow down. I think that we're able to get Uber Eats quicker than ever before. We're able to get medication we want. We have more ease and convenience that we're more miserable than ever before. Why don't we actually tolerate? We don't have to do laws, even though laws might be a good idea, where we just rest for a day. We used to call these blue laws, where everything kind of slows down.
What?
We spend time with loved ones. You don't look at the phone all day long. Maybe your favorite restaurant isn't open that day. Maybe you actually have to cook for yourself. I want that country. I want a country that actually is purposeful in our action, in our community, that is more local than it is corporate, that focuses more on the family than some abstract ideology. That's what I think we as conservatives need to fight for, and fight for vigorously, while they do all the nonsense that they do.
I just have a follow-up.
We got to get to the next one. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thanks so much for taking time out to come to California, even though you might hate it here. I guess you could say I took the scenic route to conservatism. Second generation college student. I went to an HBCU actually in Washington, D.C., doing some work now in the public sector for the government. So I'd like to get your take on how someone that might look like me or come from my socioeconomic background can find a home in conservatism, or if not conservatism, where can someone who might find themselves in the gray area go if they don't fall into one camp or the other?
Well, let me tell you, you have a home in the conservative movement if I have anything to say about it. So, and I'll be honest, the other thing, I don't want to live in a country where I care about people's race. It doesn't mean anything to me. I care about that you're a sweet person and that you're trying to do better in your life. I care about your values and your actions. Your melanin content is irrelevant to me,
full of shit,
and it
dude,
should be irrelevant to everybody else.
I think you're full of shit about your
I want to live in that
friends
country.
dying
And
from
so,
fentanyl and weed, honestly.
conservatism, if I have anything to say about it, will be values-based and ideas-based and merit-based, not race-based, not melanin-based. And so, look, you're working for the government in the public sector. You know, I don't know if you're a religious person or not, or you believe in God, but I would just encourage you to pray if God is using you for your greatest and highest purpose. But I could tell you right now, if God answers your prayer and you say, get in the fight for freedom, we need people right now on the front lines, working for Turning Point USA, working for churches that are engaged and active, like Greg Farrington's
Look
church.
at that
I think some
article.
folks
You're
from
full
his
of
church
shit.
are
Get out of my
here.
face.
Thank you guys, by the way.
Asshole.
Fabulous church.
Dang it.
And so there is a place in conservatism for you. But it might not look for working for Turning Point USA. It might be, hey, I'm going to work for this local committee or whatever it might be. But if you're passionate about these ideas, we need you. We need you badly. God bless you, and thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. 2 more questions.
I recognize him.
Hey, Charlie, 18-year-old activist out of Sacramento, sophomore year college student.
He was on Julius's
member of the
stream,
ex-recall
dude, remember?
Gavin Newsom team.
He was just
by
on
the way.
Julius's stream like a week ago.
So, as you know, there's a Democrat supermajority in our state legislature, and a committee in our state legislature, state assembly, did something, or state senate did something ridiculous today. They passed a bill that would put women's menstrual products in men's restrooms in government facilities, and not a single Republican on the committee voted against the bill or spoke out against the bill. They decided to abstain, so it passed easily. My question is, how do we get our representatives to fight against this crap?
Yeah, I mean, stop worrying about being offended all the time. I mean, this is one of my big complaints of conservatives in general, which is fight for what is true, and who cares the names they call you? I mean, you're trying to tell me not a single Republican voted against that in committee? I mean,
I am telling you that not a single Republican in that committee had a backbone to vote against that bill, and that is what disappoints me. It disillusions me.
They're afraid of people like Scott Wiener and all these other people.
Exactly. Yeah,
I've
I was going to say that.
I've
Scott
had many
Wiener talks
Twitter disputes with Scott Wiener.
Right.
And yeah, he's not well at all. There's
Well,
something
yeah,
wrong
I
with
mean,
him.
I could tell from his tweet yesterday where he said that
But you are a
there's a
liar,
bill
or
now
you've
in our
been
state
lied to, one
legislature
of the two.
proposed by a Republican
lacing
that would allow a
weed
parent
with
to know if their
fentanyl,
child is
dude.
transitioning
Read the article
socially
I just put on
within
there.
schools. And Scott Wiener came out and said that this is a Ron DeSantis-style bill that is
I
oppressive
knew
to
it
the
before reading the
LGBTQ community.
article.
So, yeah, of course he
I
did.
just
I mean,
found it
I got in a
so
whole Twitter
you'd have
dispute
somebody
with
reputable
Scott
to
Wiener
read
because he said
listen
that
to,
I'm
'cause
the
I'm
one that
not,
was inciting
apparently.
hatred against him because I decided to tweet about those perverted bills that he's pushing in the
Get outta
legislature.
here.
And he says, I'm a victim,
Asshole,
I'm all these
liar.
things. Like, okay, Scott Wiener, how about you defend the bills,
Fuck outta
actually,
here.
of why you creepily
do
think
right.
kids should be taught the most graphic, personal things without parental consent, but he won't answer that question. Look, you
I'm
have
about
to
to
fight.
ban you,
And
dude. You ready for it?
I love California conservatives. I think there's so much fight left in so much of what you guys are doing.
I want you to be ready
But
for
it's
it.
gonna be a long-term project, right? And you got to find the fighters, you got to support the fighters, and you have to support the ones with the backbone. And honestly, the ones that don't, ask them, why are you not standing for what is right in the legislature? The bill's going to pass anyway. Why wouldn't you stand for what is right? So God bless you for your activism, and thank you. Final question.
One article.
Hi,
Okay.
Charlie. I'm gladly not an 18-year-old student here at Davis, but I'm an older millennial student who work with and attend the TPUSA meetings here. And I also work with LaRouche PAC, who, God bless them, are real true unsung heroes, I would say. So Silicon Valley Bank, which I'm sure you heard, just went kaput. Now, it's a fact that their board are all about, their agenda is wokeism, right? So Christ chased the money changers out of the temple. And now my question is, with Josh Hawley just publicly backed up and is saying, calling for the reinstatement of Glass-Steagall Bank Separation
I think it's probably
Act.
a good idea.
And my question is simply, what is your position on it? Will you support it?
One article's not enough.
And the fact that
I
we
need 10
to
articles.
absolutely,
I love
rather
reading.
than fund,
I want to read more.
Wall Street.
Yeah.
Right, we need to fund. We need to fund the rebuilding of America.
Yeah, so just so everyone knows, Glass-Steagall was the repealing, or it was the instituting, I always get confused. It basically allowed commercial banks and investment banks to become one. This would make it separate. Look, I think heads need to metaphorically roll, metaphorically, for what happened at Silicon Valley Bank. The regulators, the people involved, it's wrong on multiple levels. And isn't it interesting
Wait,
how
shut the
scared
fuck
people
up.
are
No,
to
it
actually
doesn't,
criticize the
Knight.
banks
You're an
right now,
idiot.
especially in the
God damn
media?
it.
It's just terrible.
Stop being stupid.
And what the heck was
It's
the government
science. It
doing? Where were
actually
the regulators that are supposed to do their job, that are supposed to be checking in on this? And I'm very afraid of the fragility of the American banking system
Get
right
out
now.
of my face.
And I hope I'm wrong. I hope that there's the full faith and credit behind it. Reinstituting Glass-Steagall would be the first step of many, in my opinion. But I think we need to repeal Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank has been really unfair to small and local banks.
Ain't nobody
which I think is actually their
vaporizing
next
your
focus.
shit
They're gonna
fucking
try to get
weed
rid of mid
coming
and local
in
banks
brick
and
pack.
try to
If it was
hyper-corporatize
fucking
JP Morgan,
sprayed with
Citibank,
fentanyl, it wouldn't
and
be
Wells
looking
Fargo
pretty.
as kind of the
It
big
wouldn't
three,
look-
like almost like the telecom companies. Really quick, yeah.
Motherfucker,
Great, yeah,
you would
why
have to
I brought up LaRouche
vaporize
PAC is
it at
'cause they
very low
endorsed Trump,
temperatures.
And they're the ones who fought for Glass.
And I don't even think you could then. It would have to be
really
the
I'm not
non-hydrochloride
familiar with it, but thank you for bringing
version
that up.
of
So
it,
thanks for
which
being
is
here tonight. Thank you.
non-pill form. They
All
would
right,
have to
I wanna summarize
freebase
this.
it. They're not fucking freebasing
A very
fentanyl
important
and spraying it on weed,
there is a
fuckhead.
fear that the mob might, again, they're not terrorists. They might actually try to
guy's pissing me
be
off,
violent
dude.
towards you, okay? Do not engage with them, all right? Stay peaceful. If you feel unsafe,
Don't know how drugs work.
ask a police officer, ask one of our staff. We want all of you to get home safely, but this is what they do, especially on the exiting of events. These people can be really nasty, especially with the experience I've had with them over the last couple of years. So please be peaceful. Don't do anything with them. They're the ones that are, doing uncalled for things. So please keep that in mind. And
I know how drugs work.
It's a
I got
good
multiple
thing this event
books on
happened
it.
tonight.
You have to freebase
But
it
it's,
first.
I
That's
just
what
want
crack
to remind,
is.
I do not want to live in a country
You
where
think
I have
they're
to have this much
freebasing
police
fentanyl
support,
so that they can
and I have to
spray
have
it
my
on
send-off
weed? Do you
message
think
of,
it's really
"Be
that
safe on an American
important,
college
idiot?"
campus," because you might have a baseball bat thrown at you. We are fighting for the moral goodness and decency of speech. Tonight's speech won. Please be vigilant on your way out and stay peaceful. Thank you for supporting
Disrespecting a
Turning Point USA,
motherfucker.
and God bless you.
I gotta come back at them. Shit. But I know you can't just vaporize fentanyl. It doesn't work like that, dude. You have to freebase it. You can't take a pill and smoke it. It's not smokable. What does he not understand? You can't smoke cocaine, really. It doesn't work right. You have to freebase. You have to take it from its base so that it's able to be smoked. So it's able to be vaporized. So it's able to be inhaled through your lungs by heat. What else is there to understand with this one? A pill form of any drug is different than its smokable form. You got hydrochloride at the end of all pills, HCl, because it's got the base of HCl, hydrochloride. As long as it has that base, it's not smokable. Ain't nobody out here freebasing fentanyl. I never heard of such a thing, dude. People smoking you would need such a small amount of it, everybody would be dead, dude. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Any drug that you take through the lungs, you need a much smaller amount of it than you would through ingestion of the mouth. So it would be like, boop, dead. Like, are you? Who's doing this? Who would do this? They would. All their people buying drugs from them would die instantly, dude. There would be. How would they spray a little bit of that on there? How would they even do that? I haven't heard of anybody dying from no sprayed fucking fentanyl weed. You're a moron for spreading that fucking dumb shit. And fuck you. You're probably Antifa, actually, for saying some stupid shit like that. It ain't happened. It never happened. And your friends probably died because they were pill poppers. Actually, if you got dead friends that died from fentanyl, they probably dabbled in pills. Yeah, no, all of it's wasted. 95% of it's wasted when you dip shit in fucking, unless you lick it and get it on the filter and get in your mouth. But when you put it on the shit you burn, you get a little like, whoop, it's like a boop boop. Most of that's from the nicotine. Did you know that nicotine and cocaine are the most synergistic drugs that we have, pretty much? Like when you smoke a cigarette, when you're high on cocaine, it is so synergistic. It like that. Whoa, rocket ship time. Another thing, did you know that when you drink alcohol while you're high on cocaine, it actually creates another chemical inside your body, another chemical that it's a intoxicating chemical called cocaethylene, and it gives you a different effect than either one of them alone. Did you know that? It's not good for you, though. Yeah. Without saying, doesn't it? Back in the day, though, Coke used to be Coke. Nowadays, you're lucky if you don't get cattle dewormer. That's oh my god, what's it called now? Something ends in seal. I forget the name of it now. I don't think your friends died from smoking weed that was laced with fentanyl, dude. Actually, I know they didn't. It's not happening anywhere. But you're spreading rumors of it happening, which isn't healthy for us. Not good for anything. I have lots of books on drugs on my bookshelf. And I'm not because I like do a lot of drugs. It just really interests me how they interact with our body, the psychiatry of it. All my life I've been intrigued by it, about how it's the chemicals and whatnot. People aren't smoking fentanyl. Especially on weed. Dude, I actually did some sprayed weed once, but it had PCP on it. Totally by accident. Now that shit is smokable. It's I'll ascertain where you might be right. Hey man, I appreciate you, man. I just like I took an L earlier today. I forget what it was. It really pissed me off. I felt like an idiot too. I even said it. I was like, I feel like a fucking idiot right now. What the hell that was, dude? I know the feeling though, man. But you're not an idiot. Only if you're adamant about your point. You're not willing to look at it maybe being not possible. Because it would have been the first case I've ever heard of it, and it just doesn't make scientific sense from my from my experience. That wouldn't make any sense. Especially being that weed's so easy to get nowadays, dude. It's the good stuff. Interstately, like the California weed's traveling across the country, as well as other states now. It's easy to get good stuff. And even 5 years ago it was. And fentanyl was just kind of starting to take off, like maybe 5 years ago, maybe. It was starting to hit the scene a little bit. I've been testing my drugs with drug kits since then, though. Since before fentanyl. I test my shit. If you've never heard of testing kits, you can get some at dancesafe.org and Bunk Police. That's two different ones. Some are better than others, though. There's the normal acid reagent kits where you just drop the acid and it changes colors, and you look at a color chart. But it doesn't really help if there are multiple adulterants in your product. If you have multiple adulterants, you're going to want one of the Bunk Police's. It's a separation kit, and it does a thin layer tomography. I might be saying that last word wrong, but it separates it out on a slide, and you look at it under a black light. I have one, and I've used it, and it works much better than the regular reagent kit. It's more pricey though, but it's worth it if you really want to know if what you're getting is what the guy says. Most kids aren't willing to do all that shit though, because they're broke college kids and they're just trying to get high. It's unfortunate, man. But they do have fentanyl test strips now, though, and so that's all it tests for is fentanyl, though. But they could at least use that. Those are pretty cheap, but they're not even getting those really. Those should be on all college campuses, really, just in case people want them. There should be some kind of government mandate that those be everywhere, and Narcan, and like. I don't know. There was. Dude, what did we talk about before? That we talked about something where it made sense how they could help with the fentanyl thing. Oh, for one, they need to make the charges way higher for having big amounts of it, like they did crack back in the day. They need to do that with fentanyl. Are they doing that? Making it so it's like they need to make it like if you have a certain amount, you get charged with murder. Attempted murder, and people need to start getting charged with attempted murder for having a certain amount of it. Like over an ounce. You got over an ounce of fentanyl, you get charged with attempted murder, motherfucker. Yeah, now you're not getting out. Now is it worth it to be walking around with that fucking shit? Huh? Now you want to help get it somewhere? You sure about that? Why aren't we doing that? Why are our laws so relaxed on fentanyl when it's killing us? Does that make any sense? Does that make any fucking sense at all? When we cracked down so hard on crack back in the day? Crack on crack. It's that dangerous. It's killing youth that are just experimenting, man. They're not necessarily youth that are gonna end like I should have known you were gone. Oh, like they're not like necessarily gonna be druggies for all their life. Because some people are like, well, they're gonna fucking do drugs, man. Fuck it. But it could be just some kid that's just, with his friends one day and decides to take what he thinks is half of a Xanax or half of Vicodin or something. And because, like, who knows where those are being pressed, dude? Because that's happening either on this side of the border or that side. But it's, and the people that have a bunch of those that have fentanyl in them need to be prosecuted. Because even if they don't know, they should have checked. They should have fucking had the test strips. And they should have fucking checked before they slang them to anybody. And if they didn't, attempted murder. You tried to kill that guy. He didn't know that was in there. Why aren't they getting that charge? All of them should be getting over a certain amount of fentanyl. Like they'll find out how much is in each one of their pills and then do the math on that. And if it's over a certain amount total of fentanyl that they have, boom. That's the charge, and you're looking at life in prison now for some fentanyl. That would stop it. It would definitely make people think twice about it because it wouldn't be worth it anymore, dude. Nobody wants to go to prison for the rest of their life over some stupid drug, dude. Why aren't they doing that? Does anybody know why they're not doing that? Nobody knows, and it just doesn't happen. It just keeps on not happening, and nobody knows. Does that make any fucking sense, dude? What is wrong with us? Are we all fucking stupid? I'm starting to feel a little stupid. I can't run for office, dude. They won't let me. It's not the cops that are making the laws. It's our legislation, dude, isn't being changed over it. It had to be a legislatory. What is it? Legislatory? You know what I'm talking about. It had to be on that level. Right? Where does that happen? That would happen in city shit. Above the cops, though, dude. But below the, wait. No. Above the mayor, even, maybe. At a city level, but if it was at a state level, it'd be the senators would have to vote on it. Or, no. People under the senator, who the fuck are they? The people? The whole, like, are there state votes? There must be. For state law or something. Man, I wish I would have made it to that class. I missed that class in high school. U.S. government, I missed that one. I learned everything about government on YouTube. But you feel like you're getting skinnier, bro. I hope not. federal senators. Appointed by who, though? Now they're voted. It's not good better. Moving to Texas. I can't move to Texas, dude. Too dangerous. Y'all shooting each other out there and getting drunk and hitting each other, and I have to go back to Tennessee one of these days. They're like cousins or something, aren't they? Tennessee and Texas. Something about, well, I don't know why they got Tennessee and Texas got this relationship, dude. It's weird. In the rap industry, like MJG and 8 Ball used to always go down to Texas. But it's more to it than that. Like, that's just the first I noticed it when I was a kid. Like in the late 90s, I started listening to them and I noticed that they would rap about Texas. I'm like, weird. And then, oh yeah, that's right. And then right after that, the Texas Oilers were bought by the Tennessee, and they were the Tennessee Oilers for a while even, and they were in Memphis. They played at the Liberty Bowl even, but then they moved to Nashville. They sucked. They turned into the Tennessee Titans. We got a bond, man. Texas and Tennessee. It's some volunteer state type shit. Because we're the volunteer state. It's something historical. I don't know exactly what it is. Dang it, you can tell. Maybe you know. Does anybody know what happened historically with that made Texas and Tennessee a strong alliance? Something happened, dude. Something happened. I just can't remember. You maybe search for it, aren't you? I'm the master searcher. You know what I'm saying? What? Okay, hold up. Tennessee's contribution. Did Tennessee give our flag the Lone Star? This is an article. Did they? Weird. A little weird in there. Tennessee's contributions to early Texas are undisputed. Indeed, a good number of our founding heroes hailed from that fine state. Among them were, of course, George Childress, who is credited with authoring the Texas Declaration of Independence, and 8 of its fellow Tennesseans who accounted for a significant fraction of the document's 59 signatories. Many other volunteers paid the ultimate price in the course of birthing the Republic. For all that, such men, Alamo defender and famous Tennessean Davy Crockett, foremost among them, contribute to the cause. Texas will ever owe a debt of gratitude to Tennessee. One thing, however, that Texas need not thank Tennessee for is the Lone Star that graced the beautiful blue fields. Well, there you go. We didn't give you the star. Nah. I didn't know that though. There was I guess that's it. The kind of history there, the old school shit. Oh, really? That too? Damn. I wonder why they didn't put his name in here. Cool. Tennessee, strong folk, hardy folk. This song's a little goofy. Artie. Artie sounds good. Chicken sandwich. Hmm. 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 I'm looking around. Eddie's going to DC. That's a long, boring drive. So he gets to Arkansas. Brum, 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 brum. Bro, around here. What the hell? Oh, I had to make sure. Nope, nothing happening. Ops is on. Ooh, the delegates. The delegates. I don't even know what a delegate is, dude. Could I vote for one? Am I a delegate maker? Chooser? No. I'm not. I have no say so. Like delegates. I'm gonna start working out soon, dude. Yeah! I'm gonna get fucking ripped, motherfucker. Once my finger heals, dude, I had to put a band-aid on it. Can you say bonsai? Can you say bonsai? Alright, Daniel-san. Daniel-san. I just have a little bit of ice left, dude, so I'm just gonna put like a half a shot with it, you know what I mean? I don't want to waste the ice, dude. I don't have an ice maker, dude. I have to actually make this stuff by hand. I'm an ice manufacturer. See? Boom. Half a shot. Boom. Okay. I ain't bullshitting. I don't want to waste ice, dude. I already got that big. He's just sitting. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, hey, I'm right here. You know, if you want to, I'm just right here. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't never had this one, it's decent, man. It's nothing like extraordinary, really. It's just a whiskey. It's easy drinking though. It's like, let me see. Like I haven't put any water. There's a little bit of ice water in here from the melted ice cube, and I mean, yeah, it's just easy. You bring a nice little creamy vanilla-like character to it. Ooh. Buddy. That Jack Daniels earlier, man, I can't be, bro. I drank two of those. That thing is stout. 66%. This is only what, 42? No, 43%. Yeah, 66. There's definitely a difference in 43 and 66. The 66ers are like, it's like a good starter. I don't recommend continuing with the 66er throughout the night. That's why it's a good one to just kind of be like, I don't need to finish that bottle. Oh, you keep drinking that one. Me? I could tell, dude, on the second, I was halfway through the second one. I was like, whoa. Interesting how it works. Oh, that's so sweet. He's tucking his head. He went like into my belly, tucked his head into my belly right there. I don't know how you can be so precious, dude. As crazy as I get, I really don't. How you can just like, and just pass out in my lap like this. Amazing, actually. I don't. Oh man, I don't really understand. my gosh, I must be. So is this what I'm supposed to do with my parents? I'm supposed to reach out to them more. I'm supposed to be more like Simon, maybe. Because I reject him all the time, like my parents reject me. So I say that he's teaching me how to love. Dude, he just put his paw on my hand, in between my thumb and my index finger. As if we're holding hands now. He put it there. That's the stuff, dude. That's the stuff. Escudo Navy Deluxe. That. Oh, tobacco. Oh, interesting. You have some fancy tobacco. You know what's trippy is that started in America, dude. Tobacco is American. It's native. Weed is too, but South American or Mexican. Right? Or no? No. African, right? Something like that. Where did it originate? Weed. Jamaica. Maybe a. Use of cannabis. Oh, fuck, man. I just read this last week, too, man. Damn it. How did I forget this? Of course. Remember Hindu Kush. Kush Mountains, Afghanistan. Where is that? Well, it's not in the Middle East. Well, it is, but that is Asia. It's actually Middle East Asia. Asia is where weed is from. Central Asia or Western China is what the internet says. So that's why Afghan Kush is like an old school, because that's also Asia. How did I forget that fucking Asia thing, man? I think it's just because it's so weird. Because they're so anti-weed out there, you know? Well, in China, Japan, most of the other Asian countries, they're very anti-weed. Thailand just recently legalized it, though. It's a big deal. See what happens to the other countries. Dude, that's such a huge deal, dude, because it was major. It was major, dude. If you got caught with stuff out there back in the day, they could fuck you up, man. They could have you like in jail for a while. And now that they've wow, man, it's pretty cool, huh? They're trying to get the tourist industry up again, probably, huh? Because people stop going. Oh, the lady boys, they were like, fuck that shit. I ain't trying to have sex with a dude. The word got out. The jib is up. That's the jib is up in Thai. Afghan poppy heron. What? Dude, I had some opium once. I got some opium from a friend in Memphis, of all places. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never seen it before. I ain't seen it since, dude. I ain't never went over to somebody's house. They like, hey, I'm looking at the herb. I'm like, hey, yeah, I'll get some. I get shit. You got some good shit. I'll get some. And like, hey, you want some of this too? I'm like, what? Got fucking opium. It looked like hash. It looked like just black hash, but it smelled very like. For the color, it shouldn't have smelled that fruity and flowery. That's how you could tell it wasn't hash. It tasted good too. It was pretty much like smoking weed though. Opium. It's pretty natural. It just squirts out of the poppy plant and they collect it, and that's opium. Anything like that, I think, should be legal. Anything that you can grow in your backyard and it would squirt out of the plant, we should be allowed to do that. Us not being allowed to do that is religion controlling us, because they don't want us opening our minds. Like extract. Whoa, why is that so strong? Oh, I didn't put water in it. Tastes delicious though. Like DMT is a big crime. It's up there with cocaine. Having like a gram of DMT in some states is punishable as high as having a gram of cocaine. Ridiculous. So there's no incentive for people to extract DMT for people and to spread the word and to get people's minds opened. And same with mushrooms. Spores are illegal in California. Just the spore, you can't get them shipped here. So it's stupid even here, man. They don't want us opening our minds, and that's religion doing that. Assholes. Like look at the Bible Belt. That's where they're the most anti-drug. That's because of the religion aspect of it. That's where you look at it. Like where weed is legal, where it's medical, and where it's not. Where they're the most religious. That like Baptists and you know what I mean, that kind of religious. The Civil War area combined. No, actually, no, just the entire Civil War area. But now it's some of the Confederate states are starting to get medicinal slowly. But that's what it is, man. The Confederate states are holding out on weed. Huh. They're the holdout of the country. Have you seen that on a map? It's like, let's see, I'll look real fast. Dude, Simon is so... I swear he's losing weight, man. I don't know, it's tripping me out. Not finishing all his food either. Okay, so we got in the right, we got Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, all with no program for legal THC, and they don't have medical, they don't have anything in these states right here. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least these 4. That's hardcore, dude. What is this shit? That's weird. It's like they all, why do they all touch? Huh. Well, it's just a matter of time. We just gotta get Nebraska, break these motherfuckers up a little bit. It's so close. Status pending. Mississippi's pending, dude. And this South Dakota's pending. And even these little ones. Oh man, I can't zoom in close enough. This is older. This says must be older. Yeah. Roger that. Why are they showing us some old stuff, dude? Internet, dude, you be slacking, dog. That's mad, man. That's embarrassing. Genetically engineer nature to make it better. Dude, have you seen what watermelons used to look like? They were ridiculous. They were like all rind. Fuck that shit. We need watermelons. No, but for real though, we could have had more banana variety. Like, I don't know why they did Cavendish like they did. It's not even that good. It's alright, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But bro, more variety at all the grocery stores. You know, bananas are amazing. Ask Kurt, the Kurt guy. The Kurt guy, he's a banana holder. Kurt Douglas. No, that's not his name. What's his name? Kurt Cameron. Kurt Cameron and the banana. Perfect. No, but for real though, it is perfect. And there's so many different ones, dude. There's so many. There's the little bitty ones. There's really fat, skinny ones. I mean, really fat, short ones. And super long ones that are skinny. It's amazing how many different ones there are. Oh, man. We had a banana tree in our backyard at one of my houses here in Long Beach. I never had any bananas off of it though. Banana talk. What the dough show? I used to be a banana connoisseur. I like the burro bananas because they have a nice creamy custard-like texture to them and taste. A little lemony. You gotta get them. You gotta eat them when they're ripe though. And there's the red banana. I like the red banana too. Man, I gotta get bananas more often. I forgot I was supposed to do that. I forgot I did that before. Streaming got me all distracted. Oh, you had to pay 10% more for the medical license? Oh, what do you mean? Oh, the difference in taxes that they're charging you guys, you're saying, at the clinic? They increased it only by 10 though? That's not too bad. Oh, but you're in the state system, when you do that. Yeah, like your food stuff. 10% less. Don't get it. I just don't get it. Talking in crypto numbers and shit. It's like 30% here. We got the good shit. We get the best alcohol, and we get the best greens, man. Cause we in California, they gotta keep us the dumbest. You get that? They gotta keep us the most appeased, because this is where most of the money comes from in the country. Period. Coming to America. Oh. Yo. The amount of GDP for California is actually insane, dude. It's the fact that California would be like the 7th largest country in the world if it were its own country is, I don't know, man. It feels kind of good living here knowing that. It's like, heck yeah, man. We could not just be a country, but bigger than France. That's a big deal. Is it still France? Is France still number 8? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, shit. But we do pay out the frame for weed tax, so at least we got the good shit. Which is why one of the reasons why I had to get the Puffco. It makes it go further. I get more out of it. You got to pay more in the upfront for the device, but I owed it to it. You know, and I'd wanted an email for a long time, dude. This is an email, but better. Yo. Regular state tax for license. Oh, I see what you mean by 10% now. Not bad, dude. I wasn't sure. Thanks for clarifying. I wasn't. That's not too bad then. I mean, that's about. Actually, that's the same as what it saves a Californian. 10%. From what I understand, but we have to go into the. We have to go into. Oh, wait. Before I forget, have you signed up for the. Do you know about 710 coming there, right? Okay. I've been getting emails and shit about it. But I mean, I just forgot. What was I saying? Right. 30% we pay taxes, and if you get into the state system with the card, 20%. So if you got to get into the state system, damn it, that sucks, dude. Because here you can't own a gun if you do that. I mean, that's one reason why it could suck for somebody, but it's more to it than that. I mean, you're in a state system that can be possibly looked at by the federal government or used against for some other thing. Edibles, my lungs break. Ever do. I don't ever do them. I probably should though. I got this Baby Ruth right here. I was thinking about eating that. They're kind of small though. You think that's gonna be enough for me? I could probably eat like 5 of them. Look, 1 for each, or 4 of them. I got them in there. Got 4 more. I could just bop. I probably could just eat this in 1 bite actually. 2 bites. Did they always use this small? Best by April of 2023. Are you serious? This is about to expire? How does that happen? Weird. That means I probably should do some edibles. I got some ash oil in there I could do for a few days maybe. You think I'm dying, man? The vaping killing me? I mean, you're so comfortable now. Wish you would eat your food, bro. Food. Oh. I don't even know what I said, man. Oh. Oh, not. That's right, I forgot what I asked. I remembered. Simon is so chillaxed, man. Like, oh, you're so calm, bro. Sitting here massaging his paw. It changes. Oh, yeah. Yo. What? Dude.
The EPA is proposing new rules to make your drinking water cleaner. The new rules would set limits on the allowable levels of PFAS, also known as forever chemicals. The chemicals used to be used in clothing, pots and pans, and firefighting foam, and they don't break down, so they stick around for a long time. They can cause some serious health problems. The city of Thornton has been testing its water for these chemicals for years, and it's already working to bring down PFAS levels. The chemicals aren't so easy to get rid of, though.
It will not be cheap. It generally requires an additional type of treatment technique that will go within the treatment processes to either fully remove or substantially reduce those PFAS levels. Just even after the health advisory level came out, we knew there was no way with our existing treatment technologies to get to the health advisory level.
The city of Thornton is part of a lawsuit against multiple companies responsible for making products with these chemicals. They think those companies should pay for the treatments to the water supply. The EPA will make a final decision on the allowable PFAS levels by the end of the year.
Dude, Thornton what? Ah, it is Colorado. I didn't realize that was Colorado. I knew that's cool.
The EPA is proposing new rules to make your drinking.
I know where Thornton is. There's Eddie right there. Everybody knows Eddie's live, man. I keep showing him on the stream. This thumbnail over and over and over. Eddie's live. Eddie's live. Yeah, go keep Eddie awake. Don't let him fall asleep. I don't know, my computer's taking a while to load everything.
Yeah, I came here to record the rain up under the bridge, just to get the sounds.
What?
Let's get a commercial real quick.
What? The commercial? I ain't about the commercial life.
And I'm gonna stop this.
I got premium. I don't get that shit. What's happened?
Thanks.
Stopping everything? What the fuck?
Alright, let me see.
Let me get a commercial real quick.
This is under the Strawberry Mansion Bridge.
Dude. He's got 18 people watching. He just flipped a commercial on him.
That's what I'm recording the sounds with.
Look, I ain't playing. 14 now. Oh no. I don't even know what I'm looking at, dude. You spent commercials on this? What are you talking about? Blown away, dude, by the artistry. You guys want to buy anything? I feel like, I don't know, I'm looking at this guy's photo album. I don't know who he is really.
What bridge? That bridge right there, let's see. How old is the Strawberry Mansion Bridge?
According to West Philadelphia Collaborative History, University of Pennsylvania, this view of Strawberry Mansion Bridge is west from Kelly Drive, connecting East and West Fairmount Park. The bridge opened in 1897.
This view, I didn't know the view you're looking at. That's scary.
Let's see, I don't got exactly. Let's say I visited 2 years ago. I wasn't there. I was what? Been a while else until, I mean, no, I go past, well, yeah, I used to go past there on a regular, the bridge. I was just here a couple of days ago, though, live.
Oops.
Yeah, we was just here live. Matter of fact, that's on one of the videos that I just uploaded. The last video I uploaded, this is here. This is where we start from. Matter of fact, it's on the live station for Philadelphia.
I don't know what I'm looking at right now. No. No, no, no. Kinda. Kinda. Kinda knows what's up. Well, this might be time for me to go out. Go to sleep. Probably. Yep. I should probably do that now. Get up early again for something. Wednesday. Trash day. I do need to take the trash out. Hey, me too, Catman. Same time. Thank you, man. You made it great. You made it great again. Thanks for being here, dude. Night. Everybody else too, man. Thanks again for your full support, Catman. Your generosity. Thanks for being awesome. Catman T, ladies and gentlemen. Catman T has left the building. Everybody else, you gotta go too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't stay here constantly. I'll try to be back tomorrow though. I'll do my best. I had the Vicky though, so you never know. This could be the last night for me. Blame it on the Hibiki if it happens, okay? Heart gives out tonight. It's because of the Hibiki, not the marijuana. Night, everybody. Oh man, no, it's doing the wrong one. Sorry. That's better. Night, everybody. Love y'all. Good night.